Did you get the link? Did you get the link?
Oh, wait, I did. I'm here. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on.
All right.
Yeah, I'm on.
That's it. All right.
Yeah, I'm on.
All right. So I'm just waiting on my boy, Hassan. He's going to be, we had a good text discussion Wednesday or Thursday. We talked about a few things. He's an anti-vaxxer. He opposes, he said he has a problem with the American government. He doesn't trust it. So we're going to talk about that. Right. So I'm just waiting on my boy. So he, I forgot to mute the damn YouTube thing. My bad. So now he was asking about do I subscribe to a religion? Because last time he talked to me, I did. So I was like, nah, I don't subscribe to nothing. So then he was like, do I believe that the Creator created the universe? So yeah, if y'all know me, I really don't talk about religion too much. You dig? But he wanted to talk about it. So I said, all right, let's talk about this Creator creating the universe. Because remember, that's something he proposed to me. Do I believe the Creator created the universe? So I was like, no. And then I was like, let me ask you a question. Where was the Creator when he was creating the universe? Matter of fact, when he asked me why don't I believe in the Creator creating the universe, I said because nobody can explain where the Creator was when he was creating the universe. That's why I can't believe it. So I can't believe in the story of a Creator creating the universe if nobody explains to me where the Creator was when he was creating the universe. You dig? So that's something that got to be answered to me for me to start believing this Creator theory. Not even theory, this Creator hypothesis. You dig? So I'm just waiting on him. He was waiting on me. He was kind of eager to hop on. Now, I don't know where he's at. But he's been on the show before. So I expect him to pull up. So again, the Zoom link is in the chat for anybody that knows about these things. You dig? If not, you're just welcome to listen. Then at some point I got to call in, so I'm gonna need somebody to take over the host thing to let people in if they want to hop on when we get rocking. You dig? So the first thing I did was check to see who was live. When I seen nobody was live, I said, all right, maybe everybody tired. People been, getting on live lately. People been going live a lot lately. So I said, let me just check the, airwaves. So I don't collide with another jet. Kyrie going off. So, I think it'd be a good dialogue, I guess. I wanted Akachi, and I wanted, some religious folks in here that subscribe to the Creator hypothesis or the Creator. I was not even hypothesis, the Creator story. I'm just gonna call it what it is. I want some religious folks to hop on here that subscribe to the Creator story. So he said, give him like a minute or two. So that's what we're gonna do. We give him a minute or two, kind of switch it up because I think the vaccine topic is needed because we're in a pandemic, so we can never let it go. but I believe we got a stronghold on that battle, on that war. I think we're definitely up, 4 scores, 28-0. We're up on the anti-vaxxers. And by the way, a lot of people who are vaccine hesitant don't know they are. You dig? And they attempt to explain their vaccine hesitancy as though it's not vaccine hesitancy. So, and that's the thing. They be trying to convince you, like, listen, as I explained to these people, I say, listen, the consensus and the advice of the country, of the experts, the scientists, is to go get vaccinated. You dig? So everybody's doing that. That trust the science. Those who don't do it, don't trust the science. Anyway, here come my brother right here. And I'm going to make him. Yo, Hassan.
Yo, what's up, man?
Yeah, I just made you co-host. So if anybody want to come on, let them on. And if you think they're distracting from the topic, you got the power to mute them, warn them, or even remove them. You dig?
You said you just made me what?
Co-host.
Okay.
Right. So if anybody want to hop on, you got the power to admit them on and remove them if need be, or even mute them if you want to give them a warning or two. Because sometimes people come on here and change the topic.
Right.
So, because at some point I got to call in with my phone. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because I gotta run. So I'm be on still. I just gotta run. I gotta get some, household products real quick. And then so you're gonna be in control of that. So I got the Zoom meeting ID as a message, so anybody can click it.
You sent it out to a couple people?
Yeah, and not just one person. The other people I sent the link to, because I knew if I send the link, they could just hop on and I will put it in the chat.
Right.
So you know what happens when people send you the Zoom link, like you don't know what the topic gonna be. So that's why I be hesitant to click the Zoom link when I don't know the topic. So
right.
I would rather do what I did. I sent the link first, like of the topic, and then I sent the Zoom link. So you're warned in advance what it's about before you hop on a panel. Because sometimes you'd rather just listen rather than hop on.
Right.
Because I know some topics I'd rather just listen. All right, so I can't see the Swansea. All right, so you want to jump it off?
Well, all right. I'll just pick up where we You want to just pick up where we kind of left off at, or like reiterate some of what we had discussed in the text, and just want to start it off from the question?
Yeah.
Just want to start from the question.
Okay, what's the question?
Question is what you had. Does
the question of the
question of
yeah, okay, cool.
Who created the universe, God or the Big Bang?
Right, cool, yeah. So for me, I'm gonna say Big Bang.
Okay.
You would say the creator or God?
I would say my argument is that there's more evidence within the universe that suggests and points to it being a creator.
All right. Yeah. And of course, I'm on the opposite side of that. Oh, shit.
So let's start with like let's say like a principle, if you will. Okay. All right. So let's try to establish like some principles throughout for as we go along in the discussion. Do you believe that because the Big Bang Theory like kind of details, I'm really not too like well read on the Big Bang Theory. But from what I understand, that conceptually, that it starts from a singularity, and I guess this singularity is supposed to contain everything that exists within the universe in it already. And when I guess the Big Bang, this explosion or whatever takes place, everything that is needed for the universe to exist is already there, basically.
Okay.
My question to it is, okay, where does that come from?
Where does what come from?
The singularity.
Okay, so the
Like,
singularity.
how did it get there?
Right. So I'm not sure if science even explained that. You know, so the thing about science is this: like, scientists gather evidence, and it starts from where the evidence is gathered. So sometimes science will have hypotheses or starting points, but from what I know, from what I read, I haven't read this in a while. 'Cause I've been into vaccines for a large point, so I'm just going off the top from when I started reading, which is about like 2019. So I'm just going off pure, memory. So from what I know, I don't recall scientists giving a starting point of the little singularity, or what you would call that. Science usually starts from space expanding, so they start from that point, and they attempt to explain from there. So if from the starting point how it got there, I'm not sure. I don't remember reading how it actually got there. So from the perspective of science, I believe they are saying that it always was there, as far as they know.
Right. So, okay. So the thing about science is that science can only science is limited in a sense because it only makes conclusions or inferences or whatever from what is observable and measurable. And so when we talk about, matters like existence, especially when it comes to like the universe, science can only go up to a certain point. It can only go up to a certain point. And after that point, it can't go past that because it doesn't use other areas of knowledge to address certain questions. Right. So, and observing like the universe and going to the Big Bang and referring back to this singularity, science assumes, because it's like, I don't know, man. It's just based off of a faulty assumption that like it was always there.
Okay, so
it's just
what's so faulty about that?
Because what was the cause of it being there?
Okay. So
we know science observes that the Big Bang had a cause. So what was the cause of the Big Bang?
Okay, now that's a different question.
The cause of the universe coming to exist as we know it today.
Okay, so now that's a different question as far as how it got there. and then from when it expanded, So this scientists have a theory. So the Big Bang has a theory as far as why it expanded.
Hey, can I cut in real quick?
Yeah, that's so that's Hassan Sean, and that's Sean Hassan.
What up? What's good? What's good? How y'all doing? What up, brother?
Hey, how you doing, man?
All right. I just want to I don't want to break the bill. I just want to add to it. Excuse me. I just want to kind of give it some clarity so that we can understand exactly what we're talking about when you mention science. I don't know if you can see what I put in the chat, but science is two things. Science requires you to know, and science requires you to utilize what you know, apply what you know, right? To answer questions through a specific method that allows you to come out with an honest conclusion based on evidence, right? That's why they say you have a scientific, what some say a scientific fact, right? It's that's really not the case. Science is a scientific fact is an explanation of facts. Like when people be like facts, they're really just trying to say this is the best explanation of facts.
Right.
And with that explanation of facts, you have evidence. Now, if you're able to falsify, this is why I say to know and to do, because science's job is to falsify information, falsify whatever it is that seems to be the research question. So when it comes to the Big Bang, right? Science is looking to falsify the Big Bang. It's not looking to accept the Big Bang. It's not looking to prove the Big Bang. It's trying to falsify all the elements in the Big Bang, right? So it looks at the whole equation, and it takes you through a methodology that allows you to say, you know what, I couldn't falsify that. So now I actually have, that scientific theory, which is an explanation of facts, and that's why the consensus rides with the overall theory. So I wanted to add that because when we say it's an assumption, that would lead us down a very, very wrong road. That would be pseudoscience. Pseudoscience is an assumption. Pseudoscience seems to have elements of truth and falsehoods, and that's leading us down the wrong road. So we can't confuse science with pseudoscience because of the way they are used. It's used totally different.
Right.
That's all I had.
Thanks for that. Yep.
So when I say an assumption, I mean you start with the starting point, with the premise, assuming that this was already there. Assuming that these particles were already there, because that's the limit to what you can examine, because that's the limit to which science can go. That's what I mean. That the science has its limitations in terms of what it can, the questions it can answer, because it only answers questions based off what is observable and measurable.
Off evidence. Off evidence, right? Off evidence. It bases.
No.
It bases
I didn't say evidence. I said what's observable and measurable. What they can observe and what they can measure. I didn't say that
would be evidence, though, right?
No, it wouldn't have to be evidence.
Okay, so how could you observe and how could you measure nothing?
Right. I was gonna say that. Nothing.
No, that's not what I'm. I didn't say nothing.
No. You, based on what you just said, we're just trying to correct what you just said, is that science, deals with measuring and all of that. No, science is dealing with evidence. It's evidence-based.
But science operates on the framework that they can observe and measure, correct?
Testifiable. If you can't test it, you can't verify it.
Okay, so science operates on the idea that it has to be observable and measurable.
Correct. That's
Right.
the.
So
I mean, in
that's what I'm
reality,
saying. So
in reality,
when you start to apply, when you start to apply reason and logic to question those things, then that's an area that science doesn't go to.
So okay, stop. Logic, right? Is logic measurable?
In what way?
It doesn't. I mean, we scientifically speaking, we're talking about Big Bang, right? That's the whole gist. So logic, is it can you measure it in regard to the Big Bang?
Measure it how?
Right. It's going to be difficult to measure logic. That's my point.
No, I'm
Like
saying you
someone
using
says I'm using
measure
common
word
sense.
how. It's like a physical,
Yeah,
seeable thing.
yeah.
How are you trying to measure it? That's what I'm asking you.
We're trying to measure it to answer a question.
But how?
We're trying to, like I said, the Big Bang. So we're trying to measure logic to see if it can answer the questions surrounding the Big Bang.
No, but logic is a thought process. So how are you measuring it? That's what I'm asking you.
I'm asking you because you put it out there.
No, I'm saying you use reason and logic.
Okay.
Logic
so
how do you
get to
reasoning?
reason?
Logic has certain principles. Logic has certain principles, and reasoning has certain principles. And you use those principles to examine things.
What are the reason? What can you break that down?
Okay.
There's a reason that I'm asking. So can you break that down?
So like contradictions, okay? Or how two things cannot exist at the same time, or two things cannot be true at the two opposites cannot be true at the same time. You can't have a contradiction. That's a form of logic when you're trying to understand something. I can't say I have a blue shirt or what. I can't say the same thing and be trying to. I can't
You're trying to say you can't know something that's false.
No, I'm saying
that's
like
logic.
You can't.
That's what you're saying. That's logic is.
Thank you,
you can't have a squared circle.
It's the same thing. You can't know something that's false. That's what you're saying.
So, you can't. So this is when you use logic and you apply logic to understand things. This is where you use logic and reasoning to understand things. This is a scope of knowledge that science doesn't really address.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Okay. So no. When we're dealing with reality, science can answer questions, right? Science can update. It's not one of the functions of science we just said is to falsify something, right? That's science job is to falsify something, like gravity, right? There's a big deal. Some people don't believe in gravity. But if you throw something up in the air, it don't stay, it lands.
Right, because this is observable and measurable and testable. What I'm saying is that logic is a principle of thought.
Right, but how could logic have any weight in a scientific discussion is what I'm trying to get at. I'm referring back to the Big Bang because that's what the title says.
Well, it's not just the Big Bang.
Okay, and God.
Right, so it's two aspects of the conversation that have to be addressed here. That's the point. The point is it's not just a question about science. What can science prove? What does science show? We're talking about the universe. We're talking about the universe, and we're looking at it from different spectrums. Who created the universe? Was the universe created, or is it a result of the Big Bang? So it's not just simply.
Yeah, those are scientific questions, though. The minute you say who created the universe, that's not a scientific question.
Well, that's what the title of this is. So
yeah, but I'm saying that you can't answer that question with science, though.
Right, because it's a belief at that point.
This is the point that I'm making. This is the point that I'm trying to make. I'm trying to make the point that science only goes but so far because science only uses what's observable and measurable to come to its conclusions. And it does not include certain other realms of knowledge to be able to understand things. So science is limited in the scope of what it can understand because it's only using what's observable and measurable. And if it can't be observable and if it can't be measurable, then it's not considered
All right.
science. But that doesn't mean that
Okay.
logic and
So
reasoning goes out the
hold
window.
on. Freeze for just a second. Just for a second. All right. So I'm glad that you said that because
Hold on,
science deals
somebody
with
got you
reality.
came and got a mute. It's echoing real bad. Whoever just came in.
Yeah. So science is dealing with reality, right? When we're talking about like real, when we're talking about science, we're talking about real things.
The natural
Science
world.
deals with the natural world. When you go outside of the natural world, you are no longer being scientific. So that
Okay,
would
well, let's stick
require.
within the natural world then. I don't have a problem sticking within the natural world because what I'm saying is this. This is my whole premise to my argument. We can use the natural world to understand things, outside of our existence, to understand that the universe does have a creator. If we use the natural world, what we observe, we can come to those logical and rational conclusions. But if you don't use logic and reasoning to understand what you're seeing, and you only
The
use what's
universe has a
observable,
creator, right?
hold on. If you only use what's observable and measurable, you don't use logic and reasoning to ask the questions to understand what you're witnessing, then you won't come to those conclusions. So you're blocking yourself by not asking those questions and using those reasonings by not going in that area. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
But that's what I'm saying. Once you start doing that, you already stepped outside the bounds of science. So let's say you're correct, right? And you and the creator did create a universe. How do we either prove it to be correct or prove it to be false?
Right.
Use your
How you
logic and
falsify.
reason. It's not. How do you falsify it?
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you mean falsify? How do you test it?
Like, yeah, like how do you prove it to be like how do you prove it to be not true? Like what so like for example, what would be acceptable, in all the proofs that somebody would accept that the creator didn't, like what evidence need to be presented for somebody to say that, okay, the creator wasn't involved?
Okay. So you would need to
Like
be able.
A better question is this, like what I asked you in the chat, in the text. So I would say, okay, when you're dealing with and we get back to Big Bang, but if you're dealing with the creator, and we talk about the universe, the creation of the universe, where would the creator be when he's creating a universe? Because
That's
logic,
go ahead. I'll let you finish your
right?
statement.
Yeah. Because logic would say that you have to be in the universe because there's nothing outside the universe. And if there is, what is that called? And where is that at? And how do we prove that is something? So just start right there. So that's the question I would
That's
ask.
what I'm saying. You can't start there.
Okay.
You can't start. You have to start from what you see and observe, and then use logic and reasoning to build the foundation in order to get to understand why a creator is necessary to exist before you start asking questions about the creator.
So
you
you say
can't jump the gun. You can't jump the gun before you start analyzing what's here first.
But what you're saying start at science, right? Because you say it started what we can observe. That's science. And then once we get to what we can no longer observe, then we drop science and use another tool.
I'm not saying you drop science. Science and the creator are not exclusive. They're not mutually exclusive. They're not two separate things.
Listen to what I'm saying. Once you get past what you can no longer observe or test or measure, right? Then science is useless. See what I'm saying?
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Give an example how science can test something that it cannot observe or measure.
This is what I've been saying before. I've said this already. When you analyze, you use science to analyze the universe, what we know of it, okay? And then you ask questions based on what we know of the universe and what we see. they don't have the questions that you asked are not asked by science, right? So now you have to use different realms of knowledge to understand what it is you're seeing through science. If you ask those questions, then those questions will lead to an understanding that a creator is necessary to exist, because you know it will lead in that direction.
Yeah, I think that's called philosophy.
Like I said, it's not philosophy, it's just another using your logic and reasoning to understand what you see.
Yeah, it's philosophy.
If you want to call it philosophy, that's fine. I mean,
Yeah, that's what that
okay.
would actually be. Yeah, yeah, that would.
I'm not tripping over what the name of it is called. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah,
saying,
yeah.
like,
Okay, so
if you're
let me
if
just.
you're going to limit yourself to just using a scientific scale of understanding everything that exists, which nobody does,
Right.
You live your life, you use logic, you use reasoning and making decisions that you do every day. So
Right. So like
to look at the universe and not apply your logic and reasoning, it would be necessary for you to continue using what you have in your mental, in your intelligence, to examine it, and not just limit it to your understanding to one strand of knowledge or understanding or coming to know something.
Hey,
yeah, that's called philosophy. You got it, with y'all.
Hey, so I'm listening. I just tuned in. I heard a good bit of what you all are talking about, and what I didn't hear anybody mention yet is that mathematics is the domain of logic, and so science is the domain of evidence, and math is the domain of logic. So the two are utilized together very, very often in the different disciplines. Even in science, a lot of scientists are also mathematicians, or
Right.
they refer or defer to math experts and things when they want to deal with different issues. But what it sounds like though is God, because y'all didn't use the word God, use creator.
We're not talking about
Right.
God yet. We're
Right.
not talking about like all of that.
That word.
Right. So I'm saying the creator, you all are gonna run around in circles because the fact that if you use the word creation or that something is created, then by inherent in that word is a creator. So you're not gonna be able to escape that once you use one or the other, because like look at it in reverse. In order to be a creator, you would have created something that
Right.
affords you that title, and the same is in reverse. So once you use either one, you're stuck in that, and so the
I'm sorry. Where are
conversation.
we stuck at? I'm sorry. Where are we stuck? Why are we being stuck?
Okay, so what I'm saying is that in order for anything to gain a title of creator, they would have had to created something.
Okay.
All right. And then the vice versa. If something has been created, then that thing has a creator. So
Okay.
there's no escaping either one of those words that you invoke. Invoking one is to automatically invoke the other.
So
So
go ahead.
so I'm saying, so as long as you all are talking about created things, then by default there's going to be a creator. There's no way around that.
No, what we're talking about is what we're trying to get to, which we haven't really got to yet, is looking into the universe and extracting from it and understanding and what and extracting from it what in learning what we can extrapolate from what we see in the existence of the universe. What does that lead us toward?
To determine if it was or was not created.
Right. Exactly.
That's what you're saying.
Right. So I'm not jumping to starting at the point of saying it was a creator and No, we're going to start from. We can start from a basis of science and look and see what science says. What does science say about the universe? And then we can ask questions about what science says. And when we ask questions about what science says, then
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that there's a certain distance in your car that you're going to travel with science. And then once we get to that point, we're gonna have to get up out of that car, and then we're gonna have to walk because
But you have to
science only
eventually
travels.
use your logic and reasoning to answer to come to understand certain things.
Yeah, I was just saying. Now we can have a philosophy, but if my philosophy is different from yours, and Wutar philosophy is different from yours and mine, and bias is different from all of ours, then how do we determine who's right?
We
How do
examine using it. We examine it using logic and reason. This is how we do. If your stance, if your position is more logical and reasonable than mine, and you have and you show to prove so, then it is what it is.
But that's subjective.
No,
Like
but
I would be like, my idea is better.
Necessarily.
no,
I
no.
already feel like my idea is
How
better
do
right
you
now.
how do you do that? How do you do that though? Like,
No.
oh, yours sound better than mine, so you right.
No. Wait, hold up.
It's not
Wait.
about
Here's
it's
the
not
thing that
about
you're
sounding. It's not
you
about
are
sounding.
not.
It's about it's not about sounding. You know, like I said, it's not about sounding.
That's
I
funny.
can't say I have a square circle and then sit here and argue with everybody and say, yeah, my circle is square. That's just delusional at that point. At that
No,
point,
no.
you know, I think a rational person can recognize somebody that's being delusional and it's not big. Okay.
But
What if
I
I,
said I
can,
have
I
a
I
hope
can
that
show
square.
you a
all
square circle? I can show you a square circle.
Yeah, but what if I say I have a square,
good
but
luck with
I
that.
didn't put the square here, God put it there? Like, how do you, like, what do you do with that?
Again, I said you jumping the gun. You jumping the gun. Let's you jumping the gun with putting the question that God did. God did. I'm going to ask the question.
So let me ask you, let me ask everybody a question. Where does belief stop and knowledge begin, or vice versa? Where does knowledge stop and then you cross over into the threshold of belief?
Once you know something.
Where's that part? Where is that? Because I didn't hear belief come up in the conversation yet. Because
No,
in my experiences in
you already know
this subject,
Yeah, you know our answer.
that
it's
a
implied.
lot of people a lot of people will use logic and reasoning, will say logic and reasoning, but they're actually talking about belief.
Right.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's nothing wrong with me talking about belief as long as my logic and my reasoning supports what I believe. Now, I'm not. It's not just when we talk about belief. We're not just saying I accept some random thing that's out there that somebody said to me. No, these are my reasonings for accepting this as truthful, as for accepting this. Can you examine my reasons and discredit them?
Yeah, but see, this some
Can you
saying.
show to me that what my reasons for?
So you want me to use science then? See?
Wait, but hold up. But see, that's what I'm saying. I'm just speaking from my own experience. I run into a lot of people that misuse logic and reasoning, those two words, and really don't know what logic actually is and how to do logic tables, and how the fact that logic comes from a premise, and you can make anything logical, but it could be unreal. Like I can give you a logically sound statement and an argument that is true, but it's not real. So logic and reasoning.
What's real? Then you go into asking the question of what's real.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that I can give you a very sound logical argument, but it would be completely false. So logic is not the determination for what is real or even truth. So something could be true but not real as well.
Give me an example.
These are basic things we learn in logic. That logic deals with premises and things that lead and come from outer premises to lead to a conclusion. The conclusion can be sound. The whole logical flow could be sound, and that's what we call reason. It reasons out, but it may not be real at all. And so science and mathematics,
like what?
The tools. Excuse me.
Like what?
What do you mean? Oh, give
me an example of what you're talking about.
Okay, I can say Pinocchio has a very Pinocchio's nose grows every time he lies. Pinocchio's nose grew because he told 3 lies. Or I could say Pinocchio's nose grew, therefore we know he lied.
Yeah, that's logic. That's what I'm telling you. You can't know something that's
So
called
that's
artifact.
a complete logically sound flow, but Pinocchio's not even real. I made it up.
That's how logic is done.
So what I'm saying is that logic, I mean, people use logic and reasoning loosely, but if you actually take logic classes, like a class in logic and reason.
Okay, now when you apply reason, how would you apply reasoning to that statement?
What do you mean? The
Well, how would you apply reasoning to that statement in order to believe it? In order for it to be truthful, how do you apply reasoning to that?
Here you go. It don't gotta be true.
No, but what I'm saying is that it is true. Pinocchio's nose grows every time he tells a lie.
Yeah, that's true. I read the book.
His nose grew.
know
His nose
Pinocchio,
grew
don't be front.
12. His nose grew 12 inches. Therefore, he lied.
Right.
Is
The
Pinocchio
reason
a
is
real
his
person?
nose grew
No,
because he
now,
lied.
but now you have to ask the question: is Pinocchio a real person, alive, or is he a physical, or is he non-existent?
Well, that's why I just said earlier. I could just make that. I can make him up.
No, but the thing is that you can say that if you want to, but then when you give reasoning for my question, then we'll see that what you're saying is not true.
No, but what I'm saying is that
There's no but. When you can apply logic and reasoning to it to examine whether it's true or not. You can, because if I start asking you your reason is behind believing Pinocchio's nose grew every time he lied, what reasons are you going to come up with? Because it said it?
No, here's the thing. You have a declaration. Pinocchio's nose grows every time he tells a lie. That's a declaration.
What are you doing?
You can't refute that.
No.
'Cause I'm declaring it. There's no debating that.
There is a debating that. You're making a claim.
No, I'm not. I'm making a declaration. There's a difference between a declaration and a claim. That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure if you've taken a logic course before, but it's a variable. Like if I say x equals 1, there's no debating that. I'm declaring it. I'm assigning a value to a variable. So if I say Pinocchio's nose grows every time he tells a lie, I'm making a declaration, and that's a sets forth the premise, and then from that premise we have logic statements that proceeds from that premise, and it will reach a conclusion. And so
you're just saying things that nobody's responding to you now? I don't understand. You're saying you're trying to make a distinction, like you're making a declaration and not a claim, but you're not talking to anyone when you're making it. I don't understand. In the midst of having a conversation, in the dialogue, if you make declarations or statements,
right,
or announcements, and I ask you questions about those declarations, statements, announcements, and you can't provide me reasons for why these statements are true, then you can sit in your illusion all you want. That's fine. But when we start to examine it, then it falls to pieces.
No. What I'm trying to explain to you is that. So let's forget Pinocchio. I'm gonna use x equals 1. If I tell you x equals 1, what is there to debate about that? If I tell you x equals 1, what would you debate with me?
How does x equal 1?
You said, say it again.
How does x equal 1?
I declared it.
How does x equal 1? That doesn't. But that see, all right.
You heard me.
Because that's a side conversation. Now, if you just want to walk down the street shouting stuff and no one, we're talking about a dialogue. We're talking about a dialogue. We're not just making statements for the fun and for the purpose of just making them.
No. What I'm saying is that if I say x equals 1,
I understand what you're saying, but in the midst of this conversation,
right,
we're having a discussion. So we're not just making declarations and making announcements. People are actually listening to them and responding to them and asking questions.
I know.
So I'm not here to make declarations. And when you make the statement that people can make declarations, yes, people can make declarations. I work in a psych hospital. They make declarations all the time. But
okay,
that doesn't
but here's what I'm actually doing though. I'm giving you an example of. I can tell that you haven't taken a course on logic. I can tell that, and I know I'm correct on that. because of how you're talking. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to explain to you how logic works. Because what happens is when you were saying earlier that you have to apply logic and reasoning, when I am Sosa asked about when he gave the car analogy, you drive so far in the car of science, then you gotta get out and walk. You said, therefore, then you apply logic and reasoning. And people misuse that all the time. What you're really talking about is belief.
No,
So
I'm not.
talk about that.
I'm not. I'm not talking about
Okay,
belief. Man.
so
You can accept that if you want,
so
but
you're
I'm
not.
not
All right.
talking about belief.
Okay, so what is belief? What does it mean to believe?
Okay, now this is sidetracking the conversation that we was even talking about.
No,
Because
it's in context. It's in context.
it is. No, it's
We
not.
have
It's not in
we have
context. It's not addressing the question that is
No,
there. Because we're
no,
not
because
talking about belief.
no, we're at the point of where I
We're
got
not
out
at
the
the point
car.
because we haven't examined anything yet.
I'm saying, just
Okay,
listen,
okay,
listen.
we're not talking about logic either.
We're not there yet. This is
not-
what I'm
Listen, I
saying.
gave the analogy.
We're
This
not
is the
talking
point of
about
jumping
logic.
the gun to what
No, but
I'm
listen,
discussing.
fam. Listen. I gave the analogy when we get out the car, right? So we're at the point of where we're getting out the car, we're leaving science.
We're not
we're
at the
trying
point
to
yet.
discuss-
This is what I'm saying. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. You
Okay, so
want to take the conversation to a certain place and
Okay,
start
where are
there.
we? Where okay,
where we at?
okay, give
Like,
We
paint
are
the
at
scenario.
examining what science says. This is where we
I
are
know,
at.
but what point are we at? Are we at the stars? Are we before the stars? We talk about what rocks, like what, like
It doesn't
where we
matter. We
walking
can examine
backwards.
anything. We're talking. Let's examine the Big Bang. This is the part of the conversation, right?
Yeah, but we can't go backwards from the Big Bang. You want to go backwards from the Big Bang? You understand what I'm saying? Like once we had the Big Bang, we can't go back no further with science. That's my point.
Okay.
Everything else is going the other way. You feel me?
Does the Big Bang posit that the universe had no direction in how it came to be? You know, that the series of how things came to be and how things formed, how laws came to be, where the planets are positioned, everything about the universe, there's no direction. No, it's not going in any from the moment that the Big Bang began, that there's no direction. This all is just happening at random.
Brush your teeth and eat it. When you say direction, can you
Explain.
come on?
Confused. Are you confused?
Okay, is it at random?
I mean, because
Go ahead.
yeah. So when the Big Bang happened, and to be exactly how they were supposed to come to be. You know, that's what chemistry is. So
You said it.
I mean, you use the word
What do you
but
you said when the Big Bang happened, it came to be exactly how it was supposed to be?
right. So what I'm saying,
Okay.
one thing following after another. One, during the Big Bang, there was a lot of particles colliding. You had a lot of antimatter and matter. That's science. And so when they were colliding, they were creating little explosions amongst themselves.
Okay.
And that's what happens when matter. So when that happens over a period of time, it's a chemical reaction. Like so everything that when space and time expanded, or when time began and space expanded, it was a chemical reaction from that point on, and then it was a reaction that caused another reaction, and then another reaction. That's all science. That's chemistry.
Okay. Now my question is this:
Right.
when these reactions are taking place, and as the universe is coming to form, and it's come to form as we know today, right? There's no. You're saying all of these things are random. There's no planning
So
involved.
let me say this. No. So let me say this. When you say the universe first came to form, it was already in form. It wasn't that singularity. It was always what it was. It just got bigger.
What do you mean?
Okay.
It was the Earth
The
in the
Big Bang.
singularity and stars and the
No.
moon as it was, and then we just spaced out.
No. What I'm saying is there was no Earth and stars, as you know, during the time of the singularity point, right? It was just, like I said, particles. It was antimatter and matter crashing into each other. That was it.
Popping in and out of
So when it expanded, when it expanded, it was okay. Let me add this part. It was very, very hot. It was like a degree that we can't even fathom. So when it cooled off, when it expanded, it cooled off after a while. And that's when things started to come to formation. So when you say uniform form, it was already formed. It just got bigger. That's all. That's what it's called the expansion of the universe. So like there was no bang.
What you said? What was already formed? Because the Earth wasn't formed as in singularity. So what was formed? It was just matter.
So the Earth. Right.
Yeah,
So
you said when the universe was formed. That's what.
Right.
You mean when Earth was formed?
No, you saying the universe was already. He's saying like, are you saying like the universe was like this already and it just expanded?
The universe.
Okay,
you're talking about you're talking about all the earthly things that come after the stars. You're talking about the actual universe was already there.
I think you're misunderstanding what the universe is. Let me say it like this. So when a woman is pregnant, right, she's 3 months and she get a pregnancy test, there is no fetus there. There's no physical. You can't see a whole baby. So at that time, it takes time for the baby to manifest itself as his stomach gets big. The universe, same thing. The Earth and that is in the universe. It came later to be. But at that time, at that singularity point, there was no Earth. It was just a universe. And the universe is just what it is. It's space.
Okay. So within the universe, everything that exists within the universe, that came to be because of the matter bouncing off of each other and creating these things.
Don't let me into that, because I just told you that the universe was boiling, piping hot, and then it cooled off, and the cooling off point is when things came to be.
Okay. Now, as these things come to be, they don't have you're saying that there's no purpose, no intention behind these things coming to be like they are.
No, that's just called a chemical reaction. That's all.
You're simplifying it to just the chemical reaction.
No intelligent design behind it. That no intelligent design. That's what he said.
Chemical reaction.
Yeah.
So would you call this random current of events chaos?
Well, if it was chaos, then how could it form things like stars and how could helium come out? I'm asking you.
I'm not saying it's chaos, but if it's random, if it's random, that means that it has no clear direction on where it's going or what it's doing.
And see, the direction thing, I'm not sure what you're doing with that word, right? Because
I mean, like for the Earth to exist right here, this is what I'm saying. Direction meaning like for things to exist as they are, to be as they are today.
Yeah.
Right.
What you're asking is, let me ask this. What you're asking, right? You're asking is that in the beginnings, right? Since from when it went from that single expansion, you're asking if it was designed to go in the direction for it to be Earth. That's what you're asking.
No, what I'm asking, is this just a random sequence of events that have no purpose, no meaning, no intent, no anything?
Yeah, no intent.
Yeah. So asking is this, right? So
and it's only happened one time.
Right. Yeah. Is that? Hold on. Wait. Be careful with that one. Now,
I'm asking you. So did this only happen one time? This Big Bang, this initial explosion, happened one time, and everything started from there, and all of these things began to happen from that bang.
Yeah. Because there's no other space. There's only one space, right?
Okay.
So no. Right, so there's not another singularity boiling somewhere ready to expand. So you only have one space, and that's the space we're in right now. So, but to answer your question, where you're going, I know where you're going. Yes, when the universe expanded, I don't know if Earth was like part of the plan at that point. But that's why I just say chemical reaction. I just say chemicals reacted, and one thing led to another. And like that just for me, that's just basic chemistry.
Okay, so
So what's the plan that there be Earth and all that?
I mean,
No, see,
from an
this
human
is where
I like for me, certain questions come into play. Yes, because you're saying that from this initial bang and from this initial explosion from this singularity, that it was the onset of a number of other reactions, chemical reactions and explosions and what have you or whatever yeah,
that continue to go on, and
yeah,
this is how we have the universe we have today, correct?
yes,
Yeah, in
yeah,
the most simplistic form that can ever be explained. Yes,
yes.
but it's a lot more complicated than that. But yeah, just
Yeah, right. Yeah,
the
overall,
same time. Yeah, the same time. Yeah.
So well, all right. So what's the probability of that happening?
I mean, what's the problem? It doesn't matter. It's like, what's the probability
It
hitting the
does
lottery?
matter. It actually does matter.
No. Listen to what I'm saying.
Okay,
The reason that it doesn't matter because even though there's a certain probability of hitting the lottery, eventually somebody's going to hit it. So it doesn't matter probability. When things happen trillions and trillions of times, eventually it's going to happen. You're going to hit.
yeah, and also I was
No,
trying to ask.
this happened one time.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
initial
So
bang was
because
one bang.
I'm trying to go on space, but let's. So I mean, like, ask. You might gotta ask a better question because yes, at one time you got one space, you got one singularity point. It only happened one time. But a
It already
supernova
happened
is
one time. It wouldn't need to happen again. It already
yeah,
happened.
right. Now
I'm
look,
saying, I'm asking you, what is the probability of this occurring
okay.
for it to only
When
happen
it
one
did.
time? So I'm
Right.
asking.
I don't know the mathematical probability of it happening, but we can agree that if something happens enough, that it's going to hit like a lottery. Eventually, going to hit.
Yeah.
We're not talking like 1
We're not
year.
saying that, but this is the thing. The Big Bang isn't saying that it happened more than once. It's saying that this bang, there was an initial bang, and that this bang was the onset of other chemical reactions that continue to flow and happen. And this is how we got the universe to be as it was today, as it is today.
Yeah.
It's not saying that it was all of these things. There was multiple big bangs and all of these things happened and this happened to be the universe. No, it's not saying that. It's saying that there was one bang, that this initial explosion happened, which set up on.
The universe was a hot boiling soup. I think full of like a little bit of hydrogen, a little bit of nitrogen, and you got quarks and stuff, these different things. Like it's a whole process that goes on that's happening over billions of years. So I'm saying, then you get the stars. Then you got to go through the process with the stars reaching a certain element point, then collapsing. So it's not just like one thing happening and boom, everything split out. It's like that's what I'm saying. It's the most simplified. It's a very extended, a very long story of different.
And it happened. They happened very fast, but when they expanded, that's like so many seconds that that never can be duped. It's like unfathomable, like billions of seconds that it took the universe to expand to where it is right now.
But y'all just saying numbers. Y'all not saying what the probability, the likelihood of something like this happening.
I told you,
to make it believable. To make. Well, science. Well, the brother was saying earlier that math is a part of science.
No.
Math is used.
I said math and science are often used together, but they're different. They're two different domains. Math and science. So that's why because we're talking about physics right here. Big Bang falls under the umbrella, the scientific discipline of physics, and a lot of physicists also are mathematicians, or they defer to mathematicians because a lot of things.
But a lot of them are mathematicians. People, you got to say right. A lot of them are mathematicians because you have to have when I thought about go to school for that, like the math you got to have already. I said, all right, I'm gonna bow out. So you gotta already be good at math, like great at math, even go to college for that shit.
That's what I was saying, and so I just want to make that clear that there are two different domains. And when you all were first talking, you were saying, well, let's see what science says, and science is limited to evidence. It's the domain of evidence. So eventually you're gonna have to invoke math or logic, and then outside of that, you're gonna run into belief. And so that we have three things at play here. So if you talk about the Big Bang, science is gonna give you a certain statements about the Big Bang,
Right.
and then you step out beyond that. Now you're in belief. And plus, the universe, people gotta understand, the universe is a description of an expansion, and the Big Bang is really not an explosion. It's a description of how things have expanded, and you reverse time and you go back to this dense, because the universe is expanding at a certain rate, and it's expanding faster. They're able to reverse it backwards and determine that it must have all come from a very small point.
Yeah, you look at the cosmic background and go backwards.
Right, the CMB. Yeah, that's what they use for it. And they estimate the age of this expansion has been going on for 13, almost 14 billion years. That's what we're describing as the universe. So that's what science
But
says.
this is what the questions I'm asking is about what science says. So there are certain things that science says about the universe, and I'm just raising questions to what science is saying to make sense of those things.
Okay, so what's one? So that's what science says about the Big Bang, that the Big Bang is not really a bang as an explosion. It's the start of an expansion. So it's a point of expansion, the beginning of that.
Do you accept that? Do you accept the science?
As far as what can be observed.
Do you accept the science, or do you? I mean, so we can know where we are. Do you accept the science, or no?
I don't accept. Yeah.
You don't accept the what?
I accept that the universe is expanding. I don't accept that this expansion is as a result of a random event.
Okay, so then give us your evidence to show that it didn't, so we can examine.
Okay, so I was asking about like the probability of this universe coming to be as it is today, the probability and the likelihood, because that makes something, to me, it makes something more believable or not believable, or acceptable or not acceptable. When we talk about it being random or not, or it being intentional. Okay, so one second. I'm trying to find what I was.
Be careful about random though as well, because random, a lot of things can be made to appear to be random when it's not, and vice versa.
Well, it has to be shown that it's. I don't think it's random. So I'm not saying that it is random. But if science is saying that it's not intentional, then it must be random.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if you're using random as the opposite of intentional, that's what I'm saying. We have to be careful.
Yeah.
What's the opposite of that?
And then once again, science is not.
What word should we use then?
Science is not concerned with who. You know what I'm saying? They just explain what happened.
Right. So they saying that it was random.
This is what happened. They're not saying who did it. None of that. Like,
I'm saying they're saying that these events happened were random.
Yeah.
Okay. So
so give us so you're supposed to give us the explanation so we can kind of examine your
there's a professor from Oxford University. He's a mathematical physicist named Roger Penrose. Um, he said when I was talking about the probability, he said that his calculations about the probability or the the Big Bang happening the way that it had, his calculation, in order for it to happen this way, it had to be one part. And I don't know, I'm not a mathematician. 1 part in 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 23. And that's followed by 10 to the 123rd power in zeros. So another professor, Penrose, Professor Roger Penrose, says that that's a number which is impossible to write out in the usual decimal way. Because even if you were to write out, put a 0 on every particle in the universe, there would not be enough particles to do the job. So he's talking about the probability of this happening, you know.
Yeah. So what was the
That's how
probability? Go ahead.
So, what's the guy name again? Tell me.
Roger Penrose.
Roger Penrose. So what's the probability he gave of the creator? What mathematical equation did he come up with?
So the whole point. So what's how you spell his last name?
Penrose.
Right. I'm not reading. Huh?
Penros.
You said M?
Peen.
Yeah, to be fair, I thought 16's the name right now. You can.
What you say?
I said, can you just text me his name right now so I can just copy it?
Yeah, I'll text it.
Yeah. I'm gonna get the Bob right guy. Anyway, guys. Okay, because I can't really hear.
Okay, so I'm looking at I'm looking at it right now. But I mean, okay, I'll just read a part of it. So in 2010, Penrose reported possible evidence based on concentric circles found in Wilkinson microwave anosmia probe data of the cosmic microwave background sky of an earlier universe existing before the Big Bang of our own present universe. For him, right?
What you say?
Yeah. He's talking about he's reporting that a universe existed before the Big Bang of our own present universe.
Oh.
Yeah.
So is that what you're rolling with? Penrose?
No, he's not examining another universe. He's examining this universe.
No, I'm reading from his background. He got a book called The Cycle of Time. He's challenging Einstein's field equation in the book. That's what I'm reading. But because he doesn't deny the Big Bang. Yeah. He's challenging Einstein's equation in that book, and he's proposing that there was another universe existed before the Big Bang universe existed.
Yes,
That's not where that number comes from. Not where that number comes from, though.
That's like the multiverse. I guess he's a part of the multiverse. So I'm aware of those hypotheses. But I thought is Roger Penrose is a part of the Big Bang according to your knowledge?
Yeah, I'm trying to find his theory. Yeah, his theory. I'm reading his wiki right now. I'm trying to find his theories and get the number. But I'm still saying though, what mathematical equation did he come up with to show or to prove or to suggest that that it was created? What was the mathematical probability of that?
He includes. So this number comes from what he considered to be all variables required for human beings to exist and live on a planet such as ours. He computed the probability of this environment occurring among all possible results of the Big Bang. He's
Yeah, but I'm saying like if
looking at the Big Bang and seeing what's the probability.
yeah, I get that. I'm saying, but
being
wouldn't you want to examine both ways though? If I said, well, what's the probability of it happening, right? Then you would want to know, well, what's the reverse? If you're saying that the probability of this happening randomly is this, then what is the probability of it being created?
Right.
How would you?
The point of it is this. The point of it is this. Okay. Calculations is basically saying that a result of the Big Bang is probable that it would occur in a way where it would where we can exist and live on this planet. That's basically what he's saying. This is what the numbers, his calculations are saying, based upon the Big Bang theory.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see it, the number. I mean, I've heard that argument before, but I don't see the number. Somebody used the same mathematical number when you talk about evolution, and they say, well, the mathematical probability happened a trillion times, and yeah. So I've heard the argument, but I can't find his I can't find his theory on it right now. I'm looking, I can't find it. I'm not saying he didn't say it, or he doesn't have one. I'm just saying I can't.
He's basically saying that this number is like zero probability. It's more unprobable that as a result of the Big Bang that human beings could exist and live on this planet. As a result of the Big Bang, it's more improbable than it is probable for that to occur.
And then for you, that is proof that it was created. That there's a intelligence behind it.
Well, that goes against the idea that what happened during the Big Bang was the sequence of events that happened in the Big Bang was a result of chance, random things happening that occurred, and this is how things ended up the way that they are.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So let's go the other way for a second. You're saying, explain to me what your idea is and what was the direction, like what direction you think that you think it was going in. You think that from that moment the intention was what we have right now, and all of the billions of years that it took to get there was done with some type of intelligence, some type of design, right? That's what you're saying, right?
Yes, I'm saying these things are the chances of it, the chances of the things that exist the way they are in the universe of it not being designed is more improbable than it is that it's more probable, more likely that there is a designer behind this because of the way things are. If we don't attribute these things to be a result of someone or an entity doing this, intelligently doing this, not just randomly, chaotically things happening, then it's not likely that that's the case.
You hearing me?
Yeah. Google Scholar.
Yeah, that's me.
What's up, man?
Yeah, peace to everybody. I just wanted to speak on a few things I heard. not saying I'm an authority or I'm a scientist, but I think I heard a few things that I think needs, well, to be corrected. Um, the first thing I want to touch on is Roger Penrose. Roger Penrose. I don't want anybody to get the idea that he was a kook or he was. Roger Penrose was a brilliant physicist, and he was a contemporary of Stephen Hawking. So this is a serious scholar.
Yeah.
In terms
Okay.
of the number that he quoted for where Professor Penrose is saying that it's improbable. He did say that, but those were not his numbers. Somebody else made a calculation, and he was saying if the numbers are that, then that would be akin to being impossible. So that's the context of that. But if you, I don't know if either of you guys know who Sean Carroll is. He's a
Okay. Yeah, yeah, I know the
yeah,
show. Yeah.
yeah. He has a lot of work on the probabilities of the universe being what it is. So um, I would suggest that we look into his work in terms of dealing with the probabilities, because according to him and according to probability theory, you have to have data sets to make probabilities. Like the universe is the only universe that we know of, so you couldn't put a probability on it. Um, I don't want to say evolve, on it playing out like it did in this scenario. So because what happened is that we have the universe, we have the Big Bang, and we have the fundamental forces. There's no way for us to know is if there's a way that the universe could have played out in a different way. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's like probability. It would not be it would not be possible to calculate the probability to say, well, because I guess what the brother is trying to say is that because they don't see how it would have come to be in this way, that there must be an intention behind the universe. And
Yeah.
there's basically no way for anybody to know that. Not saying it's not possible, but
I'm not
if you
saying intention because you can't measure intention. You can't measure intent. I'm saying there's intelligence. There's intelligence by the way in which the universe is structured.
Okay,
There's
so
intelligence there.
let me jump in right here real quick, please. So because you have to understand in intelligence, people interpret a pattern as intelligence. And so I don't want to confuse or go beyond that scope right there. When you see a pattern, you think of intelligence. So for example, we don't have to go deep or far at all. We could simply pull up the periodical table of elements, that chart, and we could look at from hydrogen all the way down to the last element, and we can see how those elements periodically uh, repeat themselves, which is why it's called a periodical chart in the first place. And we'll notice that in each of those elements, you have protons, neutrons, and electrons. What makes those elements distinct from one another is not what it's composed of, because all of them are composed of those three things: protons, neutrons, and electrons. But it's the quantity and the arrangements of those things that make each of those elements distinct. And the arrangement in the electron cloud, each ring has a fixed number of electrons that it can hold. And so that forms a pattern. And by us looking at that pattern, we will interpret that as intelligence because of a pattern that will repeat itself, not only within itself, but it repeats. Why we call it a periodical table of elements. It has certain periods and it repeats. When you get to the noble gas, then it goes down to the next line. You get to the noble gas on that line, it goes down to the next line because it becomes complete. And so that is being interpreted as intelligence because of the observable patterns. So I don't want to, I want to define that for the conversation because people tend to to take it there and then say intelligent design and then invoke God and stuff like that. But that's not the case. So I just want to make that clear.
All right, so we'll use the word design.
Well,
Is
yes.
that a better word?
No, what I'm saying is that there's an observable pattern, and nobody can refute that, because everybody, you know, is aware, or whoever's aware of the periodic chart, unless you don't believe that that chart is means anything. But if you accept the chart, then you accept pattern, the observable pattern, and people interpret that as intelligent, and that's fine as long as they don't therefore then jump out the window and then you invoke a God who's intelligent and put that pattern.
Well, what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying, you're saying we can't attribute it to that. What I'm saying, okay, if we see design, if we saying that certain constants are in play within the universe, that allow, and if these constants weren't there, then certain things wouldn't be the case. And if we attributed these constants and these things to being the way that they are as a result of random chaotic chance events just happening, I think that's not a logical stance or reasonable. I won't say logical. It's not a reasonable stance to take.
See, that's the problem now, because what you're saying is basically, there is, you know, that there's a way, that there's another way that this universe could be. But what I'm saying is, we don't know. It's also possible that this is the only way the universe could exist. What we are seeing, what's playing out, is like, it's possible that there couldn't be any other way. But what you're saying is,
no, I'm not. Well, I'm talking about probable. I'm not talking about possible.
Yeah, but your argument was a
probability. The probability of it being like this, from this explosion from the Big Bang, is improbable.
No, but you're saying that, but
anything
then
is
you
possible,
have to,
but the probability of it is not the case.
I understand what you're saying, but in saying that, you're saying that it's this way is not probable. So therefore, there must be some kind of, I guess you'd say, designer or intelligence why it is this way.
Yeah, I don't know how we playing with intelligent design. Hassan, this is an intelligent design argument. Like we just tiptoeing around it. We'll just say intelligent. Okay, we'll just say design. Like it's the intelligent design argument, bro.
Yeah.
It is. It's intelligent design model. Come on, bro.
Yeah, let's just say what it is. Let's deal with it on face value. What it is. We can just
right. And let's debate Big Bang versus intelligent design. That's all.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Make it way easy.
No. Let's debate the points that's being raised. Let's debate the points that's being raised, because what happens is this. If we don't debate the points and the questions that's being raised, then you can skip over what I'm saying and try to jump into something else and create a position that hasn't been taken yet.
No. What I'm saying is that the arguments you're making are intelligent design, right?
Okay.
But when we try to say, well, no, you're saying it's a design, you go, no. I'm not saying this.
I'm saying it's design. Let's be clear. I'm saying the universe is designed, and I'm using science. I'm using science to give examples of that design, and that is more probable. It's more probable that there is a designer versus improbable that there is that these things came to be the way they are from a chance of random events.
But listen though, Beck, your example that you gave was mathematical, right? You gave logic. You didn't use science. You use math that you can't even falsify to determine if it's correct or not.
Either way, I don't know why I would say that. Are you saying that it's impossible that there isn't
the math came from what was determined from science?
No, but you're going against science.
Nowhere. The math came from the Big Bang, examining the Big Bang theory.
Okay, can you show me
hold on, one second.
This is what he
because the designer is not a
falsifier.
From
examining the Big Bang theory,
I think Google Scholar was hinting to this. When you invoke the word, when you talk about probabilities, you have to have some other system. You can't invoke probability on a a single system that you're aware of. You have to have multiples in order to have probabilities. So for you to say it's improbable, you're gonna have to tell us what are you basing it off of outside of this known universe.
Okay, that was Professor
I'm not
Carl's
basing it.
argument. That's mine.
Listen, you keep asking about the known universe. I'm talking about the universe. I'm talking about the universe. I'm talking about what is seen and what's observable through science, and I'm examining that. I'm examining the Big Bang theory. The professor, the number that he gave when he talked about the improbability was him examining the Big Bang. It wasn't just him looking at things like just math, just making some mathematical question. The equation was based off of what the theory says.
Yes, but I'm
Right.
saying that
So it's not
other
just a
physicists have
mathematical
looked at it
equation
and
that doesn't include science.
says that his premise was faulty because he didn't have prior data sets to compare it to.
Says
Because
this.
I told you when I came on, Professor Sean Carroll.
And that's what I'm saying. If you don't have multiple data sets, you can't invoke probabilities. Because even at a quantum level, when they're doing quantum inflation and they're doing these probabilities, once it's measured, they have that quantum system is destroyed and they have to have a fresh one. So even when they do it on a quantum level outside of the fundamental laws of physics, the same thing occurs. And scientists, actual physicists know this. So again, here's the thing. We don't have to go that deep and that far. Just deal with the periodic table of elements. That shows a pattern. No one can dispute that because on the first electron orbit, you can max out 2 electrons. The next one I think is 4, 8, and then the numbers, I forget the numbers off the top of my head. But each of those electron clouds or orbits can hold a certain amount of electrons, and you can see how it repeats and things like that. So we see a pattern. So we don't have to go that far to see pattern, and people interpret that as
I'm not talking about patterns, though. I'm not bringing that argument up. I'm not talking about seeing patterns. I'm talking about seeing, I'm talking about examining science and what does science say, and what can we extrapolate from what science says about the universe.
I know I heard you say that before, but I'm saying the periodic table of elements is part of science, brother. And
but
so,
I'm not using that as a basis for my argument.
No, I'm not saying you are. That's why I started my sentence by saying we don't have to go that far or that deep. We can look at the periodic table of elements to see a pattern, to see something.
I'm not talking, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about patterns. I'm talking about things like constants.
Okay, what you're saying pattern, is it not a constant moving from one element to the next on the periodic chart? Is that not a constant?
What do you mean moving from one periodic table to the, what do you mean moving?
Okay, so the first electron orbit, is that not a constant too? Is that not constant?
Constant within that element?
Can more than 2 electrons hold the first position around an
That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the periodic table. You want to? I'm not going into a conversation about the periodic table.
No. I know you're. Listen, I know you're not talking about the periodic table. I'm the one that brought that up, so I'm very much aware that you're not talking about that. But what you are talking about, as you just admitted, was a constant, and I'm showing you the constant in the periodic table. So you keep saying you're not talking about it. I know that, but I'm saying in the periodic table of elements, we can see a pattern. I said the word pattern. We could see a constant. We could see design, if you want to call it that. We can see all those things right there.
Let me ask the brother a few questions.
I'm not you. I mean, I'm not using that as a basis of my argument. So it's not something that I'm.
Let me ask you a couple questions
as an evidence for anything. I'm not using the periodic table.
No, but you're going back to the Big Bang, and when you first started talking, at least when I tuned in, you admitted that you are not aware about the Big Bang. You're not brushed up on the Big Bang. So to me, it doesn't seem like it's a very good conversation to have if you starting off admitting that you don't know much about the Big Bang.
Not particulars, but I don't know. No, I don't know much particulars, but I know I understand certain.
I'm trying to help you out by doing the periodic table.
No, because I don't think that helps me out. I don't think that helps me out.
Everything that you're bringing up is in the periodic table. You're bringing up constants. You're bringing up constants. You're bringing up intelligence. You're bringing up design. All that.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the periodic table.
So let me ask you this: in your model, what would a non-designed universe look like?
What would a universe that's not designed to look like?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So then are you saying that a non-designed universe is impossible?
You mean as a
the universe had to be designed? There's no way for a universe to exist that's not designed. Is that your argument?
I'm talking about this universe. I don't know what other universe I'm talking about.
We're talking about the same universe. But
okay.
So you know that this universe is designed. So what I'm trying to figure out, are you saying that a non-designed universe is impossible?
Can you show me I don't see evidence for a non-designed universe.
Yes, but could there be one?
No.
Oh, so your position is not falsifiable. That's not science.
Like I said, I'm not operating just from the basis of science.
Oh, so
I'm not limiting my scope of understanding to just the basis of science.
So it's faith also?
I didn't say faith.
No,
so
but
I don't get it. Then what's the other method?
What reasons would I have to believe that a universe came into existence by itself and was able to sustain itself by itself without having no design in it?
Well, it could be the same reason that you believe that the designer came into existence by itself and sustains itself by itself.
I don't believe that the designer came into existence by itself.
So you believe that the designer was always here?
Yeah, that's what he believes.
Okay.
So if the designer was always here, why couldn't the universe be always here?
Because the universe had a cause. The universe has a cause.
Designer
have a cause?
No.
Why does the universe have to have a cause if the designer has no cause?
Because we know the universe has a cause. We
What's
know
the cause of the universe?
We know the universe had a beginning. It had a starting point.
What's the beginning?
We know that the universe had a starting point. If something is expanding, it has to go back to a starting point.
Wait.
If something If something is expanding, does it have a starting point?
Hey, hold on. Okay, good.
Why are we holding
that? Because the Big Bang, because I want you to listen. Because like you said, you're not familiar with the theory. So the Big Bang, the starting point is the expansion. But guess what? It was here before the expansion. So the universe that we talk about today, that was due to the expansion. But it was here before the expansion. It was sitting there bubbling.
Says who?
It was always here because time started.
Says who?
Time started.
Who says that the universe was always here? So the universe is eternal.
Okay, cool. I'm going to raise you one.
You're saying that the universe is eternal.
Okay, got you. I heard you. So who said the design was always here? You?
I'm asking you. You saying you answer my question with a question. I'm responding to what you said with the question.
No. Both of us are making a statement. I'm saying according to science, the universe was always here, and you challenged that. But then you said the designer was always here. So I'm saying according to who.
No, I'm saying my question was in response to what you said, and then you asked me a question in response to my question. My question was, you saying that the universe, you saying that the universe was always here. It was always here. So you're saying that the universe is eternal.
Okay, listen. Well, yeah. According to what we have right now, there's nothing to say that it wasn't always here.
Okay.
So, with that
The
being
universe,
said, you said,
the universe has a
okay, I got you.
cause. It has a
Okay,
beginning.
cool. Okay, all right, cool. No, okay, cool. That's what you say. That's what you say. So now
It
I'm
doesn't
saying the
have a
same thing
beginning.
about your designer. Listen, I'm gonna say the same thing about your designer. Your designer had a cause. It had a beginner. It had a beginning. So for you to say that it was always here, it's eternal, the same word you use it for the universe, who is saying that? You? What's the evidence that the designer was always here? How? What led you to believe that? What evidence?
Okay. The universe was not always here.
Okay, right. And the so-called designer was not always here.
The
He had a
universe
cause.
has a cause. It has a beginning.
But what about your designer? Did he have a beginner or a cause?
If we establish that the universe has a beginning, and
Okay.
we
Well,
establish
all right. So I'm pausing on that, right? Because remember, we're talking about the universe and we're talking about the designer. So now I'm saying back to you. I'm saying your designer would have to have a cause as well, right? The beginning.
no.
Okay, cool. Stop right there. So
A
what?
special
Who
pleading.
says that besides you? Right.
Huh?
Besides you saying the design didn't have a beginning and cause, what evidence can you point to suggest that he never had a cause or a beginning?
Okay, this is what I'm using my reasons. I'm using my reasons to establish the position that I'm taking. Now you can refute my reasons as that, but what you keep asking for evidence, and I'm talking and I'm using reasons to establish my position. If you want to refute my reasons, then you can do so.
It was a belief, and that's what I was saying before. Right now,
Not a
you
belief.
about to describe your belief right now.
Yeah, your belief. That's all it is.
You're calling it reason though, so I get it. I get you. You're clothing your belief under the word through the word.
You have a belief too, but you hold the belief that the universe was always here, right?
No, what
I'm
I'm
not
saying,
saying it. I'm not saying
Do
either
you
way.
hold the belief that the universe was always here?
I'm saying science does
No,
not exclude that.
right.
I'm asking a direct question.
what I'm saying is that I'm just trying to get us to properly describe what we're talking about. We got three things going on. We got science, which is deal with evidence, math is dealing with logic, and then we have belief. And so I just want to label things properly. I'm not saying one is good or better or worse or whatever the case is. I'm just saying let's just label these things accurately. Because when you step outside of science, then you're outside of the domain of evidence. And but we got to be careful not to invoke the word reasoning when we're really talking about our beliefs. This goes for everybody. I'm not saying just you. I'm not saying just you. I'm saying everybody.
I'm not getting into belief, but it seems to me that this argument is flawed in multiple ways. For one, according to scientists, the math, which is logical, according to what Wuja said, the
Let him answer the
math.
question, though. Let him answer the question. I want
Okay,
to hear.
go ahead.
I want to hear his example, his evidence for the existence that the creator being eternal, not having to create it. What is your evidence?
See, that's what y'all want to jump to try to just jump on that.
No, that was the question.
Instead of talking about science, which
No,
points to a direction, y'all want to jump the gun and jump to a different.
Nah. Listen, that was a question that Unbiased asked you. You said that the universe had a beginning, right? And so the question he asked you was, what evidence do you have that the creator was always here? That's a reasonable question to ask. If we say universe is always here, you deny that, but you say the creator is always here, and
I'm saying this is my argument. My argument is this. My argument is this because y'all because it seems like y'all keep trying to skip over my initial points that I'm raising and go to without addressing what I'm saying and go to something else different.
Okay, ask the direct question.
Talking about talking about in this discussion, talking about God and establishing proofs for God is secondary to establishing or how God exists and things like that is secondary to establishing that.
Oh, who said God? Nobody said God.
Or
I said
there's
Yeah, no, you can't say God. We're talking about creator. Remember, creator only.
okay, there's
a
a creator. Okay. That's secondary to establishing that there is a designer of the universe. Asking
yeah.
questions
So
about how that the designer exists is secondary to establishing that there is a designer.
well, in order for it to be a designer, right, you would have to first show that the designer exists, and then we
Right.
can move forward. If you can't show there's no designer, then how can we go? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
If
I
you
already
make,
talked
you're
about
making, if you,
probability. I
I'm
already
saying,
talked about the unprobability of.
no, you gave it a probability of somebody's probability of the world coming to existence as it is, as we know now, right? But it's not a mathematical fact, right?
What I gave was the probability that the professor examined from the Big Bang, from examining the Big Bang theory, he examined the probability of human life existing on this earth as it is today is unprobable. As a result of the Big Bang.
Do you agree with that, Professor?
Yes.
Oh, but the professor is not saying it's impossible, but a moment ago you said it's impossible.
I said it's improbable.
No,
It's
you said it's impossible.
I said that the professor said it's improbable. You asked me about the universe, another universe existing.
No, what I ask you
from not
is
being
it
designed.
yes,
If
and
it's
you said
improbable, then it's impossible.
no.
Okay.
Those words don't mean the same thing. Impossible and improbable are two different things. To put it in colloquial terms, impossible means it cannot happen. Improbable means it's unlikely to happen. It's two different things.
So the number that he gave was that it's not probable.
Right. So that it could happen, it's
This is
just
what I
not
agree
probable.
with.
But
It's more unlikely to hold a position that it is the case that it comes from a result of the Big Bang in a series of random chaotic events is more unlikely than it is likely.
I don't know why you keep saying random and chaotic, because nobody
Because
is a
you're saying there's
certain.
no design. If it's
But
no
that does not.
design,
No design does not mean that it's random or chaotic.
so what is it? So what is it then?
Well, according to science, the fundamental forces means that because the fundamental forces are active, means that there's order to how the things play out. Even though it may not look orderly to you, it is because there is gravity. Things that have mass is going to attract each other. That's just one of the fundamental forces. But basically, it's not random.
Did anybody make this happen?
Anybody?
There's
No.
no force behind this. And you're trying to like explain what happened as if it's not random. Like there was forces behind it. Yeah, it's probably is forces behind it. But
Yes.
those
So,
forces are random.
The forces are random?
They have no method to them.
No, but you're saying that somebody designed these forces.
I'm saying what the Big Bang Theory suggests is that these forces are random. They have no method. It's not these,
They have no
whatever you
method.
explain these. They have no method of interaction. It's not done purposely.
It's not purpose. Purpose implies that there's an agent. I don't understand the point you're trying to make.
Yeah,
There's a difference between There's a difference between random and like you say, purpose. There's a huge difference there.
Well, you're saying that it's not random, so I'm asking you, what is it?
No, so I'm saying is with the universe, all you need are the fundamental forces, and basically the universe happens.
There's an action and a
What
reaction.
What are these forces that are making these things happen?
The strong and the weak force, electromagnetism and gravity.
And then they just stop.
They don't stop.
Stop.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
hope they don't
I
stop.
mean they
Yeah.
become constants though. They become constants because if you're talking about the electromagnetic force and gravity,
Mhm.
these things become constants.
Yeah, but these are the forces. These are the
Right, but they
fundamental
become
forces.
constants. They become constants.
Okay. And your point?
My point is that it just happened is not an explanation for something.
Okay. Let me get back. Let me try to help
It just
you out here.
happened seems very random.
Nobody is saying it's just happened.
You just said that. You just said it just happened.
No, I never said that.
Okay.
I'm saying is that there are four fundamental forces. No scientist ever said to you these forces came from X or they just popped out of X. It is possible.
Right.
It is possible that the fundamental forces are, like you say, a constant, that they've always been there.
Right.
And the math also
What
does
scientific
not.
method did you use to assume that they were always there?
I'm not saying that are you understand me? I'm saying it is possible. I'm not saying that it is.
What's the possibility? What's the probability of these constants just always being there?
I don't, there's no probability because we don't know.
There
We
is a
don't have enough.
probability. There has to be a probability of these things existing in this singularity the way that they are. What's the probability of these things just happening in this course taking place the way that it took place? What's the probability? What are the chances that this happens exactly this
What
way
are the
on one?
chances? So
The
you left
chances, the
from
probability, this
the chances and probability are not the same thing. Probability implies math. That means you have to have data.
all right, well, let's stick to the probability. What's the probability of these things
We don't
happening?
know the probability because we don't have prior data to establish that. I'm saying, according to the math, it's possible that we're actually in a multiverse. The math actually says that that's possible. So we don't know. You're saying
Right.
you know. So what I'm
I'm
trying to
saying it's
figure,
improbable,
you're saying it's improbable, but
not probable.
improbable does
So
not mean impossible.
that's what we try. So simply
Maybe
saying it's improbable
So you would
doesn't.
rather hold the position. You would rather hold the position that something is less improbable to occur when there's evidence to when there's reason to believe that it's more improbable not to occur. You would
do
you
you
would go towards
do you
towards the
understand?
position.
Do you
You would go.
understand that improbable things can happen?
I'm talking about more improbable
No.
and less improbable.
Do
I'm
you
not saying that.
understand that?
I'm not saying just. I'm not talking about just the based on probability and improbability. I'm saying what is more probable and less probable.
Yes,
That's probable
but
things can happen.
if
You would rather hold the position. You would rather hold the position of the less probable thing that occurred versus the more probable thing that occurred.
I'm saying I don't know which one it is. You're saying you do. That's the difference.
Yeah.
But
There's two possibilities. I'm saying it could be this, it could be that. You're saying no, it's only this. And I'm asking you, how do you know? And you can't explain how you know. Because in order for you to
No.
know,
it's
you would
belief.
have to rule out one. And you can't do that.
Right.
It's belief, and that's
Exactly.
why I keep saying it. It gets to, it crosses the line. It gets to belief. And usually, when you get to the line, our frontier of knowledge, people invoke some type of God type concept, whether they call
God
it
of the
creator or
gaps.
science.
Got it.
The God of the gaps, and that's what we're basically dealing with right here in this conversation.
All right, so let's examine certain things. The gravitational constant that exists.
Mm-hmm.
What's the gravitational constant that exists?
The gravitational constant, I think is G, or the gravitational force. I don't know the value exactly, but in a vacuum, it says
What would
that
happen if go ahead, go ahead.
no, go ahead. I'm just butchering science that
You
I
could
don't really.
you could
Yeah.
just talk about energy and matter not being created
Mm.
or destroyed, just changing form. What about that law of conservation?
Yeah.
If the
Law of
gravitational
conservation.
force was different,
Hmm.
would the Earth be able to exist to sustain human life?
Probably not. But who says it's possible for the gravitational force to be
Okay,
different?
I didn't say it was possible. I'm asking the question. If it was
Okay.
different,
If it
We can
was
do the
would it
if.
be
different, I
We
possible
can
to
imagine.
sustain human life?
we can do the if all day long. We could say if the Earth's
Right.
atmosphere did not have the right mixture of nitrogen and oxygen, could it sustain human life? We could say no.
Yeah, but when you go around and you look at the universe and you examine all these constants, there are all these constants that exist in order for
Hmm.
us to exist, and you attribute those things existing the way that they are as random. They just happen to
No,
exist that way. They just
it's
happen to
not
exist that
random.
way. We just happen to exist.
It's not
You
random.
gotta understand, random is
It's
relative. Something that could be random to you right now in a larger system is not random. It forms a pattern. The more you zoom into a pattern, things may appear to be random, but when you zoom out, it will be a pattern. And we do this all the time visually. When you look at a picture, you zoom in of an overhead shot of something, you could see an image, but when you are on the ground walking, you may not see the layout, the lay of the land to know that you're walking within a street that's designed looking like a duck or something. So it appears random, the street lights and the way the street turns left and right, random to you, but it's
I'm not
actually
saying what appears. I'm saying what is.
no,
I'm
no.
saying
But
what
I'm saying,
is.
but what appears, what is, you won't know what is until you observe it. And so again, you're
We,
stepping into
what do you
belief.
mean?
Like
What
you
do you
don't know
mean?
what is until you observe it.
Do we know what the gravitational force is based on science?
yes, we know
Yeah.
about
Okay, so
well,
we
some.
know that, right? We
No,
know
no.
those
Mm.
things,
I'm
right?
I'm addressing you constantly bringing up random, and I'm just reminding you in the conversation that random is relative. And I gave an example of what appears to be random to you, and to you that randomness is real, but in the larger scale of things, it is actually a pattern. Just because you're not conscious or aware
You
of it.
keep saying me, but
No.
the science doesn't explain it though. This is what I'm saying. You keep saying
Mm.
because you science doesn't explain these things.
And
Doesn't
what?
explain what? Doesn't explain what?
Science does not
What does
have an
it say?
Science does not have an explanation for what.
But no, hold on, wait a minute. Let's first get this clear. Science does the body of science that we're calling science does not have the answers to everything. So I do hope we understand that.
Yes.
So we can't
I
penalize
mean,
science for not knowing, not being able to bring forth evidence of something.
Yes,
Science
but
is
if
the
you're
body of
saying
knowledge.
science can't explain something, you have to explain what science can explain, because it may be that he doesn't know, doesn't mean that science does not have an explanation.
Okay, I just asked you about these particles or matter that existed within the singularity in the Big Bang. And I asked
What?
you,
right. What if,
okay, I've been asking you about uh, whether it's random or not.
what
I'm
the
saying it's not
particles?
random. I'm saying because of the fundamental forces, this is the way the universe emerged.
I'm
The
saying
universe.
Wait,
what are these fundamental forces
I
that are
explained to you that before. The four fundamental forces are gravity, the strong and the weak force, and electromagnetism.
I have a key question to ask just for my clarification. So this is Brother Hassan. So
yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
ask you, do you, based on your understanding of the Big Bang, do you believe the Big Bang is the beginning of creation?
good question.
I don't know exactly too much about it to say no. And in terms of what I know about the Big Bang, suggesting that and from this discussion, from what I know about it, no.
Okay, so okay, now based on that answer, the Big Bang isn't
Hold on. I'm sorry. What was your question again? I'm sorry. Let me make sure I answered you the right way.
okay. I was asking you, do you based on what you know about the Big Bang, is your stance that the Big Bang is the beginning of creation?
I mean, I don't really hold to the Big Bang concept. So no, I don't really hold to that concept.
That's a weird
That's not the
answer.
question. Yeah, that's not the question.
Wait, hold
Like,
up.
he's
Now,
asking.
hold on.
Yeah.
Let me just ask him a follow up, because the reason why I asked that is because I noticed that throughout this conversation, you're trying to extrapolate what science says, but I asked you the very core to this conversation, your stance on the Big Bang, whether you feel it's the beginning of creation or not, and now you're saying you don't hold to it. So how is it possible that you can extrapolate something from science if you don't hold to what science actually says about the Big Bang itself? That's like contradictory. I don't see how the conversation can really get anywhere.
You're saying how can I use what the
How can you deny science's description of the Big Bang, but then have a conversation to extrapolate from science what it says about the Big Bang?
so I have to accept it in order to have a conversation about it?
Oh, but if
No.
you're arguing from it,
Yeah, but I'm saying your arguments are the premises of a lot of things that you're saying is restricted to what science says, but then in the ultimate question, you don't accept what science says. So that's kind of weird. That's like counterproductive.
Why you say that's the case?
It's like it's like me talking about a mathematical equation, but I never even accepted your assignment of your variables in the first place. So it's like why would I even have a conversation or argue?
Because everything just because it comes from the realm of science doesn't mean that what science posits put forth is true.
I know, but in the
Right. So
beginning of
there's certain parts of science that I can accept, and certain parts of science that I don't have to accept.
yeah, I get that. But I'm saying that you're questioning things and you're restricting it to science, but yet you don't accept what science says about the Big Bang.
You keep saying what science says. Yeah, I don't accept everything that science says. If science says that the universe started from a Big Bang and there was no designer, then I don't accept that. No. But I can accept that science says that gravity exists.
Okay, so now I know you just pulled both of those up, but I'm saying, I mean, you just said those two things, but there has to be a reason why you don't accept one and accept the other. Like
My reasoning,
you can't. I
my
mean, otherwise we just say cherry pick. It's like eeny, meeny, miny, mo. You know, so
it's
it
not
has to be.
it's not it's because like I said before in the beginning, there's only a certain point that science will go. There's a certain limit to which science will go. And only observing what's observable and what's measurable. And it doesn't include um, um, asking questions like how or why or using or reasoning to determine why things are and things like that. It only observes and it measures. That's all that it does. So in observing and measuring and coming to understanding what gravity is, yes, I can accept that. That's observable and measurable. But when it comes to other matters, when we talk about um,
Where does gravity come from?
I don't know where gravity comes from. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Where does gravity come from?
Did gravity always exist?
No.
Okay, so gravity was created.
Yes.
Okay, was it created at the Big Bang or did it exist before the Big Bang?
You mean did it exist before the universe?
No, I didn't ask the universe and the Big Bang. Did gravity exist before the Big Bang?
Again, I don't subscribe to the idea of a Big Bang happening necessarily.
Oh, so wait a minute.
I
So,
believe that
wait a minute. So you
there
don't,
is a designer. I believe that there is a designer. See, if you ask me about the Big Bang, and you're basically pinning me down to what the Big Bang says, when that's not
no, but
necessarily
I
what
thought the whole
I be
conversation.
accepting that.
But I'm saying the whole conversation you've been asking about something you don't even believe that's
Right.
exists. Whatever. Like I'm trying to now. I'm really thrown off because you were asking all this time about the Big Bang, Big Bang. So if you don't subscribe to
Because
the
this
Big
is the
Bang,
question. The question is this is the question. The question is who created the universe? God or the Big Bang? This is the question.
okay.
So this is what I've been addressing.
We
The
first
idea
have to.
that the
No,
universe came from a Big Bang without a designer, without a
that's
creator.
faulty though, because we first have to establish the existence of God before we say, is it God or the Big Bang? We
We
have
don't have
evidence
to.
for it.
No, we don't. Not necessarily.
What do you
We
mean
can
we
use.
don't?
We
Okay,
don't.
then we don't have to
We
establish the
can
Big
use what
Bang
we
then.
observe. We can
We
use
don't
what we can use what we observe within the universe to establish.
No, 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 no. Things that
What do you
don't
mean
exist
no?
cannot be the cause of anything.
see, wait a minute, wait a minute. So you're saying that we have two options. So the question is who created the universe? Option number 1 is God, option number 2 is Big Bang. So those two options are not on equal footing because you're saying God doesn't have to be established
Right.
beforehand,
Right. Right.
but
Right.
the Big
I'm
Bang
saying
does.
I'm not
But the
saying it
Big
doesn't have
Bang
to be
does.
established. I'm
And
not
and we
saying.
have evidence
What
for
I'm
the
saying
Big
is
Bang. We
this.
have none for God.
Right.
What I'm saying is this: you have evidence in the universe for the God. This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this, and my argument that I'm putting forward is this: I'm putting forward that my argument is that within the universe is design, and this design calls for a designer. Within the universe, the universe had a cause, and this cause of the universe is the creator.
Okay, so
Okay,
let me
so
ask you this.
now
If the create
I'm when you want to examine my argument, you have to then examine first what am I using to say that there is a designer? What am I using within the universe to say that there is a creator? To discredit my argument that a creator exists.
well, what this go back to what I said that we got to label things properly because your statement is not falsifiable. Therefore, we can throw science out the window in this conversation. So we're
That's
not having
exactly what I said
we're
before.
not yeah we're not having a scientific conversation. We're more so having a philosophical conversation. Um, whatever it is not science because your statements is not falsifiable because that's why I said the two options, God or the Big Bang. One is falsifiable, and we have
That's why I said you
evidence.
use your reasons to determine which more is between the two. You have reasons
Well, let's go back.
to accept. You
Let's
have
go back
reasons
to
to accept. You have reason to accept that it is the Big Bang, right? You have your reasons, and you use your reasons based off of science, right?
well, no, my answer to the question to the question on the video is neither, because the Big Bang doesn't purport to create. It's the expansion, and so if we want to get technical, neither. But what I was saying though is just to label things properly is that we're not really having a scientific conversation because invoking God is one of the options. Now you have gone outside of what you can provide evidence for. Because if I ask you if God created the universe, then what did God use to create it? And so then you get
And
into
this is go
creating
ahead.
something out of then you get creating something out of absolute nothing and things, then that whole conversation will kind of flow from there.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. if there is a designer, if there's a designer, and if there's a creator, what would have to be some of the qualities of this designer or creator of the universe? Because when I ask you, if I ask you these questions, and I'm asking you these questions to basically show you, when you ask how, these questions are, when you understand it, they're like illegitimate. They're illegitimate questions to ask how.
Wait, how something is occurring?
I'm not talking about I'm not talking about from the basis of science. I'm talking about in understanding the concept of a creator, right? Asking the question of how is an illegitimate question, because if there is a creator and a designer of the universe, then this creator and designer of the universe would have to be powerful enough to create the universe and sustain it. It would have to have certain qualities and attributes as a result of being the creator.
Well, what I said at the very beginning is that anything that's created has a creator.
That's not true.
Yes, when you invoke something that is created, it has a creator.
That's
vice versa. In
not
order
true.
for something to be a creator, they would have.
How is that not true? That's the logical conclusion of
That's
that statement.
logical.
It's not. It's
That's
not.
very logical.
See what I'm
So
saying?
you
Like,
have
just deny logic.
creation with no create.
Yeah. So now you were relying on logic and reasoning. Now you're throwing in the
Right.
trash.
Now
I'm
go.
not throwing it in the trash. I'm not throwing it in the trash. Okay. If we understand, because okay, let me explain. If a creator exists, then it would be necessary for this creator to have certain qualities, and these qualities would have to be absolute.
That's all assumptions right there, though.
I'm building the argument. I'm building the argument. So when you ask me the question, you understand that the question is illegitimate.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
All right,
you need to define absolute.
Okay, but let me ask you this question: Is the creator a creator before they create something?
Yes.
Okay, that
Because
that-
these
I'm
I'm
done with the
because
conversation.
people
You can't be a creator before you
Let me
create
explain.
something.
Let me explain. Let me explain. Let me explain.
Yeah, here it is right here.
The qualities and
How are
attributes
you a
that,
father without kids?
which question you want me to answer first?
How are you a father without... Okay, well, I just want to insert this real fast. How are you a father without kids? Like, now you can go. Explain the creator without creating something.
Okay, you're comparing the creation to the creator, which can't be the case. So when we talk about the creator, we're talking about the creator, and it has to have certain qualities and attributes about him. Okay, so
one of those qualities would be to create something.
Right.
If it can't create something, then it's not a creator.
okay, but these qualities are inherent within the creator. They're not.
Yeah,
No
but
one.
I have the quality of being
Not gonna
father
let me finish. Not gonna let me
and a
finish.
husband.
No one gave the creator the ability to create. He is the creator.
That's not what he said. He didn't say who gave the creator the ability to create.
I said no one gave the
creator without creating something.
That's not true.
No, he said, how can somebody be a creator without creating something?
Yeah.
Okay. The qualities that the creator possess are inherent within the essence of the creator. So he doesn't need to be.
Right.
He doesn't need to create something. Well, I don't have to stop.
Okay.
Well, I gotta keep stopping. I don't understand. He doesn't need to create something to be the creator.
Okay, wait, because I'm saying I have many qualities too as a human being. I have the quality to be rich. I have the quality to be a murderer. I have the quality to be a lot of shit, right? But I'm none of those things right now. So I'm not that. So you can't call me a rich man, even though I have the quality to be rich. Or I got the quality to be a murderer, but I'm not that. You can't call me a murderer.
Okay, like I said, you're talking about
the
creation. You're talking about the creation.
Right.
What I'm saying is you're talking about the creation, and I'm talking about the creator. Those are two different conversations. Right. Okay. So in the context of the creator,
Yeah, I'm
he
gonna Google
does not.
creator for you, bro.
You can Google it all you want. Okay.
So,
In the
what
context,
does
in the
creator mean?
context.
Okay, how about,
Oh my
I
gosh.
got a better
Can I
question.
finish what I'm
This
saying?
is,
You want to
no,
let me
no.
finish? How many questions you gonna
Wait,
ask me before I can
this is
finish my statement?
this is very important because we never asked this question. What does the creator mean to you?
What does the creator mean to me?
To
Yeah,
you,
what is
yes.
the definition of a creator?
What
Yeah, what is it?
Of a creator?
Your
Yeah.
creator.
Okay.
Right. The way you use it. What's
Specific
that
in what
mean?
you're asking.
And I
Okay,
got so
when
many
you say
questions.
creator, what's that mean? When you use the
The
word
creator
creator,
is the
the noun creator, what's that mean?
what did you say?
Got it? When you use the
I didn't hear
word,
what
the
you
noun
said.
creator, what does that mean? When you use the word, the noun creator, what does that mean to you?
All things come from that being.
Okay,
Oh, so
so
it's a
your
being now.
definition, right? Yeah. So now look, your definition. Did you make it up, or where'd you get it from?
Okay. Definition that
Because
I
I pulled it
have.
up. You might be in trouble.
You got a declaration. Made a declaration.
You might be in trouble, right, real quick. So be careful.
You can Google something if you want, but it's not
No,
going to
but
be a
I'm
basis.
asking. Right, okay, but I'm asking you, where did you get your definition from?
My understanding of the creator comes from the Quran.
The Quran.
Okay, cool. Okay, so how does no problem. So how does the Quran describe?
No.
I mean, his name Hassan. Like I thought we already knew this. I thought his name was Hassan. Like I thought. We
No, I can accept that. Because
I'm just playing.
asking. I can accept that because I'm asking. I'm not asking about anything. I'm asking about how did he get his definition. So if this is for the Quran, I can accept that. So, and how does the Quran describe the creator?
The Quran says there are more than one creator. It says Allah is the best of the creators.
That's true. What's wrong with the statement?
So there are more than one creator. You said there was just one.
I didn't say that there was just one.
Oh, so there are many creators?
I said there is the creator.
Okay, so what's the definition of the creator? Yeah, now look.
There's a difference.
So the definition of creator.
You can create the person created this phone, right? Somebody created this phone.
That's not a creation.
It's not a creation?
No.
What does creation mean?
When you say creator,
what does creation mean?
Hold on.
What does creation mean?
You're talking about
what does creation mean?
Ex nihilo. Do you know what that means? Ex nihilo.
You said it's not a creation. What does creation mean?
Yeah.
No, wait.
What does creation mean?
Yeah, but hold on. I don't want to go to all that, the etymology. I don't want to do that because this is real. Like to me, this is an easy, dialogue, right? We don't got to do all that. I want to know this. How does the Quran describe a creator or the creator?
The Quran describes the creator as being. One second.
And I would love to read it, by the way. So if you could source up.
The Quran also said Jesus was a creator.
Brother, I'm ask you that before you start to quote and say what the Quran says, that you make sure you have the reference next to you.
You haven't brought one reference yet, so why I gotta bring one?
The Quran says Allah is the creator of all things.
Okay,
He also says he's the best of the creators.
That is true. What's your argument against that? I don't understand
what
the
I got
point is of saying that.
I got it right here. Wait, I got the argument against that right here. So he is the creator of all things, right? So Allah created all things. So that means he's Allah before he's the creator. And when he
No,
creates
that's
all
not what
things,
that means. That's not what that means. See,
wait,
that's not what that means.
look, the wording itself. You said
No, we're not
Allah
talking. We're talking about what Allah. He's not Allah before
right.
he's the creator. Allah is the creator.
Wait, okay,
So
cool.
it doesn't come
Look.
before. It doesn't. One doesn't exist before the other.
Wait.
All of
So let
these
me ask,
qualities, all of these attributes exist with Allah. They
okay,
all
cool.
exist
Let me
with
ask you
Allah.
this. So when we say creator, what's that? That's a noun or a verb? That's
I don't know.
very
What's your
important.
point of that? What's your point of asking that? I don't understand. What's your point of
Because
asking?
if it's a verb, it's an action. That means you already did something.
Okay.
Be called a creator. You get it?
Says who?
If it's a verb,
Says who?
well, okay, that's why I asked.
I mean, like says who? Like when
Yahweh,
you
Yahweh says it. That's a
no,
Yahweh.
but listen. See, this is what. But this is the problem. This is the problem that we're getting at. This is the problem that we're getting at that I knew we were going to get to if you didn't follow. When you jumped the gun, because when you jump the gun in terms of asking about Allah and all of these things about how he can have this and how he can have that, you have to understand who Allah is before you ask those questions. You have to understand who the creator is, who God is, before asking those questions. Because then once you understand that, you'll see that asking those questions are illegitimate questions.
No, I'm good with that. Look,
See the whole point
You're
of
not
what
okay with that because you're using an argument to say that in order for him to be a creator, he has to create something. That's a faulty premise. That's a faulty argument because all of the qualities that exist with Allah are absolute, and they don't. No one gave him the ability to create.
you keep saying
He doesn't need.
I-
He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to act out his attributes in order for him to have them.
No,
wait, okay, hold on.
Out of attribute, yeah, but in order for him to be labeled as such, he has to do it. Like you can't call it like
Right.
I have the attributes to be an inventor, but I'm not an
Right.
inventor until I invent something, even though
Right.
those attributes are within me.
That's logical, bro. It's also that's logical. And reasoning.
So even if you have no kids, you could still be a father.
Right, because
You got the attributes.
Like I said, you're comparing the creation to the creator, which is again a faulty argument. You're comparing the creator of being dependent upon these attributes.
No, what we're saying is this: if there is creation, then there's the creator, and that's what John was putting down earlier. If there's a creation, a creator created the creation. So that means there is for a fact a creator, and vice versa. If the creator, that means he created something. That's why he's called a creator. He created something.
That's not why.
But
No. But this is what you understand. That's not why he's called. He's not called the creator. He is the creator. This is the thing. You're trying. What you're doing is hold on. Wait. What you're doing is you're operating in the reverse. You're operating in the reverse by saying, since he created this, then he's the creator. Which is
okay. No problem.
No, it's opposite. You're it's opposite. He is the creator, so he creates this.
All right. So allow me to rephrase. Okay, before he creates anything, at that point, he's the creator.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Fine. All right. So it's Google. You guys.
Yeah, as I was saying, and that's why I said from the beginning, bro. Once you get to a certain path,
okay.
Science,
so let me ask you this. Before you love someone, do you have the ability to love?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
But you're not a
That's
lover
my
until you
point
love.
exactly. My point
You're
exactly.
not a lover until you love.
My point exactly. Before you love someone, you don't have to act. You don't have to act out and act out
You
love.
have the ability.
You have the ability
Wait.
to love.
Wait. Can I respond? Wait. Can I respond? Let me respond. What is love? No. I'm not. Don't answer that. I'm just asking. Is love an action?
Love is a feeling.
Okay. So that means a feeling you gotta have towards something or someone, right?
Who says that you have no? You're saying that you have to. I'm not saying that you have to.
No, I'm only asking you. No, I'm not saying that. I'm asking you. I'm saying if that ability is inside me, don't I gotta express it towards someone or something?
Not in order to have love in you. You don't. This is what I'm saying.
I'm not arguing about. I'm not arguing about what's in me. I'm arguing about the expression. For me to express the love, don't I gotta love something or someone?
Say it again.
For me to express love that's inside me, don't I gotta love something or someone to express it? This should be easy right here.
Come on, son. Don't just be argumentative, bro. Come on, man. Come on, kid.
You have to demonstrate your love.
Exactly.
You have to demonstrate. Yeah, you have to demonstrate your love, but that doesn't mean that you don't have love.
Look,
of course,
my brother. I'm not saying I don't have love. I'm saying for me to exercise it, demonstrate it, right? To prove it's there. You know, I have to love someone or something.
You don't have to. No, you don't have to prove that. No, this. You building arguments on a faulty premise.
Let me go back.
You're throwing things in there.
Okay, let me correct myself. I'm gonna autocorrect like a fucking Google word search. Okay, so in order to me to express my love, okay, I have to have something to love, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, without something to love, I can't express it, correct?
Right.
Okay. Is expressing. Do that. Is that an action?
Yes. What are you getting at? Can you just say what you're getting at? I don't understand. It's not supporting your argument. It's not supporting your argument because it doesn't defeat. It doesn't address that you have love within you. It doesn't address the fact that you have love in you.
Yeah, but listen, family, listen. Okay, listen.
Just because
check it out.
It doesn't address that you have love in you.
But Hassan, check it out. I have hands, right? I have a functional brain, right? So, do you think that I have the attribute to invent something? Right? Do you think I had the attributes to invent something?
You have the ability.
I have the attributes. I have hands. I have a functional brain. Those are the attributes that it would take to invent something. Right?
Exactly, because without that, it's over.
Yeah, but I've never invented anything. Am I an inventor?
So your point is what? Your point is what?
Is that I can have the attributes of an inventor, but until I invent something,
your argument is faulty. Your argument is faulty.
Oh my God! See what I'm saying?
Your argument is faulty.
See how I'm saying? That's why
because
I said the logic.
Even though
my logic is reasonable, you can reject it.
I'm not talking. Listen. I'm not talking about you having the attributes. No, let me finish what I'm saying. I'm not talking about you having the tools to do something, to invent something. I'm talking about no. You're talking about what you use to do something. You use your brain and you use your hands to invent. That's what you use. You use those things in order to invent something. If you don't have those things to use, then you can't invent anything. This is the basis of your argument. My argument is this. When we talk about, like I said, like love, like just because there's no one there for me to love doesn't mean I don't have the ability to love. Okay? Just because when
and that's true. We agree with that.
Okay, right? then you agree with
no, stop though. But are you a lover if you haven't loved something?
Right.
No.
So you just disagree to disagree.
All right.
Like that's what I mean by.
I'm not talking about. But because you're changing the argument. You're changing the argument.
That was just we use the same argument you just gave about love.
You're not. What I'm saying is this. This is what I'm saying. Let me state what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. You're talking about. You're your argument is this: is that if he doesn't act on the action, then he's not that, right? If there's no
Right.
action and result of it, then he's not that. He's not that
Right.
yet.
That,
Like you're saying I can't be a lover if there's no one to love and to show my action. Okay,
you can't be
this
a
is what
singer if you don't sing a song. Yeah.
this is your argument. My argument is this: because there's no one there, and because God didn't create anything yet, it doesn't mean that He does not have the ability to create.
We don't disagree with that.
Okay,
We don't disagree
so
with that.
that
That's
so
what.
what are we talking about?
But we're saying that we agree with that
Then
part,
we
right?
don't disagree. We don't
No,
disagree.
disagreement comes with the fact that until he does it, he is not it, even
Right.
though he has those
Yes, he
attributes.
is. Yes, he is.
And
Because
that's
he
what we
has the
disagree.
ability. The ability is in him to create.
Okay, so let me say this. Now, let's say a 16-year-old boy, his ability in him to be a father.
Oh, gosh, y'all keep going from example to example, and it's gonna be the same answer.
All right,
I don't
right.
understand.
No, wait. No, okay, this is called an analogy. Okay, when people don't agree on something, you go to analogy. You go to something that's neutral, right? So I'm saying a 16-year-old boy. So answer the question: Does he have ability to be a father?
Yes.
Is he a father? With no kids, is he a father?
No, the boy is not a father.
Okay, that's all we're trying to say about that.
But that doesn't apply to the creator, is what I'm saying.
Special pleading.
It doesn't apply to the creator because his ability to be a father is not innate. It doesn't exist already within him. He can't. The boy. Let me finish what I'm saying. His ability to be a father is not innate within him. He doesn't already possess that attribute, that quality. Okay. Unlike with the creator, he already possesses the quality and the ability to create without nothing being there. And this is what makes him the creator, because without anything
So
being
let's
there, he is the creator of all things.
All right. So I'm gonna repackage the question this way. Okay.
He's gonna answer you the same way.
He ain't gonna get it. 'Cause I don't understand why you would call somebody a creator if they ain't creating nothing. That would be crazy. This is my homeboy right here. He's a creator. We create nothing.
It's a Muslim
Why you calling him a
apologist
creator?
argument.
Because he got the attributes.
Because listen.
Right.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If there's no one in existence to you keep saying call him the creator. I'm not calling him the creator. He is the creator.
Yeah,
And this is what you have to distinguish between the two. You're looking at it from the aspect of something happened now. I'm attributing it to it. Now I'm attributing this action to this.
No,
This is how
I'm
you're
saying that. Listen, what I'm saying is that you're saying in your faith, you believe that he is the creator of all things. Thus,
yes.
this is why he is known to you as the creator.
Right.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying though.
All
That's
right.
not
Well,
what
let me say. I got something real quick because you keep saying he is the creator. All right. So let's go back to math. In math, if you say the word is, that really means equals to. Right. Okay. Real simple. 2 plus 2 is 4. 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. It's real simple. So it's somebody. So now, if that boy doesn't have children, he's not equal to a father. If that designer, that creator, does not create anything, he's not equal to somebody who created something. He's not equal to that person.
there is no one
That's
else
real.
to be equal to. Don't understand. There is no one else to be equal to. There is no one else to be equal to.
I think we could go on all night and on this
Yeah.
same topic. I think we should move on.
And that's
Yeah,
what we
please
said
move
about
on. Like,
logic, bro. That's what we said about logic. You could just deny it, and then we'll be spinning our head in circles. That's what I said from the beginning. Even though we give you a plausible, reasonable, logical answer, you can go, I reject that. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm okay with moving on because I believe Sosa and Gugu Scholar made great sense on this right here. You know, on this right here. How can you be a creator, which is something you're supposed to have done, something past tense, if you ain't do it. And I think Hassan, I have to believe he understands that. And I think and for me, from my understanding, I think he's just trying to say the creator gets a pass because of who he's supposed to be. You dig? So he defies logic, he defies reasoning, he defies science, so he gets a pass.
Who gets a
So
pass?
that as the creator, because he ain't create anything, boss, but he's still the creator. But everybody else, everything else in the world, in nature, in existence, has to create something to be called something like that.
Hey, but like if there's no there's like it's just a person in the universe, and I pull up, I'm like, hey, who are you? I'm the creator. I be like, what? You know what I'm saying? You're like, nothing. Like,
It's special pleading.
All right, let me ask you this.
I mean, but I'm saying, how are you created? I mean, I got the attributes in me.
Let me put it to you like this. Let me put it to you like this. Let me put it to you like this. Y'all listening?
I'm listening, kid.
I'm putting it to you like this. Allah is the one who brings everything from non-existence to existence.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, if Allah is the only one who exists, is he still the one who brings everything from non-existence to existence?
That's what you said he did, yeah. That's your
declaration. Okay. Is he still if he has that attribute and he is the one who brings everything from non-existence to existence, if he exists alone, is he still the one who does that?
Yeah, that's undeniable.
Exactly.
Just like just the same thing with the inventor.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Is he still the one who does
That's
that?
what I'm saying.
If he has that attribute. Is he
Disagree.
still the one who does that?
That's what I'm telling you, family.
Yeah,
don't disagree.
So I don't understand why the conversation keeps going around.
Because the minute he brings nothing to something, then he is now the creator. Because he brought it from nothing to something.
Inherently, this is what I'm saying. What you just agreed to is what I've been saying this whole time.
No, you did not. Okay, I'm gonna reverse it. I'm gonna use your
logic
logic and go. I'm gonna go your logic. I'm gonna go use your same logic. Sosa's the person that invented the fan from metal, right? So right. So without the so did I exist before the fan came? Before the fan came from metal?
What? Say your question again.
Yeah. Like if I'm the person that brings the metal to a fan, did I exist before the metal was brought to the fan? So I created the metal to a fan. I was there, right? I had all those attributes within me. But what I'm saying is like,
did you exist? What do you mean? Did you exist? What do you mean? Did you exist?
What I'm saying is that if I had the attributes, right?
If you didn't exist, then how could you bring metal from metal to make metal from a fan if you didn't exist?
No, I'm saying Sosa's the person that turned the metal into a fan, right? I'm the person that brings metal, that turns metal into a fan, right?
Okay.
So I have those attributes.
Right.
No, you have the ability.
We don't disagree with that part.
Those are but what you don't understand is this.
You're saying that attributes are not ability.
No, what you don't understand is that you are using what you have to. You are using what you don't understand is this. You are using what you have in order to make something, to create something. What I'm saying is this: before there was anything, and Allah existed alone, he was the one who has the ability to bring everything from non-existence to existence. Now, before he brings the first thing into existence, my question is, does he still have that ability?
And we already agreed to that.
So why do we keep going back in circles about this conversation?
Because
I don't understand why this.
I just move on from there. If you don't get it by now, we ain't getting it.
Hey, before we move on.
And now, is this the attribute of a creator?
I'm just gonna let it go, Taylor.
No, I'm just saying, is that an attribute of a creator?
I mean, it's your answer in the definition of creator. A creator. It's in the actual word that you're using. That's what's driving me crazy.
All right, before we move on, Hassan, you just said if you could bring something from non-existence to existence. Can you give me an example of that, by the way? bringing something from non-existence to existence. Can you give an example of
Anything you can think of.
that? Because look, let me just say this, so you know I ain't trying to do a aha
If
moment.
everything is everything, then you name something that can exist
Okay.
without.
Okay,
you know.
look. Let me say this. Everything since that singular moment was always here. Everything was always here. So that means it was always in existence. So what could be non-existent to be brought into? So bottom line is that would be defying the laws of thermodynamics. What can be brought into a closed
to
system?
show that always existed.
Look, right. So wait. If it already existed, then you ain't bringing the non-existent. So
No, I'm saying, what evidence do you have to show that it always existed?
Because
Okay,
non-existence is not possible.
Non-existence is not
Okay.
possible.
Right. So look, that's what look. It's real simple, and
You always existed?
Me personally,
I'll
no. Obviously not.
No.
Okay, so you didn't exist, so non-existence is possible.
No,
Hold
that's
on.
not what we
Wait.
mean by existence. Not
No,
my personal existence.
So going back to what John was saying about the periodic charts that kept like winning, our makeup is part of the periodic element chart. Right? That was here before we were here. So there's nothing about us that's not. So yeah. So
How do you
actually,
know
Google.
you were here?
Okay, hold on. Listen, what I'm saying.
You're making statements.
Everything.
How do you know? Were you there?
Okay, so I'm trying to answer, and you keep cutting me off.
Go ahead.
Everything about us is in that elemental chart. So it already existed.
No, you can't just say it already exists.
Yeah, everything. What is about us that was not part of the elemental chart?
No.
Everything about us. Yeah,
I'm talking about from the beginning, not just with us.
I want to hear this.
From the beginning.
Okay.
What evidence do you have to show that everything existed already?
From the beginning of what?
Let me put it this way. Was there a time when there was not something?
Was there a time? Say it again.
Was there a time when there was not something?
You mean, was there a time where nothing existed? Is that what you're asking me?
Right.
Nothing.
Yeah.
In this universe?
Yeah.
Are there
There was a
other
time
universes?
when this universe didn't exist.
Was there a time when there was not something
in the universe?
There was a time when this universe did not exist.
What time was that?
Before it existed.
Okay, so now what logic?
So what existed before that? What existed before that?
This universe did not exist.
Yeah, but what existed before this universe?
The creator.
The creator. So was there a time when the creator didn't exist?
There was not a time when he did not exist.
So then there was not a time when something did not exist. There was always something.
There was always the creator.
There was always something. The creator is something.
You can rephrase what I'm saying, but I'm saying that there was always the creator.
Yeah, but he's saying the creator is something. So then you're saying that there was always a time that something existed.
But why do you keep rephrasing what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the creator always exists.
It's the same thing.
You're saying something.
So is the creator something or not?
Why rephrase it? Why did you say okay? Why keep rephrasing
when I say the creator, you saying something? Nothing. Because I'm trying to show you that non-existence is not possible.
Right.
Then show me how non-existence.
There's always been something. You just admitted it.
You just admitted it that there was
I'm
always.
saying the universe did not always exist.
Yeah, but there was still something.
Right.
What was it?
You call it the creator.
Designer. Like the rapper.
What do you call it? What do you call it?
Something. We call it something. That's what we keep telling you. There's always a time when something exists.
Right.
And what are the attributes of this something?
I don't
We
know.
don't know that it has attributes.
You see
You're
what
the
I'm
one
saying?
that giving it
What are the
attributes.
qualities of this something?
We don't know.
Okay, actually, scientists do know. It's in Lawrence Krauser's book. Okay,
It's
so
Krauss.
there was always right. So it was always something here.
The
Now,
nothingness that he
anybody can,
describes is something. You can't
huh?
rename nothingness to be
I'm
something.
saying, no, what we're saying
No,
is that nothing is not possible.
right.
I'm saying that the universe did not always exist. You're saying that
Okay.
it did.
I never said
So
that it did. I'm saying, I'm saying it's possible that it always existed. We don't know. But you're saying it's
What makes you
impossible that
believe
it
that it's
was.
possible that it always existed when it had a beginning?
What had a beginning?
The universe.
According to you.
If the universe is
right, you.
expanded, that means it has a starting point, right?
When did it
No,
start?
Okay.
see.
Was
Wait,
there
stop. You're messing up again. The universe was there before it expanded. It just
Yeah,
that's like
that's
a
what
boy.
people.
Where's your proof?
A boy.
What reasons do you have to believe that the universe was there before
I
it
see him by
expanded?
stuff. That's why I think he. That's what. Cause even with the conversation, I think that's the part he don't understand. Like he don't understand that the
Yeah.
Big Bang is an explanation of what happens after the universe is already created. He
Right,
think that
right,
the
right,
Big
right.
What
Bang is. He
what
think that the
is
Big
the
Bang
evidence?
brings the
What is the
explanation
reasons? What
to
is the
create. You know what I'm saying?
reasons?
He thinks that the Big Bang is the explanation
Yeah.
of the
Right.
universe. That's not what
Yeah.
the Big Bang theory is.
the Big
Okay,
Bang
my
also
question
says that
is,
time starts at the Big Bang. So there is no before the universe. Time.
Right.
Time starts there. So if time starts at a certain point, um 0 second is infinity.
at a certain second, zero
At a
seconds is
certain point,
infinity.
yes, at a certain point, 0 second
So
is
you can
infinity.
have an infinity in the past.
What I'm saying is if time starts at a certain point, you can't have before that time. That does not make
So
logical sense.
there's an infinity in the past. Is what you're saying.
No, you're saying that.
So I'm not saying that. I'm saying that universe has
Okay,
a
you're not
beginning.
saying that. Was there a time when Allah did not exist?
No, there is not a time when Allah did
So
not
you're
exist.
saying is there is time is
I'm
infinite
not
in the
saying that
past.
Allah is the universe. I'm talking about
Yeah.
the universe.
Man,
I'm talking about the
was
universe. I'm
there
not.
was there time before the universe?
Did something exist before the universe
Time.
existed?
I said time. The time
Yes.
exists before the universe.
Yes.
And you can prove that?
Hell no.
This no, this is a belief.
No,
Exactly.
because science says time starts at the Big Bang.
Right. T
But
equals
science
zero, I
also
think.
says, hold on. Science also says that everything was there at the Big Bang. But what's the reasons for accepting that everything was there already?
Well, because
Wait.
we have evidence for the Big Bang.
What's the reason for accepting that everything was there, present already at the Big Bang?
Wait,
Everything existed.
wait, no. That is not the statement. Everything, the Earth is not there. The stars are not
I didn't
there.
say
So,
the Earth. I didn't say the Earth. I didn't say the Earth.
so
Everything was there.
what are you saying? Yeah. So what? So be specific. What are you saying that was there?
Everything that exists, all the forces,
Okay.
the gravitational pull,
Okay.
electromagnetic waves, everything that exists as constants, as they are today, existed within the initial Big Bang. Where's the
Oh,
proof for that?
So
What reasons do we have to believe for that?
that's not
okay,
what it
cool. Now, and
says.
what?
Though.
Yeah, you got to learn the Big
Right.
Bang theory first, though. Then you have
Yeah,
a
yeah,
better.
yeah. I don't think you just said it happened afterwards. But look. Now you just said this. Now look, look how easy this stuff is for me. You just said that those attributes, those qualities was in the box before he did anything. How can you prove that?
By
You see?
showing that by
Oh,
showing that by showing that there is the designer of the universe. That this designer that
this designer is the creator, then it follows that this creator must possess.
Yeah,
You
but
finish?
fam, that's the point. But that's what we said. Like it's like you can keep your belief, right? Like you don't need proof for something that you believe. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't have to validate that. You know what I'm saying? But if you enter into a scientific conversation, then we have to stay within the bounds of science. If we leave
Why?
the bounds of science, then we can't tiptoe back in the science. We have to go into the bounds of either philosophy, belief. We can't. I'm saying you can't mix and match the two because they're gonna clash.
They're not
we're gonna
clashing. They're not clashing. This is what I'm saying.
we
What I'm
are
saying is
we
that they're
clashing
not
right
clashing.
now.
The
Me and you,
universe shows evidence of a designer.
oh, we back to this. You know what I'm saying? And we
They're
refute
not
that.
clashing. The universe, the things that exist in the universe point towards a designer.
Okay,
Point towards
Oh
someone.
shit.
Someone.
okay, that's the
That's an
claim.
assertion. Can you
That's the
prove
claim.
that?
Prove that now. Well, we got.
I already stated that it's more probable. It's more probable. It's less
That's not.
probable
But
that
that's
as
And
not
a
I
result
and I
of the
already
Big
explained
Bang.
to you that probability does not mean
impossible.
it's impossible.
So if it's possible, then that means
Okay,
that
and then
what we
I'll
said
raise
is
the
not a
question
fact.
that you're saying that is more. You would take the position that of a less probable thing to happen. You would
I'm
accept
not
that
taking a
versus
position.
accepting.
What I'm saying is
You
if there are
are,
two
because
possibilities,
if you're going to argue,
no,
that
you
against
misunderstand.
possibility, you're going to say it's possible
If
though, but it's possible.
what I'm saying is if there are two possibility, in order for you to say one is the case, you have to rule the other one out.
And I rule the other one out by what is more probable.
You can't rule it out if there's a possibility.
I rule out the possibility of it.
There's a
So are
possibility you
you
can't roll
saying
out.
all right, so you're saying it's impossible?
No, this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: I rule out the possibility by
How?
using what is most probable.
You can't use
It's no
probable
longer
and
possible.
possible.
Yeah, and you're
You
basing it
can't
on a
use what?
mathematics
You-
that you don't understand. That's crazy.
No, but he's saying it's probable, and at the
You
same
mean?
time he's ruling it out. How
I'm using
Right,
how
I'm
right,
do
right,
using
you?
right.
I'm using what is more probable to rule out the possibility of it being the case.
But
Let
you
me
can't
I
ask you
can't do
this.
that.
Let me
no,
I
but
ask you
you
can't do
can't
this.
that.
even
That's
Do
examine
you
the mathematics to determine if the math is correct. But you
do you
accept the truth.
understand? Do you understand that when you're saying something is probable, is that you're saying that it's a possibility? It's not that you're saying it could be, even though it's a small chance, it could still be wrong.
Right.
Okay, but it's more likely that I'm right.
But it doesn't matter if
So
it's
what's
more likely.
it does matter. It does matter. It does matter.
It doesn't
How?
matter if you're wrong. If you're
Okay.
wrong.
Let me ask you this. Let's put this in real terms. Let me ask you this. Let's say there's a ladder sitting in a room, okay?
Mhm.
And there's a boy in the room or a teenager in the room, and there's a cat in the room, okay? And on the ceiling, there's an X used with the marker that was in the room to write on the ceiling an X. You gonna say that the cat wrote the X, climbed up the ladder and wrote the X on the ceiling, or did the boy do it? Which
I'm
one?
gonna
Which
say
one?
I'm
Oh,
gonna
it's
say
probably
it's more like,
you gonna
hold
sit here
on.
and tell me that it's possible that the cat climbed up there and wrote the X on the ceiling?
Are you saying that the cat cannot?
No, which
It's
one you gonna say?
impossible?
Which one you gonna say?
Hello.
Which
Are
one are you
you
gonna
gonna
say?
hello? Are you
Yes.
gonna say it's impossible that the cat did it?
Yes. Crazy.
So that's not a probability argument.
Right.
Do you understand that
Yes,
we're saying
but
two
listen,
different
it's
things?
more probable. It's more
No,
probable.
he
No.
just said it's
No,
You said
impossible.
it's
I thought
impossible.
you just admitted it's impossible for the cat. So that probability is gone.
So it's not a
The
probability.
probability. All right. Let me ask you this. Let me phrase it differently though.
Yeah,
Is it
he
more
gonna run for that
probable?
one
Is it more probable? Is it more probable that the boy did it, or more probable that the cat did it?
It's more probable
Okay,
the
so
boy did it,
all right.
but it's not impossible
Okay.
that the cat did it.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
no.
So you go.
According to Hassan, I mean the boy only could have done it.
No, but because he believed that cats can climb on ladders and write on ceilings with markers. So if
cats can
he's okay
definitely
with
climb
believing that,
ladders. I've seen
no,
that
no.
with my own eyes.
If he's cool with believing that, I don't know what else to say. If he believes that cats
So
can
so are you saying
ladders,
it's impossible that the
markers right
cat
on
did it?
ceilings, no,
Are you saying
no, brother. I don't have
is
anything
there
else to say.
So you're
If you want
there
telling
to
me
a
take
that a
that
cat?
position,
Hold on. So you're telling me that a
I don't
cat?
have anything else to
So
say.
you're telling me
I
that
don't
a
have anything
cat?
else to say. I
So
don't
you're
have
telling me
anything
that
else
a
to say.
cat can't pick a marker up with his mouth, climb a ladder, and
and
jump
make scribblings
on
on
the
it?
ceiling? It's
It's
impossible for a cat.
impossible.
It's impossible for
Yo,
a
is
cat.
this really where we going
No,
though?
no. I'm asking you a question,
Is this
son.
really where the conversation's
No,
going?
listen. Is it
No,
impossible?
well,
No,
hold
that's
on,
the
hold on.
question though.
Let's be
Is it
serious.
impossible for a
Let's be
cat?
serious. Let's be
Listen,
serious.
is it impossible for a cat to pick up a
Y'all
chalk
crazy,
with his mouth,
yo. Y'all crazy.
climb up a ladder, and mark an X on the ceiling? Is it impossible? Is it impossible?
I'm gonna ask you the same thing. You gonna think that the cat did it? You gonna think it's possible the cat can do that?
I would. It's possible, but it's not probable.
No, it's possible that cat can do that.
It's possible. He could pick up chalk up
All
with
right,
his mouth.
okay. I mean, like, if this is what we're gonna do in the conversation.
No, Hassan, are you
No,
telling?
no, but this
Hold
will
on,
be
hold on.
this what the
No, no,
conversation
see-
comes down to.
No, Hassan, check it out now.
That's what the conversation comes down to.
We know.
Y'all believe
He's
that
making
cats
two
can
different
climb up
arguments. You
ladders
don't
and
even
listen.
realize.
write X's
Yeah,
on
listen,
ceilings?
Hassan, listen.
Go ahead,
We
go
know
ahead.
that cats can climb ladders, right? We know that.
But go
We
ahead.
know
Go
that
ahead.
a
No,
cat
it's
can
cool.
pick something up with his mouth.
It's cool.
Right.
It's cool.
Right.
It's cool. It's
So it's
cool.
not
Like,
impossible that a cat go
it's
upstairs.
nothing. It's bro. Listen.
He
If
can
y'all
make
want
an
to
X and
believe,
not even be intentionally trying to make an X. He just made
if
it.
y'all want to accept that the cat climbed up the ladder and wrote an X on the ceiling with the marker, then go ahead. I mean, like, what
I
you
would
want me to
say
say?
All right.
Then? What you want me to say?
Wait.
Then? And then
Hey,
y'all
wait,
gonna
let's
say
back.
I'm crazy for
Let's
believing
back up.
that there was a creator
Hey,
of the universe.
Let's back
He's
up.
not listening. He's just gonna try to laugh because he's
Right,
trying to
right.
prove like
Hold on.
he's right
I
and
got
you're
him right
wrong.
here. Okay, I got him right here. You know, because he
He's
gave
not
the
gonna
story.
listen.
He
He
doesn't
think
matter
he's won.
because
It's
you
not
got it.
about
I
winning
look.
or losing. It's about rationale.
No,
Y'all
hold
not
on.
using rationale.
I thought. Let me just go for a second, right? Because to me, this shit is light, and to God too. Now, he never gave a time frame. He never said 5 minutes, an hour. So the fact that he has to admit, that cat can walk up a ladder, he has to admit it because he'd be a fool not. The fact he admits that cat can put a mark in his mouth. So now he never said how long it took. So if a cat got a mark in his mouth, whatever crazy ass reason, the cat stupid shit, and we could watch that little show they got for animals and crazy shit.
Yo,
Now,
bro, like, come on, man. Y'all really want to argue against this, though? Y'all really about to argue against this, though?
Dude, you're cutting in for
But no,
right?
let's be serious, though. Like, y'all really about to argue against this, though?
I am being serious because you talk about powerful, right? That's your
You're not being
powerful.
serious. You're not, Ryan. You're not being serious. If you walked in a
But
room
hold on.
and you saw that, you would not think that the cat
Wait,
climbed up there.
wait. Back up. Because I don't know how long that room was there, like 100 years. So a cat, for whatever reason, got the mark in his mouth, jumped in the air. Who said it? Put the X there in one shot. It probably took 5 years.
Bro.
It's not even an honest argument you're making because before I answered you, I asked you, is it impossible that a cat did it? You said no, it's not impossible. So that
Yes,
means
it is
you
impossible.
yourself admitted that it's
I said it's
possible that the cat
impossible.
did
No,
it.
I said it's impossible.
So then why are you
No,
So
I
if
said
it's
it's
possible.
impossible and improbable. It's both.
You said
it's improbable. We all agree that it's
Impossible
improbable.
and improbable.
We all agree that it's improbable, but you can't say it's improbable and impossible.
And impossible.
It's either one or the other.
Yeah, it would just be impossible. It would be improbable.
It's impossible, bro. It's impossible.
No,
It's
if something is impossible, it's automatically improbable by default. You don't have to. It's not both. It's impossible.
Exactly.
You can't argue that it's
So you can't say
improbable and impossible at the same time. If it's impossible, then it's not improbable.
Okay.
And if it's improbable,
okay, you can argue that if you want, but if y'all gonna walk into a room and say it's possible that a cat climbed up the ladder and put an X on the ceiling with the marker, then like what am I supposed to say to that? You
So-
tell me what I'm supposed to say to that.
Is it possible?
Like you,
is it,
you
is it
like
possible?
come on, like
Is it possible the cat
like y'all
did it?
not being real. Y'all not being real. Y'all just arguing for the sake of arguing at this point. Y'all just trying to disagree for the sake of disagree. You're not being
Is it
real. Like you would
possible-
not really think that in real life. You would not
Why
think
won't you
that.
answer the question? Is it possible that the cat did it?
No, it's impossible
So
that
it's
the cat
impossible.
could not
So
do
now
that.
you
It's
change your
impossible.
answer. So now
It's
you change your
impossible.
answer.
I didn't change my answer. I never
Yes,
said
you
that the
did.
cat.
I asked you before. You said it's possible that the cat did it, but it's not. It's not probable.
Because you
That's
said
what you
which
said
one?
first.
Because you said which one is more likely.
Right.
I admit to you that it's more likely that the boy did it.
It's
But
impossible.
since it's not impossible, so you're changing now. You're saying that it's impossible that the
It's
cat did it.
impossible. If I said it before, then maybe I said the wrong thing. But it's impossible.
So you're
That the
saying it's
cat climbed
impossible
up the
that the cat
ladder
did
and
it.
wrote an X with the marker on the slip.
So
Now,
if we
like
go
I
back,
said, if you want to
if-
believe that, that's a possibility that the cat can do that, and you're not gonna look at the boy and be like, "Why did you write on the ceiling?" You're gonna
No,
be like,
no, that's
"Oh
a different.
man,
See, you be
I don't know
conflating
who did
arguments.
this.
he's
That's a
changing
different
the
argument.
goalpost.
I don't know
That's
who
a
did
different
this.
argument, bro. That's
Oh,
a different
who could have
argument.
wrote this X on the
We're
ceiling?"
not gonna walk in a room and think that the cat did it. The question
All right,
was,
then what are we talking
is
about
it?
then?
No, because it would be more probable that the boy did it. The question was, is
Right.
it impossible for the cat to do it? That's
Yes,
a
Right.
different argument that you were just trying to
it's
say.
the same answer. The boy did it.
So
It's the same answer. The
we
conclusion
expanded
is the
about.
same.
We
The boy
expanded
climbed
back
up
to
on the
the.
ladder
Since
and
you're
wrote
saying
X on
it's
the marker.
impossible that the
Whether
cat
it's
did it.
impossible, bro, whether it's impossible or improbable, the same answer is the same.
It's
Who's
not.
responsible for right? Who's responsible for writing the X on the ceiling?
It's
The
not.
boy.
It's not.
The
And
boy.
you have
When
no
we
idea
talk
what
about
you're
the
talking
universe
about.
and we looking at
Actually, another question of song, because this is what I want to know, right? Because when we have these conversations, right? Like, if the universe didn't have a design, right? Designer, or would that in effect to you mean that God doesn't exist?
if it didn't have a designer, if you said if the universe didn't have a designer,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
there was so that means that there's no creator of the universe.
That what was happening is not design. There's not an intelligent design behind it. Would you view that as, or would you take that as saying, if I accept that, then I have to accept that Allah doesn't exist?
Yes, and that would follow.
Okay.
That
Yeah.
would follow. If there's no designer, then I'm not acknowledging that there is a designer who exists, who designed it all, who created it all.
But if you believe that he would still be a creator, even if he didn't create, then why would he not exist as a creator? Because he don't have to create nothing to be a creator.
Say that again. Say, what did you say?
If you believe that he's a creator,
Right.
even if he creates nothing, then why would you think that he doesn't exist just because he didn't design anything or create anything?
Right.
Why would I think he doesn't exist?
Yeah.
Because
Why?
I exist. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why would I think he doesn't exist? I don't understand that question.
Listen, if you,
Now
I
he's playing dumb.
exist.
yeah,
I'm not
I just
playing
asked you a
dumb.
question.
I don't understand the
I'm
question.
saying you just said that if you accept that the universe didn't have a design behind it, there was no intelligence behind the creation of the universe. You said that to you, that would be, you would have to accept that God doesn't exist, right?
I would not. What I would be saying is this: if I let me explain what I'm saying. If I accept that there is no designer of the universe, then I'm therefore accepting that there's no creator of the universe. Then I'm therefore not acknowledging there is a God who exists, or a God who created and designed this universe. I'm not acknowledging his existence.
No. Does Allah exist if he did not play a role in the creation of the universe?
I don't understand that question. I really don't.
If he just exists and everything just happens,
Because
like
you
said,
can't when you ask that question, you're asking a question assuming that there must be someone else who brought the universe into existence.
No. Let's just say that science is right, and there was always something, right? But Allah is not behind the creation of the universe, the stars, the earth, so forth, so on. Would he still exist to you?
Those two are contradictory statements.
Because he has to create something in order for
No, because the universe can't. The universe, because Allah is the one who always existed. So if Allah is the one who always existed, then before there was anything else, there was Allah. So therefore, the universe can't always be in existence, with Allah always being in existence at the same time. Allah comes
so was
first. Allah is the first to. Allah always exists. Allah is eternal. So there's not a, you're asking me a question. Let me finish my statement. You're asking me a question where something cannot exist and asking me, can I?
No, I mean, because when I asked before, it was kind of clear, because I was trying to figure out if you accept the scientific explanation of the Big Bang without a creator, right? Absent of the intelligent designer, then to you, it would mean that God doesn't exist. If you accept that.
If I accept the explanation of the Big Bang?
Yeah, there's no in between. Either
okay, so my
science
position
is right, there was always something, there is no Allah, or is Allah and he did it. Like there's no Allah exists and everything is happening. Allah is not in control of what, he's not controlling what goes on in the universe and creation of stars and the moons, and that's what I'm asking.
No, what I'm saying is there's not a situation that exists or that can exist, according to my understanding, where the universe can always exist and Allah can always exist at the same time.
Okay.
So if you're asking me if that was a situation and the universe and the Big Bang is explaining the existence of the universe in that way, I don't see the two cannot exist at the same time, according to my understanding of who Allah is.
Yeah, so there can be no creator. Yeah, so yeah, then it would take away the creator for you. I get that.
Right. So if I acknowledge that,
Yeah. So within your faith, right? So you have to understand that there's nothing that we can say to you that would make you accept that. Because in order for you to accept that, then you would lose a lot. You see what I'm saying?
No, that's not true. That's not true.
No,
that's not true.
Everything
Like
you just explained to me, how would you just come back and say, no, that's not true?
Because you have to be able to explain to me, you have to be, if you don't acknowledge the existence of a creator or design, you have to explain to me how these things came to be as they are, as fine-tuned as they are, in order to create and sustain life for us to exist as we exist today and for however many years or whatever like that. And
science does already explain that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's never going to be an answer that satisfies.
No, what I'm saying is science. It's not probable. It's more improbable that as a result of the Big Bang that this occurs.
But we already talked about the probable and impossible. But I'm saying either way, there's not going to be an explanation.
But you can't just say to dismiss the probability.
Okay.
Hold on, let me finish. To dismiss the probability idea by saying, well, it's possible.
But listen, based on the number that you gave,
let me finish. To dismiss the idea of it being less improbable that this happens this way according to the Big Bang, and more improbable that it happens this way according to the Big Bang, by saying, well, it's possible that it could happen, without having sufficient reasons to believing, to accepting that it is possible, is not. I don't see that as being a good position, a substantial position to hold.
Logic
Listen.
does not work that way. This is
Yeah, but
not how logic works. You can't say something is the case until you have evidence for it. In that case, you're just dealing with belief. If you're going to say it happened this way and not that way,
Okay,
you
so
have to
it
be
brings me
able to.
back to the. It brings me back to my situation with the cat and the boy.
No, we're not going back to the cat and the boy.
No, but it's the same thing. We're talking about.
No, it's not.
We're talking about in
No.
a nutshell. We're talking about this. The X on the ceiling represents the universe. How we got here. The X is the universe. This got here some way. It got here some way somehow. Okay, and your explanation of the Big Bang is the cat. Okay, my explanation is the boy. Okay, I'm saying that it's more probable that the boy put that there
Yeah, but
than it
listen,
is that the
No,
cat
so
did
but
that.
wait,
And
so
you're saying,
wait, because
hold
what
on,
is-
wait. Let me finish what I'm saying. You're saying it's possible that the cat did it, though. It's possible that this happened this way, but probability is more on my side of it being a designer than it is on your side of being the cat.
Listen, first of all, this is where you went wrong. You said I'm saying the cat did it. I didn't say that. You said
You're saying it's possible the cat did it, right?
okay, but you're saying that's my point. Because unless you're saying it's impossible the cat did it, then you're saying the same thing I'm saying.
Okay. What's more probable?
We're not dealing with
Don't do it.
probability
I'm
yet.
asking you
You know,
directly. What is more
we
already-
probable?
we
Is it
already
more
did
probable
that,
that the
Hassan.
boy did it,
Hello.
or more probable that
Did
the
that,
cat did
Hello,
it?
before we go to probability, you
Why we
first have
gotta?
to.
Why I gotta be before?
Hello, no, just let me get my statement out. Before we go to probability, can we first establish possibility? Is it,
Why?
in your view, possible
There's
that the
no
cat?
need to establish possibility if we look at the probability. Why does one
Can you
have to come before the other?
can you answer the question?
No, because I don't want to look at a possibility of something happening if it's not
So
probable that it takes place.
so you basically is right, and no matter what I say, you're right.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying you want to look over probability and
No,
look at possibility.
no. We first have to establish that there is a possibility,
Why
because
does
if
that have
there's
to
no
come first?
if
What
there's
I'm
no
saying. Why does it
possibility
have to
that
come first?
Because when you're gathering evidence, that's your foundation. Is it possible? You can't get past if it's possible. You don't even need to get to improbable.
that's the point.
Why? What do you mean? Why does that have to come first?
In
Why
order
does
for
possibility
something to
have
get
come
to
before probability?
in order for something to get to a point of improbability, it has to pass the argument of possibility.
What makes it possible though?
If
The
it's
mere
not
fact that
possible,
you're asking, the mere fact that you claim improbable.
What?
You can't get
Because
to
I claim it's improbable, it makes it possible?
No, that's not what he's saying. Did you rule out that it's possible? Is it possible that the cat did it?
Why are you overlooking probability?
Why won't you answer that?
Why are you overlooking probability? I don't understand. I don't understand why possibility has to come before probability.
Because we don't have to get to probability if we rule out possibility. Because if you say it's not possible that the cat did it, then obviously the boy did it.
Right.
Okay, and if it's more probable that the boy did it, then obviously the cat didn't do it.
No. What are you talking about? If it's possible that oh my God. So basically what you're saying is that impossible that the cat did it.
you don't want to answer that.
It's impossible. It's impossible. Yes, it is impossible that the cat did it. I'm saying it's impossible. But I'm asking you this.
Okay, so you don't.
Yes, I'm not backing down from that. What I'm saying is
so you
this.
don't need to make a probability argument.
Yeah,
Why?
the boy is
I'm
relevant.
asking you. No, listen. Hold on. Wait.
Yeah.
You're trying to throw. Let me finish what I'm saying. You're trying to throw the question back at me and not answer it. That's what you're trying to do.
Because he's saying is that why are we trying to figure out if the boy did it if you already ruled out the possibility of the cat did it?
Because listen, it's not about me. Hold on. Firstly, the question was posed to him. The question wasn't posed to me. My question was posed to him. And then in order for him to avoid answering it, he's trying to ask me about possibility. My question is directed towards you, which you're not answering. Why are you overlooking the probability and first before possibility?
Who says I'm overlooking the probability? But if there's no possibility, then we
So
don't
you
need to
believe it's
talk about.
possible. So hold on. So
Wait,
you
wait, wait,
believe it's
wait, wait.
possible.
Hold on. Hold on.
Why I gotta keep holding on?
If
For you to
there's
answer the
no
question.
possibility, if there's no possibility, talk about probability, right?
Can you answer the question? Why you keep answering me questions instead of answering it?
Why don't you want to answer?
I asked you the question.
And I asked you a question to clarify. Because you're saying
What this no
you're
clarification.
saying,
Is it you believe that it's possible that the cat did it?
do you believe it's possible that the cat did it?
Here I'm going when I'm saying you're not answering the question. Why you keep throwing it back at me? I told you my answer. So what's your answer? Do you believe it's possible that the cat did it?
Okay. Let's put it back to the universe, okay? You
No,
believe
because this example that I'm giving is a microcosm of the example of the universe concept. Okay,
it's not. It's really not.
Yes, it is. And when we talk
It
about
isn't.
possibility, when we talk about possibility and probability, this is what I'm talking about. You're saying that I'm saying that it's more improbable that as a result of the Big Bang, we come to exist and are able to live in the way in which we and exist the way in which we are. And you're saying, well, it's possible.
No, that's not
that
that's
we
not
can.
what I'm saying. You totally
Yeah.
misrepresent what I'm saying. You're saying that the universe exists because a designer.
Just tell me what you're saying. I know what I'm saying, so you don't have to keep asking
Okay.
me. What are
Okay.
you saying?
I'm saying it's possible there's a designer, but that's not the only possibility. And because there's another possibility, I don't know which one it is. You're saying you know. So what you are saying is there is no other possibility. That's the one.
Between these two possibilities, which are presented in the format of the question today, then I lean towards it being a creator and a designer.
And I don't lead to that because
Between this question, which we're asking today, between the Big Bang and the designer, which one do you lean towards? The Big Bang or the designer?
the Big Bang.
Okay. And you're
But
leaning that.
here's the problem. Before you go,
Okay,
here's the problem.
But you
Hold on,
just
hold on,
said, oh
hold
my
on,
gosh.
hold on. Here's the problem. In your analogy, the Big Bang would be the boy and the cat would be Allah.
No, it won't.
We have evidence Big Bang. We have no evidence for Allah.
Okay, I just said that it's more probable.
So how do you have something that's more probable that you have no evidence for? Explain that one.
I said that it's more probable that the universe did not come, we did not come to exist as a result of the Big Bang and exist the way we are today. Human life exists the way it is today as a result of the Big Bang. It's less probable that that happened.
Oh, that's
and
what you're saying.
More probable
But
that it didn't happen. I hold that position. That's the position that I hold.
Okay, so I'm asking you,
Okay.
what evidence do you have for Allah?
Okay. Based on that, what I just said, that means that if the universe didn't come to exist by randomness, then there has to be a design to it. And the things that exist within the universe that are able to exist for us to that exist in order for us to sustain life are a result of design, not randomness.
Okay, so do you have evidence for this designer?
Okay. I have evidence of that, what I just said.
No, you have assertions. You're saying the universe is not random. I'm not saying
Right.
it's random either.
If the universe is not random, then it is designed.
No.
Then what's the opposite of that? If the universe is not random, then what other explanations for there to be?
The universe could be eternal. Is that random?
That's not true. It can't be eternal.
No. I'm asking you, is that random? Is the universe being eternal?
I'm
Is that
saying that
random?
can't be true.
I'm not asking
So it
you
can't be
that.
substantiated.
I'm asking you a question. Is the universe being eternal? Is that random?
It still doesn't explain how things came to be.
That's not the point.
Even if the universe is eternal, it doesn't explain how things are designed. It doesn't negate a designer.
What?
What I'm saying is this: it doesn't negate it being designed. I'm sorry.
If the universe is eternal, then
design.
if the universe is eternal, then there could be a designer.
It could be a design to it. It doesn't mean that it doesn't.
Do you understand what the word eternal means?
Okay.
Eternal.
Eternal
How
means
can there
always
be a
existing.
design?
I know what
How
eternal
can there
means.
be a designer to eternal?
I said I took back the statement that I said. I said it doesn't negate it being a design in the universe. So by saying the universe is eternal doesn't negate it being it's showing design.
What are you talking about? If it's eternal, then there can be no designer because it's always here.
Well, I don't believe that the universe is eternal.
Well, that's a different argument. You don't believe it's eternal.
The universe is not eternal, though.
Can you prove that?
Okay. The universe had a beginning. Do you acknowledge that or no?
I don't know that. The fact of the matter is,
science says that the universe has a starting point.
Science says
the universe is expanding. The universe is expanding.
Yes, science says that.
Okay. If we go back from this expansion, the universe has a starting point from which it began.
There is a point where the expansion starts. Yes, if we go back, if we wind the clock back far enough, there's a point where the expansion starts.
And what is the cause of the start?
We don't know. Science does not have the answer to that yet. Do you have an answer?
What existed in the start?
What do you mean what existed in the start?
Something.
And you're saying that it was always there?
Yes. I'm not saying definitively.
What are you saying it for then?
I'm not like you. I'm not dogmatic. I'm open to the possibility if you can provide me with evidence.
Okay, but you're saying
view.
something. You're making a claim. You're making a claim by saying that the universe was always there. It's eternal.
I'm saying, according to what science says, it was always there.
What does science say that shows that it was always there?
The science says that the universe is here, it's expanding. If you wind the clock back, it shows a point where the expansion started. It does not say there was a point when there was nothing.
But it shows that it has a beginning.
The expansion has a beginning, yes.
you confusing the universe and expansion.
But the universe has a beginning.
You gotta get a better understanding of the Big Bang theory, then you would kind of be on track with the
because he just cherry picked the parts of science that can back up his preconceived belief. Because there's a part of science says that the multiverse is also possible, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not excluding anything. I'm not like you saying it is this way, it can only be this way, and nothing can change my mind. I'm saying if you show me evidence that this is the case, I'm willing to change my mind.
Yeah, because science in itself is an admission of ignorance. It's to say, then we don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like we can comfortably say, I don't know. But you're saying you know. That's why we're asking you to prove it. If you say you know, then we wouldn't ask you to prove it.
And he stated emphatically, and if you notice, he never provides any evidence for his claim
For what claim?
that there was a designer, that the designer is eternal and was always here.
That's what I've been saying this whole time. What do you mean I didn't provide evidence for it?
You talk about it. What's the evidence? Give me one piece
What
of
do you consider? What do you consider to be evidence?
No, just tell us your
uh,
evidence, and then it determines.
No, what do you
So,
consider to be evidence?
all right. How do I put this? Evidence is data or data that is indicative of one conclusion over another.
We have to be able to falsify it.
Yeah,
So
that too.
you would have to observe it and see it.
I didn't say that.
Well, is data observable and seeable?
What do you mean is data observable? Of course, data is observable.
Okay, well, you said you didn't say that.
I never said you have to be able to observe it.
You said evidence is data. Does data have to be observed?
What do you mean have to be observed? Do you understand when I say evidence or I say data? It's not just observation. There's observation, there is experimentation.
Are these experiments observed?
How about give
In
us
any
your
way,
evidence
in any
that we
way,
can
to
determine?
cause and effect. I mean, like,
No, he's asking a lot of questions, but he's not providing any evidence. And he says he
because you're
has it.
not clear on what evidence you're talking about.
Evidence for your designer.
What
So,
evidence?
okay. So I'm saying I'm going with the Big Bang because that's what science says. Do you want to know what the evidence is for the Big Bang?
The evidence doesn't explain that things were always there, how things were always there, or where they come from. It just says that it was always there.
Then give us your evidence.
So what's your evidence?
My evidence. That noise. My evidence is this. Just as we see the effects of things that happen in the universe, and we can make um, inferences about those things or extrapolate from those things what we see, but not actually having to see it. Okay, like like gravity. You can't see gravity, you can't touch it, you can't hear it, but you see the effects of gravity. Okay, and you see the effects of what we see in the universe, and we can extrapolate and make inferences from these things have design to.
I don't even know what you just said means. We see things in the universe. How is that evidence for your designer?
Like I said, can you see gravity?
No,
How do you know gravity exists?
it's a force. It can be tested. Do you know?
Okay,
Yeah, so you can observe it scientifically, not with your
but you
eyes.
see the effects. But you see the effects of gravity, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Do you see the effects of Allah?
yes,
What are the effects of Allah?
oh,
we see from the universe that the effects of the universe have a cause to it.
No, what are the effects of Allah? Just like how
Uh, we
I can't
we
see
see from
gravity,
within the
but I can.
universe that the effects of what we see in the universe have a cause to it.
I don't know what that statement means. I see gravity. I see that objects with mass
From what we
attract.
observe in
So is Allah gravity?
what we observe within the universe, and what we see the effects of, we see that the effects of what we see has a cause.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
Right?
The laws?
Can you
The
have
laws?
can you have an effect without a cause?
What's an effect? Listen, science explains this. All you need are the four fundamental
You don't know what an
forces.
effect is? Man, come on. Cause and
Because
effect.
you're just using words. These are the words that apologists
I'm not
use,
just
and
using words.
you're just repeating them, and you're not using them to make anything. I ask you specifically, what is the evidence for your God? The
I
only thing
asked
you
you,
can say to me is
can
cause and effect.
an effect exist without a cause? That's what I'm asking you.
What's a cause and what's an effect?
Gosh,
Does Allah exist within the universe? Is there a location we can find him?
asking questions to my questions instead of answering my questions.
I mean, he asked you the question first, and then you kind of threw back other questions. He said, "What's the effect of Allah?" You've been kind of been asking. You be
You're
asking
He
questions.
asking
asked me
me
what's the effect of Allah. He asked me. I said that what we see in the universe, that, and I gave the example of gravity. We see the effects of gravity, and from the effects of it, we know from the effects of certain things, we know that there's a cause to it. Like, we don't actually see gravity.
Okay,
Okay, we
but you're
see the
saying
effects
Allah.
of gravity.
So
You're
when
saying
we see what, we know
What
that
I'm saying
Allah.
is this, and what I'm saying is this: for every effect, there is a cause. Do you accept that or do you deny that? For
So
every
what's the
effect, there is
effect?
a cause.
Okay, what's the effect of Allah? That's what I've been asking.
This is what I'm saying. Keep answering my questions with questions. Do you accept that for every effect, there is a cause?
What is the effect of Allah? That was my
Right.
question.
We're gonna not answer each other's questions. I don't
I
know where
ask
you're
you
going.
the question
Asking
first,
you a
and you
question.
keep
Ask the
dancing.
question. Do you accept?
Are you a dancer? I ask you, what is
I'm
the effect of
asking
Allah? You go
you. You
around,
keep
you
asking me
tell me
questions, and
about,
result of me answering,
you
you're not
tell me
answering my
about
questions.
gravity.
You're just asking me questions.
No, because listen, when he asked you what's the effect of Allah, you said, you know what I'm saying, we
Gravity.
can see gravity, and then you could be like, then you turn around and ask the question, but you never say the
No,
effect
because
of
I
Allah.
asked him a question before that, and then that's what he asked me. I asked him a question before that, and then
But
he asked me what's in the he asked me what's an effect.
No, because you didn't never really clarify. You never made a statement. You just said something, then you turn around and ask the question.
because he's making
You
statement,
never
is the
said what is.
universe an effect? Is that what you're saying? The universe is an effect?
God, you keep trying to get to what I'm saying instead of answering my question. I'm asking
All
you a
right.
question.
Ask me the question. Make you happy? Yes. Every effect has a cause.
Every
So
effect
is
has
the
a cause.
universe the effect?
Yes, the universe is an effect of what cause?
Who says the universe? I don't agree that the universe is an effect.
The universe is not an effect.
No.
So there was no cause to the universe.
The universe was not caused. The universe is just here.
Okay.
Now, are you going to provide any evidence for Allah, or is that all you have?
My evidence for Allah is the universe. The
The
effect of the
universe
universe
is.
being here is the cause. Is the cause of Allah.
So
Allah is the cause of the
how can we
universe being here.
falsify that? Is there
How
a
can we
way?
falsify the universe always being here?
What do you mean? All you have to do is to show a point when there was no universe, and that's falsified.
Okay.
So how can you falsify your proposition?
By showing that the universe was always here.
Well, the evidence that we have says that a
Says
universe.
it was always here.
We don't have anything else that shows that there wasn't a time when there wasn't one. So that's the evidence.
That's what I'm saying.
What's your evidence?
What is evidence to you? This is what I'm asking. What is evidence?
We just explained to you what the evidence was.
No,
The
he
evidence
said
to us.
evidence is data. I said, Does the data have to be observable?
Give us an example of like what can we falsify the data is more important. Can we falsify? It has to be
So my question
falsifiable.
is important that I'm asking right now.
Well, the answer is they have to be falsifiable. That's the answer. So whatever you present, we have to be able to falsify it. Like if you're saying that what you're saying is correct, then how can we prove it wrong?
I'm asking you what is evidence. You're saying we need evidence to show.
Evidence is that
You
as far as
said
we
that
know,
evidence is data. I said, does data have to be observable?
no, the evidence is that as far as we can observe, that the universe was always there. That is the evidence.
So it has
Now,
to be observable. According to you,
Okay.
evidence has to be observable.
okay, yes. Now, what's your
All
evidence?
evidence has to be observable, according to you.
Observable
Okay,
and
yes.
falsifiable, yes. Now, what's your evidence?
But you can't show that the universe was always here.
But what is told
All the data that we
evidence that
have
we
shown,
have.
All
All
science
the
can
data-
show is the universe. All science can show is a point in time where it began. It cannot show that it was
it
always
shows
here.
a point where we can go back no further.
Where
Now
it
you're
began.
saying,
Yes, where
you're
it began,
saying,
but it cannot say that it was always here.
but that's the same thing.
Yeah,
It's
but
You
not the
can't
same.
go any further.
yeah,
Then
Not the same thing.
it is because we're saying that we cannot go to a time when the universe wasn't there. That's our evidence. So then now you have to provide
No,
evidence.
you're saying
for
what
time.
the science is saying. You can go back to where it began. It's not saying that we can't. It's not. That's what the science is saying. Science is saying we go back to a point in which it began, but it can't say that this was always here.
okay, science is saying that there's a point,
In
there's
which
no
it began.
point. No,
It's not saying that it's
Yeah.
let's be clear.
Not
it's
the
Science is
saying
not
universe.
there's
saying
no point.
science is not
No, it's-
saying that it. Science is not saying. Let's be clear on this. Science is not saying that there. Science. What science is saying is that it goes back to a point in which it began.
No,
Right?
when
It's
the
not saying. It is not
expansion-
saying is this.
Listen,
What it's not
listen.
saying is that it was always there.
Listen, it's saying that they can go back to a point of where the expansion, not the universe, the expansion.
Expansion of what?
The universe.
Oh my God.
The expansion of the universe. Can something that does not exist expand?
Okay. Did it always exist? Is my question. Science
As
is not.
far as you keep asking question, the answer is as far as that we know. Now you have to provide evidence of the contrary, bro. That we keep saying. You keep asking us more questions instead of giving us an answer.
He doesn't have answers. All he has is questions.
So we're comfortable saying this, all we know is what we know. You're saying you know more than what's known. So we're trying to figure out what do you
How
know?
you know? All you have to say, it's my faith, it's what I believe.
It's
Don't check.
over with.
It's not a matter of based on faith.
So you
Just
have
saying.
evidence then.
Then give us the evidence, bro. That's it, dude.
That's what I'm saying. You keep saying give us the evidence. What you mean to say is give me something I could test and observe.
Or falsify. Then how do you know it's
But you
true?
can't falsify. You can't test and observe that the universe was always here. But that's the position that you hold.
We don't have any evidence that there was a time when there was no universe. You're saying that there is.
Yeah, you're saying that you have evidence that there was a time when there was no
And
universe.
you're
So we're
saying that the universe
provide
always
us.
existed. Did you not say that? Did you not
Oh
say that the
my
universe
God.
always existed?
You have a.
Did the brother not say that the
I
universe
said-
always existed?
I said, and let me say, we have no evidence of a time when there was no universe. Is that
you say-
clear to you? Is that
Did you
clear to
say?
you?
Did you? Yeah,
Is
that's
that-
clear.
No,
That's clear.
That's
That's
clear.
clear.
Okay, so
But
let's
did you
go
say?
from that.
Did you say that the
No,
universe
let's
always
go
existed?
from that. Everything that I said before, forget that. Let's go from that. We have no evidence of a time when there was no universe.
Yeah,
You're
so now we're
saying
asking
you do.
Yeah, now we're asking you. Can you provide evidence of a time where there wasn't no universe?
Okay. Can
Don't do it,
something
just say it's.
can you
it's
have an
my
effect?
bro.
Can you have an effect without a cause?
See,
You
and
already
you asked
said no.
another
Let me
question.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. You can't have an effect without a cause. Okay. Go back. The Big Bang examines when you go back to the first cause, right? Because it can't say whether. Hold on. It doesn't say whether it was always here or not. It says it goes back to when it began, which is the first cause, right?
Cause of the
Right?
expansion.
And the expansion, whatever the reason for that expanding is a cause, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that cause has an effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is the effect?
The effect is
You're supposed to be
expansion.
What is
telling
the
me.
cause? What is the cause? I'm sorry. What is the cause? What is the
You're
cause of that
supposed to be-
effect?
We don't. The Big Bang Theory is the cause of that effect. We already break that down. You supposed to
What?
be
No,
telling
you're
us.
saying what is the cause?
You supposed to be telling us, man. We already had a whole hour conversation of
What is the cause of the effect of the Big Bang? What you say? What is the cause?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. I don't know.
But you already agreed that you can't have an effect without a cause. So if
So
you
what
agree,
is the cause?
if you
He
agree,
said he
no,
don't know. What
but
is
you
the
have
cause?
to answer the question. But this is
He
this
said
is
he didn't
what
know.
I'm raising. This is what I'm raising. This is what I'm raising.
Hassan,
He
I
said
don't
he
know.
don't know.
If you say, but then you can't hold that premise. Then you can't hold that. You can't hold that position. If you say that you can't
Where
have
does
No,
your
but this is
Hassan,
the
you still
point.
ain't answered.
You're
What's
saying
your
you know,
evidence?
but
you
you
cannot
refuse
say,
to
you
tell us.
cannot say that you can't have an effect without a cause. And then when you're asked, and then go back to a point and say there is an effect, but we don't know what's the cause.
Of course
You
you
have
can
to
say
address
that.
the question.
That
You have
happens
to
all the
address
time,
the
bro.
question, and that is the
This
question that
Yeah,
needs to be
this shit
addressed.
happen every day that we see and we know there's an effect. We don't know what happened.
And
This shit
that is
happens
the
all the
Of
time.
question
course.
that needs to be
What is he
addressed. What is
talking
the
about?
cause?
Yeah,
You
you
can
crazy.
be in your house, you hear a sound, you don't know what the cause is, but the sound is the effect. You hear the sound, you don't know what the cause is.
That shit happens all the time.
Right.
He's saying he don't know. You say you know. So tell us.
Hell no.
The cause is the creator. The cause is the designer. Is the creator.
Yeah, just say
Okay.
something out of face, son, bro.
So I go back to what I asked you
But
before.
you agree in principle that there can't be an effect without a cause, but then go against the
Yeah,
principle that you
but
believe.
back to
Go against the principle that you accept by saying that there can be an effect
yes.
without
Can
a
I get
cause.
this question out because you're just repeating
Yeah,
yourself?
that could be an
What
effect
I
without
asked you
knowing what the
before.
cause was.
What I asked you before.
You
What
accept
was
the
what would a universe that does not have
you accept the principle that
hello?
there can be a cause.
Hello?
You keep
What would
going.
a
You keep
universe
contradicting yourself.
what does a universe that does not have a designer looks like?
I don't know. There's not one that exists.
Is it possible that there can be a universe without a designer?
No.
So your position is unfalsifiable.
How?
Do you know what unfalsifiable means?
No. Explain to me how it is unfalsifiable.
Because you're saying it can only be this way and no other way.
Okay. Explain to me how it's unfalsifiable.
That's what it means. It
What?
cannot be any
What?
other way. This is the only way. You're saying a universe has to have a designer.
A universe that has no design would be in chaos.
What does that mean? Chaos.
You don't know. Okay.
Would a universe that does not have a designer have the four fundamental forces?
Right. Would there be gravity?
It would be in complete disorder and confusion.
Would there be the four
Then what is
fundamental
chaos?
forces?
The universe would be in complete disorder and confusion.
Do you answer questions? Would there be the four fundamental forces?
Where do these forces come from?
Oh my God.
You ask a question.
If there's no designer, how do these forces get there? If there's no
So
designer, then it would
answer
be
the
disorder and
question.
confusion. So
You can just say
where would
yes, there
four
would be
fundamentals?
or
How
no,
would
there
these four
would.
fundamentals come
Yeah,
to exist?
just say no. The answer is no. Then say you said is your
Right,
answer
right.
no?
That's all that long-winded stuff.
No, I'm asking you. I said chaos, and he said he doesn't know what chaos means. So then I had to give
No,
him the definition.
because chaos can
Chaos
mean
can mean
different things.
anything.
Chaos means
What?
complete disorder and confusion. What do you mean chaos can mean anything? Chaos
What does
means
that
So
chaos.
mean?
that's not the statement. Okay, wait, stop.
Yeah.
So that's not the statement.
Chaos
Uh,
can mean different.
Yeah, because Bujaba already explained about the valence electrons. That's not chaos. That makes sense. Okay?
He's
So
asked
you
me.
get
He
the
asked me. This is what he asked me, Ron. He asked me if there was no designer of the universe, what would we see? I said you would see complete disorder and confusion. I said you would see chaos. He said, "What
You
is
said you would
chaos?"
see chaos. There
Yeah,
are
I said
scientists
chaos.
right now that will argue to you that this universe is chaotic. So that's what I ask you what that means. Because chaos for
Are
you
you
can,
arguing that? Are you arguing that?
Because
I
Hassan,
just
a
asked you a
meteorite,
No,
a
are
question.
you
meteor. Listen,
arguing that?
Hassan, an asteroid could come right now and knock Earth out of its orbit.
Right.
Put it.
Like it done before.
Yeah,
Yeah, like it
it's
done before.
possible.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Like it done
Very
before.
possible. Yeah.
Okay.
Like it done before.
So is
The
that
point of
chaos?
saying that is what?
So no, I'm saying. So is that chaos?
He's gonna ask you another question.
No, that's not. I don't say it's chaos. What? No.
That's not chaos.
Why would
Asteroid
that
come
be
to
chaos?
just knock
Randomly,
Earth off its
randomly.
orbit, destroy human armor. All right.
Why would it? But why would it be chaos though?
That okay? So that's harmony.
Huh?
Right.
That's harmony
I'm asking you, why would it be chaos?
because it would knock everything that you think is designed for us to live off of the Earth, off its
Yeah.
orbit.
It is
And
not
But why
off
would
the
it be
design.
chaos? Hold on. Why would if the universe was by design, why would that be chaos if it was by a designer?
So you see why your position is not forcible?
Yeah, then
Because
you gonna get
it's not falsifiable.
I'm
Because
asking
anything.
you. You asking me.
okay.
Listen.
So
You
what does
keep
chaos
asking me
look like?
questions
So
as a
what does
result.
chaos?
I'm making a statement. I'm
Yeah.
making a statement.
Right,
This
but
is
you're
why
asking
your
me questions
position.
as a
This
result
is
of the
why.
position that
This
I
is why
hold.
your position is not falsifiable. Because anything we present would be by design. So there's nothing that we could prevent that
Right, but
you
you're
would say.
asking me questions. But listen,
I'm
you're
making
asking
a
me.
statement, and you're saying I'm asking you a question.
No, I'm saying the brother asked me a question about the asteroid hitting Earth. Right? Are you asking me that in the result of it being a designer or not being a designer?
I'm saying that we need to gauge what you consider chaos. Because
I
if
said
that's not
complete.
chaos to you,
Listen,
give us an
I
example.
said. This is what I said. Chaos, and this is what it is: complete disorder and confusion. That
What
is
does
what
it
I said.
look like? So what does that mean? Is it go? Would there be stars?
Okay. What it means is this. If there's no designer, right, and
Mhm.
the universe came to exist without a designer, then the universe would come to exist through chaos. It wouldn't be order, okay, which we see in the universe. Okay, it wouldn't be harmony, which we see in the universe. The universe will come to exist through chaos. Okay,
Okay, but
so
would
got
there be
so
stars?
what I'm saying is this.
I got him, Sosa. I got him.
What I'm saying is this: if the universe didn't have a designer, then it would be chaos. And in this chaos, it would not be able to sustain human life because there would be no designer or sustainer in order to it.
So in that chaos, would there be a point where it just ends?
I don't know. You asked me a bunch of probabilities about the future of a
It's
universe
not
that
a
potentially
probability
does not
question.
exist. It's not.
This is not a
What is it?
Listen. You say you know what a universe that's designed look like. I'm trying to get from you if you understand what a universe that is not designed look like. So this universe that you say is designed, do you understand that according to all the scientific model that this universe is going to die at some point, it's going to suffer heat death?
Okay, I already accept that according to what I believe that the universe is going to come to an end. That's not a
It's gonna
surprising
suffer
thing to me.
heat death.
Everything
Do you
is
understand
going to
what
what?
heat death is?
It's going
That
to. I'm.
it's gonna go dark. That there is no form of radiation taking place anywhere in the universe,
Your point
and that's not chaos for you.
is the
It's
universe
order.
in is the universe in chaos right now. Disorder and confusion.
You didn't answer my question. Is that chaos for you?
It's a chaotic ending. Yes, it could be a chaotic ending,
It
but the
doesn't
universe
matter.
as it stands today is not in chaos.
Listen, it wouldn't matter what we present to you as chaos because you would say it's by design.
Yeah,
I would
It
say,
exactly.
would.
I would
It
say a
does
black.
matter. You
No, I would say a
listen.
black
Hold on.
hole.
Hold
I
on.
would say a black hole is chaos. You would go, no,
Hold
that's
on.
by design.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. He's asking me a series of questions based upon a universe that does not have a designer. This is what he asked me. Based upon a universe that does not have a designer, I said the universe would be chaos. Now he's trying to take that chaos that I said to compare it to the universe to the potential of this universe that exists today.
No, what we're
Okay.
saying is that when you
No,
present
I'm
the
talking about
argument,
no, not we. Your argument is not the same. He
yeah, yeah,
is
no,
saying this. This is what
I
he is
understand what
saying.
he's saying. I understand what he's saying, but listen,
You have
Okay, so
when you say that it would be chaos, right? The reason we're trying to get a definition for
I
chaos
gave you a
because
definition. I said complete disorder and confusion.
you're using like ambiguous terms that don't. Yeah, but we could. That's what I'm saying. We're trying to
What's
narrow it down.
ambiguous about these terms? Do
so
you know
what's
what disorder
Would there
means?
be
but
gravity? Would there be
Do you know what
gravity?
disorder means?
Would there be
answer the
gravity?
Listen, do you know what disorder means? You keep saying I'm
Yeah,
being
yeah,
ambiguous, like you don't
yeah.
understand the words that
Disorder.
I'm using.
My room right now is in disorder. Yeah, I know
Okay,
what
do you understand what confusion means?
Yeah, I'm confused right now in the midst of
Okay,
conversation.
okay,
But
so you know what disorder and confusion
he won't
means.
answer your
So
question.
you
Would there
know,
be
so you
gra-
know the words I'm
Would there
using.
be
You keep saying
gravity
I'm
in a
speaking
non-design
ambiguous.
universe? Would
Right.
there
Well,
be
why are you saying I'm
gravity?
speaking ambiguously?
would there be
I'm not.
gravity?
He's, he's not gonna answer.
Is gravity a part of order?
Would there be
He asked me a
gravity in a
question.
I
non-design
listen,
universe?
listen. I already said
Yes,
that there's going to
yes
be
or no?
complete chaos, complete disorder, and confusion. Is
Would there
gravity a
be
part of order?
gravity?
No. Hold on. Wait.
Oh my
Is
God.
gravity a part of order?
Nah,
Would
don't.
there
We're
be
not gonna tell you
gravity?
what it is. You tell us if
Is
gravity is
gravity
not.
a part of order?
Nah, I don't
We're
know.
not
Now,
answering any
tell us what gravity is
questions.
first, bro.
Okay, because you keep asking me follow up questions to questions that I
If I
already
tell you
He
that
addressed.
asked
gravity
you
is,
a
if I tell you
question.
that gravity is order, you're
Yeah.
gonna say, nah, that's not.
If
That's
I
not.
say the universe is going to be in complete disorder, that doesn't mean one part is going to be okay. Complete means everything. Complete disorder.
Would
Everything
there
is
be
going to be in
gravity?
disorder. I don't know
Would there
what
be?
you keep asking me questions to follow
So
up
why can't
the
you answer
answers that
that
I'm
question
giving
yes
you.
or
Like you
no?
don't
He
understand. I'm not
can.
speaking ambiguously.
Then why can't you just
I'm
answer
not
that
speaking
question yes
ambiguously
or no?
because I already answered it in a statement that I previously said. When I say complete disorder, I mean complete disorder. I
Would
don't
there
know
be
what you
gravity
want
though?
to interpret by what you don't know what complete and disorder means.
No, because you're not answering the question.
Hey
Would
man,
there
what
be
do you want me
gravity?
to do? Like you got to look these words up if you don't know what they mean.
Would there
I
be
don't know,
gravity?
bro. I
Son,
said
you was doing
complete
good right before.
disorder.
You throwing your gun now. You done just straight throwing your gun. You
I'm
done
not
gave
throwing
up.
my gun. Bro, you're
I
asking me
got hit
follow
with a
up
gun. I
questions,
know. But that knee hurt. You got hit me in my knee with a damn gun.
bro.
The, the
Y'all
problem
keep
is he
asking me
has to be right.
questions
So he's not gonna answer any question that he thinks might show that he's not.
Yeah, you keep saying we ask you
because
questions.
the
You keep
questions
coming
that you
at.
asked have already been answered. Listen, if I say complete disorder, and gravity represents order in the universe, is that included in the chaos or not?
Okay, so if there's no gravity, the universe can a universe exist without gravity? Because that's what you're saying.
You keep asking me these questions.
No, but that's what you're saying.
I don't. I
You're
like. I really
saying,
don't understand why you keep asking me the same question over and
let
over.
me explain why I'm asking you. If
Please,
there's
just get
no
to your
gravity,
point instead of. I'd rather you just
This
get to
is
your
not a
point instead
question,
of
man. He's
asking me the
gonna
same
explain.
question.
It's not a question, son. He's gonna ask you a question. He's gonna explain.
I'm explaining, but you don't want to listen. You said in a universe that's chaos, there is no gravity. I'm saying that a universe cannot exist without gravity or without the fundamental forces. So your idea of a chaotic universe is impossible by definition.
Yeah, you the cat with the excellent seal and shit. Now you want to be the cat? Now, son, do you want to be the cat with the
Or the
extra mark,
boy.
extra seal, or the little boy? Which one you gonna be?
Then what you asked, then hold on. What you asked me was a ridiculous question to begin with.
I didn't
To
ask
ask
a
me a
question.
question, no, to ask me a question about a universe that can't exist, and if it would be chaos, is a ridiculous question to ask me. And then when I answer you and say that the universe is going to be chaos, you say, well, the universe can't exist anyway. So, like, what's the point of asking the question?
No,
That's it.
because based on your
It
definition
don't
of
make
chaos,
the question you
It's
asked
like
was pointless.
he
you
asked
The
the
you
question you
question.
asked
define
was
chaos
pointless.
as
It was a
gravity.
contradictory question that you asked from the beginning. And
So
you
we're
trying to
trying
trap
to
me.
make you
No,
see
no,
that
but
what
wait,
you're
wait, wait.
saying does not
No,
make
because you're
sense.
trying to trap me in a contradictory question. The question you asked in general was contradictory in the first place.
He asked the
No,
question, and there wasn't even. Hold on. That was a bullshit question you asked.
It
You the one-
was. It was. According to
you
him.
the one gave the answer.
No,
You
listen.
gave the answer.
According to him, if he's going to say that the universe can't exist without gravity, and then he's going to ask me what would happen in the universe that has no design with that's chaotic. Like it's a
no,
dumb
but you're the
question.
one
Because
saying
Like,
that a universe that
yeah,
has no
oh,
design does not have
man.
gravity. That's what you said.
yeah,
A
I'm saying,
universe that's not designed has no gravity.
You said it.
Yeah, that was funny. Didn't he? He said, "Y'all tricked me."
it's not about tricking me. He asked a ridiculous question. Like you asked a
Nah, it was a
contradictory
ridiculous
question, and
question.
then asked me to try to trap me in a question that you
No,
knew
it's
was
not
contradictory in
ridiculous
the first
because
place.
if you're saying that the one universe has a design, then you would have to deposit. Well, either one can exist without a design, or it can't.
But this is the thing. I already said that the universe can't exist without a designer, and then he can continue to ask me that question anyway. I already
No,
said that there can be no universe that exists without a designer.
No, he said,
I
"What would it
already,
I
look
I
like?"
I
I
I
already
heard that
answered
you
that
said that,
question, but
and
he
I
kept.
said,
But this is my thing.
okay, so that's
You keep asking me the same
unfalsifiable.
question
And you
over and
said, no,
over.
that's not unfalsifiable.
I answered that. I said there cannot be a universe without a designer. And then you
Okay,
kept saying
so
that's unfalsifiable.
and it is
So why did you ask me the question in the first place, man? Like
because you said
you
no,
go,
it's not
we going in
unfalsifiable.
circles.
You said no,
You
it's not
said my
unfalsifiable.
answer was
So I asked you the
unfalsifiable,
question
and
to
then
show to
asked me
you.
an unfalsifiable
He
question.
wanted to prove to you that it was that what your response was
It's not
unfalsifiable.
proven. You just did something that contradicted yourself. What are you
Let-
proving by
What,
contradicting yourself?
what flavor of Muslim are you? What flavor of Muslim are you?
I'm not no flavor, the spicy flavor.
Are you Nation of Islam?
No, I'm not.
Oh
Are
yeah.
you a Sunni?
Yes, I guess you could say
A
yes.
Sunni. You should just accept that the universe is here. You believe in a creator, that's your faith, and then go debate with Christians. Because this idea of trying to shoehorn science
It's
into
not trying
the
to
gaps.
shoehorn. It's not trying to shoehorn science in the gaps. Science doesn't address certain questions about what caused the universe in the first place.
And
But
that's why
you
you should
like,
just leave it. And that's what I'm saying. That's why in the beginning we said, yo, you should just leave it right there.
bro,
Yeah.
listen.
And after that, and then after that,
How can you accept the principle that every effect has a cause, but then look through science and say the universe has an effect, but it doesn't have a cause.
but what I'm saying in the
You're
beginning, you yourself said science has limitations,
But
right?
no,
And like,
but
but just listen,
how do you hold those two positions? Explain to me, how do you hold those two positions? That every
because
effect
so
has a
we
cause,
only deal
but when
with
it
the
comes to the
evidence.
universe,
We only
there is
deal
an
with
effect for the universe, but it doesn't
because
have a
we said it.
cause.
But look, in the beginning, like I said, we only deal with the evidence. That's why I gave the analogy, bro. Once we're driving a car, like after we get out that car, you could just evoke your faith, and it's all good. And you can just say it's a matter of faith, and then we can't go, and then we'll stop. Then we can't work
we,
no further with you, and
nobody's
that's fine.
debating your faith, right? That's
Yeah,
your
that's
faith.
fine.
That's what
You
you
are
believe.
debating my faith when you ask me questions about
Nah,
what God and
No,
how God can be this
you're
and how
talking
God can be
about
that.
science. Once you invoke science, then we're gonna ask you a question.
All
yeah,
right,
that's what we kept saying.
but what I'm saying is this: you have to understand the framework from which I'm coming from. Okay, In order to understand the position that I hold, in order to understand it, I'm not saying that you have to agree to it, but in order to understand the position that I'm holding, you have to you have to you have to ask certain questions, and those questions have to be based on certain principles. And as I'm trying to establish the principles of there being a designer and a creator, and using science to do so by asking the questions of what is the cause of the effect of the universe, of the Big Bang. And you say, well, we stopped there. And well, I'm going the next step, and I'm asking those questions, and
Hey,
I'm
but look,
using
and
science to draw. I'm using science to draw reasonable conclusions to support the evidence and and to support that it's more probable that there is a cause of the universe, and that this cause is the universe existed is not by random uh chance. Okay, it's not by random. It's more probable that there is a cause and a designer for the things for us to exist as we exist today.
Is
well,
your designer
but you
intelligent?
could, but look, you could have just said at that point, right? You could either drop us off and take the car, or you can let us drop you off and take the car, and that's good, and it's all good. You know what I'm saying? But you keep trying to take us down the road with you, and we're trying to stop at. Listen, I don't know from here. This is where science ends. You keep saying
No,
no. We're
well,
gonna
because
drag you down.
I'm asking you to look through science and ask the question. I'm asking the question to provoke the thought for you to ask the
We don't
question.
we don't we don't look we don't look past science though. That's what I'm saying. That's a stopping point. Because for us,
But
that's
why
belief.
stop? But when it comes to the universe, why stop there? Why stop only through science?
We don't
Because
stop. Science doesn't stop. It keeps
Yeah,
looking.
but
But
you do because you use
no,
other fact. You use other areas of knowledge in your and do you've used other areas of knowledge throughout your life, right?
no.
It's not your life. I don't know, but people's lives are
You
not based upon solely
you got it
scientific
wrong.
things.
Science doesn't stop. Science keep looking
But science
to
doesn't
gather
explain
more
everything.
knowledge. No, it
Science doesn't
doesn't.
explain everything.
But what it doesn't. But we don't accept explanation without evidence,
You don't
right?
accept anything unless it has to do with science.
I didn't say that.
Well, I'm asking you, do you accept any form of understanding or knowledge outside of science?
Uh, yes.
What?
History for one.
Okay, what else?
shoot, there's other thing that are still
That's it.
scientific.
I mean, that's what I'm
No,
saying. Like,
what I'm
like
saying,
you don't want to ask the questions that because
About
you're
what?
because you bound yourself to the realm of science of only how you acquire knowledge is by only using science. This is how you acquire knowledge.
hey,
Do
but
you
Like,
have
listen though,
another way though?
just like
yes,
we
there is
accept,
other ways. There is other branches of knowledge.
hey, but
Like what?
son, just like we accept your, just like we accept your understanding, your belief, and we say, okay, cool. At the same time, you got to give that same respect and say, you know what, I can respect
No,
this.
I
I'm gonna
do,
just
but
go
I'm
further.
saying, but I do, but what I'm saying is ask the question. The
Is there
question of
another way
how
though
the
is there
question.
another way to gain knowledge? Because as far as I'm aware, science is the only consistent method that we have. Do you have another way?
Hold on 1 second.
I mean, we can sit here and do philosophy all day. Like, this is dope.
Yeah, but philosophy is I wouldn't say it's a way to gain knowledge.
No.
It's
I'm just saying we could just philosophize. It'd be cool. We could just, but we'll
yeah.
never be able to prove it. That's why
Mhm.
science was invented.
Yeah. So the philosophy is important, but at some point you have to stop thinking and talking about it and actually go find out.
Experiment, observe.
Yeah. But he's saying there's another way to know stuff. So I'm curious to know what that is.
Ain't no other way. Hey, but I will say this though. This is probably one of the very few conversations I've had with somebody who is of faith, and then go just rabbit hole crazy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That you can
Yeah.
actually say something, and then he can say something. And then we understand. We just, you know what I'm
But
saying?
I have
Like
no
Brother
problem if
Rockman
you would
go
say,
crazy on that motherfucker.
man, that's my faith. But he's trying to say, no, it's not faith.
It's not faith.
No, it's
It ain't got nothing
science.
to do with this Quran. On Allah. I was putting it on Allah. Ain't got nothing to do with this Quran.
No, what I'm saying is this. I'm not saying that, you know, hear me?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm not saying that my faith doesn't what I believe um in terms of my concept of my idea of God and 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 faith or whatever doesn't play a factor into the positions that I hold or whatever like that. Because in the Quran, it tells us in the Quran that to look in the creation of for the signs of Allah, and it tells us to look at these things, look in the creation of and you will see the signs and existence of a creator. So it's not like we use science. Muslims use science to support the positions that they hold and the reasons for accepting the position that there is a design.
But you
It's
also
not
dismiss the science that don't agree with your Quran, though, right?
it's not necessarily dismissed. For example, like the Big Bang, right? No,
Yeah.
I'm explaining to you. I'm explaining to you. So Muslims believe that Allah um, created everything. He created the universe, right? But it's not detailed in the Muslim Islamic scripture or anything like that how it took place, right? It doesn't say that it started from this and this has happened or anything like that. So in terms of what we're obligated to believe about how the universe came into existence, we're obligated to believe, what is revealed to us, what's said to us. But in terms of matters about how things came to play, like I'm not forced to hold a position about that the Big Bang is how it happened or this is how it happened. You know what I mean? If it's I'm not forced to hold up a position about that or whatever like that. It could be true or could not be true, but I'm not forced to necessarily hold a position, but I don't hold a position that there isn't a designer or that isn't a creator. Because like I said, when I look into
We understand that, but I'm
yeah,
saying you can't say you're doing science and you accept the parts of science that agree with the Quran, and then you dismiss the parts that don't agree. That's not doing science. That's
what do you
starting with a
mean? All
conclusion.
scientists don't agree with each other though.
I'm
You
not
just
talking
you just
about
gave
scientists. You make
but
a
that
different argument.
scientists
I'm
make up
saying
science though.
no. This is what I'm
No.
saying. There are parts of science that agree with the Quran. You accept those and you say, this is how Allah did it. And then the parts that don't agree with the Quran, you say, no, that's wrong. That's what I'm saying. That's not doing science. What you're doing is starting with your conclusion and then you look for the evidence to fit it. So when you find evidence that does not agree with your conclusion, you dismiss it.
Okay, but do you understand why I hold that position, correct? If I were to take a
Believe.
position on something like that, you understand why I will hold that position, correct?
Because of your
Ah,
faith.
it's your
No,
faith. Yeah.
because if I'm going to hold the position
It's,
that
it's
if the
okay to
if
say my faith,
hold
bro.
on,
Like,
no, if I'm going to hold a position that if I'm going to hold the position that okay, that there is a designer, that there's a creator, and that the creator and the designer has certain attributes, and that one of these attributes is that he's all knowing. In order to be a creator of the universe, he has to be knowledgeable about what he's creating. What Allah has to be knowledgeable about these things. So if he knows about it, and he's reveals something about the universe, about the creation of the universe, or whatever, that disagrees with science, and I'm going to hold the position that because the creator is all knowing, that I'm going to hold that position.
So is
Right?
it possible that you could be wrong?
I don't know anything that's in the Quran that disagrees with what science says.
is it
No.
possible that the Quran could be wrong?
I haven't seen anything that shows the
No.
Quran being wrong.
I said,
No.
is it possible?
Until it's brought to me, I don't
No.
think it's
I
possible.
ain't saying it has to be brought to you. I'm asking, is it possible? Is there a
No.
possibility that the Quran could be wrong?
No.
See,
I'm explain why. I'm explain why.
Let
Let me explain why. Let me explain why. Let me explain why. Let me explain why I
You
have to
can't
hold
beat
that
that,
position.
Sosa. There's no way
No,
you can get
let
around
me
that,
explain
Sosa.
why. Let me explain why. Okay, let me explain why. Okay, so in the very beginning of the Quran says this is a book that in it there's no doubt in it. So whatever is revealed in this book, that there's no doubt in it. And saying that if I say that there's a possibility that it could be wrong, then that's saying that I have some doubt in it. So I can't
That would
say
go
that.
against your faith.
It would go against me accepting that that this book has no doubt.
Yeah, that's your faith. Yeah.
So
That's
no
not a
matter
faith.
what,
It's not a faith. It's not a faith. It's not.
no,
It's
Well,
that right there.
I'm not saying it as a negative. That's your.
No. But I'm saying you're defining it differently than way I am. I'm
what
saying
he's telling you, Sosa, no matter what you show him, he's
that's
not
not
gonna
what I'm
accept it.
saying. Then
It
if
is.
you can, what I'm saying is this: if you can show me something, okay, that's wrong or contradictory in the Quran, and it is, then I'll accept it.
You can't because you would have to give up your faith.
You just said that there's nothing wrong in it.
Listen to what I just
It's
said to
not
you.
possible.
If you show me something, an error or a contradiction in the Quran, and it exists and it's true, then I have no choice but to accept it.
But
So
how
you
can you
do admit
accept
that
it?
there's a possibility that
I'm not saying that there's a possibility. I'm saying if you show
you
me,
understand words.
Yeah. So if
yeah,
there's
I
no
do understand words.
what I'm saying,
I
if
don't
there's
believe it's
no
possible
possibility, if
because
it's not
listen.
possible, then there's nothing I can show you because it's not possible.
Oh gosh, listen to what I'm saying.
That's
Am I crazy? Am I
Listen to what I'm
crazy?
saying.
I hear
Listen
what
to
you're
what I'm
saying.
saying.
I
You
heard
don't
you.
hear what I'm saying. You don't. Okay. If I say that it's possible, then I'm saying that there is doubt in it. And that means that I haven't accepted what is revealed in the book. Okay. So I don't believe that there is any doubt in this book. Okay. If you show me there's something worthy of doubt, the Quran challenges you. Show this is the book within it. There's no contradictions. If you could show me a contradiction in it, then that's fine. I'm not the one to challenge you. The
Oh,
Quran is challenging.
no, but saying if I show you something
Then show me.
that
There's no if. Then show me.
no, listen. If I showed you something that proved the Quran was wrong, could you accept that and still be a Muslim?
No, you can't.
Exactly. Then you would have to give up your faith.
Yes, I would.
So you're accepting that it's a possibility.
I didn't say it was a possibility. I said
It
if
has to be a possibility, bro.
no. I said if that was the case, if you brought that to me and that was the case, and you showed me something that was wrong or error or contradiction, and that was the truth, then and it was true, then I would have to give that up. Because
Yeah,
the Quran tells me to accept that there is no doubt in it. And if I accept that and if I see that there is doubt in it, then I will have to give it up.
So how could you be how would you be strong in your faith if you would accept something that shows doubt about the Quran? Then you would not be then you would be weak in your faith to even
No,
accept
it's not being weak in my faith. I already don't I don't doubt that I don't have any doubt in it. I already have that position firm. Now the Quran challenges those who have doubt in it to bring forth your evidence, bring forth your claims. And when you if you say there's a contradiction or there's an error in here, I'm not the one challenging. I
No,
didn't
but
write
you
the book.
don't believe
The Quran is
that there could
challenging
be
you to bring forth your proof, bring forth your evidence
yes,
if you're truthful.
but you don't believe there can be anything wrong
The
in there. So
Quran
it
says
doesn't
it.
matter
The
what he
Quran says it.
brings.
I believe this. The Quran says this.
and you
If
accept
you have, and I accept it.
yeah.
If you have something to go against it, then bring it.
No,
That's
but
what
it
I'm saying.
wouldn't matter. What we're saying is it
It
wouldn't
would
matter
matter.
what he
It would
brings.
matter. It would matter. It would matter. I'm not
Am
a
I
person that
crazy?
I'm not. Listen, I'm not a person that's just blind following. I'm not blind following.
So when the
You
Quran
bring
says the
forth your
sun set,
evidence, and we'll examine it.
when the Quran says the sun set in a muddy spring, is that scientific?
What do you understand from that?
What do you understand from that? I just said what it says.
Where does it say that?
Are you a Muslim?
Where does it say that?
In the Quran.
Where?
You want the ayah?
I would like it, yes.
Okay, I can provide that to you. But is this the first time you're hearing this?
Oh, no, but I'm not going to give you
No,
anything.
no. I'm just
I'm
asking
not
you. Is it,
giving you anything. So
no,
we're gonna.
I don't. I'm not.
Wait,
I'm,
He's gonna give you where he's
wait,
gonna check where it's at.
If we're going to discuss it, we're going to discuss it.
I'm not
not
asking you
based
to
upon.
provide me with anything. I'm just asking you. Is this the first
I
time
know
you're
the
hearing
verse.
that?
I know the verse in which you're talking about. But if
Okay.
you're going to hold that position, then you need to, like the Quran says, produce your reason, your evidence for it. If you believe that that's what it says, if you
Okay,
believe that
and
that's
what I'm asking you is, since you know about it, why are you asking me to bring you the ayah since you know it?
because this is your claim. This is the understanding that you have of it. So you're claiming something, and then you want to discuss something based upon your claim. And I'm telling you, bring forth your whole claim. Don't bring up a piece of it and then be like, well, it says this, and then want to have a conversation about it when you haven't really researched it. Doesn't seem like.
Okay, so Surah 1886, does that say the sun set in a muddy pool or muddy spring or whatever the case is?
What surah?
1886.
This is the verse before. 84. Verily we established his power on earth, and we gave him the ways and the means to all ends. One way he followed until when he reached the setting of the sun, he found it set in a spring of murky water. Near it he found a people. We said, O Dhul-Qarnayn, thou hast authority either to punish them or treat them with kindness. This is what you're talking about?
Okay, so now is that compatible with science? Can the sun set in a spring?
Okay. What did you understand from that verse?
I just asked you a question.
I'm asking you what you understand from the verse.
It says the sun set in a muddy spring. That's what it says. I'm asking you, can that happen?
So are you saying that the Quran says that the sun sets in water?
You just read it.
No, I'm asking you what you understand from it before we go any
I
further.
just explained it to you. I just said it to you.
The verse is not saying that the sun sets in murky water.
What is the verse saying? Because you just read it.
Okay, you read the verse again and you tell me what it says.
You just read it. It said he found it. Oh my. Read it again.
No, you read it again.
No, you just read it. Read it again.
I want you to read it again. I know what it's saying, but I want you to read it to get the context.
I don't need the context. It says in plain language, he found it said. Did he say he found it setting in a murky spring or a muddy spring?
Does the Quran say that the sun sets in murky water?
Yes.
Okay, you're wrong. What does it say? Read it again.
It says I just told you what it says.
No, I want you to read what it says.
I read it again. It says that. Now, can you show me where
no,
it
I want you
doesn't
to
say
read
that?
it out loud what it says.
You see, the problem is you're not honest. And I'm saying that because if you were, you just read it and it said
I'm saying you misread what it says.
So read what it says then.
You read it. You're trying to tell
me
something that's there without reading the verse. So I want you to read it. You want me to present an argument and defend something that you haven't substantiated. So substantiate your claim first, and then I'll give you my response.
The claim is until he reached the setting of the sun, he found it setting in a spring of dark mud, and he found it near a people. There, I read it.
I'm looking at it. Until when he reached the setting of the sun, he found it as if sitting in a spring of dark mud, and he found it. Come on, bro. I'm looking at it.
Now, does the Quran say that the sun sets in murky water? Is what I'm asking you.
Yes, you asked me that, and I said yes.
And I asked you to read it again because you're not reading it properly. You're not reading it properly.
Can you show me how I'm not reading it properly?
The setting of the sun, he found it as if setting in a spring of dark mud.
Are you going to explain the verse, or are you just gonna dance around it?
You stalling, man. Come on, man.
I'm not stalling. It seems as though that you guys cannot read and understand English. So I'm asking you.
This is Yusuf.
I'm asking you to read it again.
Listen, this is. I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it again. This is Yusuf Allah. Until when he reached the setting of the sun, he found it set in a spring of murky water, and there he found his people. This is Shakur. Until when he reached a place where the sun set, he found it going down. Like then he keeps going down. Muhammad Sawa. To the west, where he found the sun setting in a warm source spring of water. Mohsen Khan. Until when he reached the, come on, bro. Like,
okay.
Just give the answer. Go ahead, school us, bro. Like, you got me curious.
Okay.
Yeah, you got me reading.
Okay. Okay. Go to Surah Kaf, 18 verse 90. Okay, same surah, verse 90. Keep
what does it say?
He said
no, but before we go to another surah.
Did you open it up, or you just asked me?
Wait. Can we put a pause on this? That surah, where it says that, is that compatible with science?
Oh gosh. Are
you going to answer my question?
I don't ask no question.
Because the verse does not say what you're saying it says.
So
the verse says because you don't want to say what I said. No, hold on. This is what we're gonna do, because you don't want to read the verse. You don't want to understand.
Listen, no, but listen.
You're taking me to another verse.
Let's deal with
this one.
I've asked you. Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
Before you go. Listen, before you go, you're telling him. You're saying the verse does not say what he said it says, but then you're not dealing with that verse. You're then saying, let's go to 90.
Because I'm going to explain. But
no, so you're going to explain the verse. So it does say what I'm saying, but I just have the wrong understanding. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is it does not say what you're saying, and you have the wrong understanding.
It does say what I'm saying, because I read it, you read it, and Sosa read it, and it does say that.
Who found the spring? Who found the sun setting in the spring of murky water?
It doesn't matter who found it.
No. Okay. Because it seems like y'all just don't want to look at the context and the words and what it's saying and understand what the verse is saying.
Can the sun set in a spring of murky water?
Okay. Go to verse 90. It says, until when he came to the rising of the sun, he found it rising on a people for whom he had provided no covering protection against the sun. Does the sun rise actually on top of people? Is what I'm asking. From what you understand from what I just said, does the sun actually rise on top of people?
No.
Okay, so why then do you take from that verse that the sun doesn't rise on top of people, and then when you read this verse in 86 that the sun is setting in murky water?
Good question. Now, is Sunan Abu Dawud, is he a good hadith narrator for you?
If you don't know who he is, I don't know who he is, bro. That's all good.
Do you accept Sunan Abu Dawud?
Present what you're going to present.
I asked you a question, sir.
Present what you're going to present.
So you're not going to answer if you accept him.
Yeah, because if
you don't accept him, what's the sense of me present what I'm going to present?
Present. We can discuss it. Present what you're going to
Do
present.
you accept him?
Oh my gosh.
If you don't know
Brother,
who he is,
present,
bro, just say,
present what you're
I'm
going
not
to
familiar with
present.
Are
You
you
told me
familiar
you're
with
No.
you told me you're a Sunni Muslim, right?
Present what you're going to present. Stop asking
You're
questions.
you're
Present your
supposed to
reasons
accept
for it.
the entire Sunnah, right?
Present your reasons for it.
Are you at least familiar with him, bro? Can we at least
I
establish
know who
that?
Abu Dawood is. Present what you have from him. Present it. What are you saying? Just say what you're saying.
Okay. This is Sunan Abu Dawud, Hadith number 3991. I was sitting behind the apostle of Allah who was riding a donkey while the sun was setting. He asked, "Do you know where this sets?" I replied, "Allah and his apostle know best." He said, "It sets in a spring of warm water." This is Sunan Abu Dawud. This is one of the 6 authentic books of Hadith. Do you accept Sunan Abu Dawud?
What do the scholars say about the hadith?
I'm
You
asking you
don't
a
know.
question.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
Do you
You're
accept
asking
Sunan
me,
Abu
you're
Dawud?
asking me, you're asking me questions. You're asking me questions and then haven't looked into the answers. That means you don't know. But you're
Are
you're
you
holding
going to answer
wait,
my
but
question?
you're holding a position as if what you're saying, what you're positing forth to me is the case, right?
Do you
This is what
accept
you're doing.
Sunan Abu Dawud?
This is what you're doing. This is what you're
Do,
doing.
do you should I go to Sahih
This is what
Bukhari?
you're doing.
Should I go to Sahih Bukhari?
You can go wherever you like,
Oh, so
but
do
you
you
don't have
accept
the
Sahih?
understanding. But you don't. What I'm saying is, you don't have the understanding to even correct anything that I
So
say because you haven't looked into it.
so let
All
me
you're
get
doing
this
is
straight.
quoting hadiths.
So let me get this straight. The Quran says that this is the case. The Hadith back up the Quran. Shall we go to the tafsir?
You should go to what the scholars say. What do the scholars say about this?
Shall we go to Ibn
Have you looked
Abbas?
into what the scholars say?
Shall we go to Ibn Abbas?
Have you looked into what the scholars say?
Yes, I look into what Ibn Abbas says. He's the cousin
No.
of
Have
the
you looked
Prophet.
into what the scholars say about it?
No, I've looked into what Ibn
So you
Abbas
haven't
says.
understood it then.
So are you going to deal with the
So
claim?
you haven't understood it.
Are you
You
going to
haven't
deal with the
understood
claim?
So,
Is
so
that
you don't want to
scientific
deal.
for you?
Huh?
So you see the point, Sosa, he's never going to admit.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what you
I
present.
just asked you the same. Listen, this is what I just did. You gave me a verse from the Quran, Surah 18, verse 86. All right. I said that you didn't understand that the right way. I
No,
gave you
you
another
said you
verse.
didn't
Hold
say
on,
that.
wait. I said I said what you're understanding, your what you're saying that it says is wrong, and then your understanding of it is wrong, right? And then I gave you another verse that was similar, just like the one you just said. And you said, well, that verse doesn't say that, but when it comes to this verse says that. Now, where's your reasoning for that? Then you didn't address that. Then you ran to Sunan Abu Dawud and tried to bring up another hadith.
Yes, because the
Right. So
Hadith,
address what I just said first before
Yeah,
you
but
start bringing up hadith.
you didn't show that what he was saying is wrong. You went to another verse and then you said that his interpretation of
It's
what
the
he
interpretation
was
is
same
saying
wrong.
thing. It's the same thing.
No,
not
you're saying
The
my
language is the
interpretation is
same.
wrong.
The language is the same.
I
The
went to,
language is the same. The
I
no,
language
went
you
is the
to,
said
same.
you
I
said
The
that
went
language
to,
is the same. The language
no,
is the same.
the
Listen,
Hadith
listen,
is explaining the
listen.
verse.
The
You
language
don't,
is the same. The language is the same.
what
When
are
it
you
says,
talking
when
about?
it says,
Hassan,
when
you
it
keep
says,
repeating it, bro. We heard you. Go ahead, bro. Come on, we heard that.
the language is the same. When it says in verse 86, until when who is the he in this verse?
Dulkarnain.
Okay, thank you. Dhul Karnain, when he reached the setting of the sun, he found it set in a spring of murky water. Okay. Now you're saying that the Quran is saying that the sun sets in murky water, right? That's what you're saying.
That's what the Quran says. It's not
That's
what
what you're
I'm saying.
saying the Quran says, right?
No, no. It's
Gosh.
what the Quran says. It's
You're
what
saying
is
no,
written.
you're saying that's what the Quran says.
No,
You're
Right?
saying that
that's
that's
what the
what you read.
Quran says.
Yeah, you just
You're
read it.
Sosa
saying
read
that's
it.
what the Quran says.
You read it. I
No,
then went
you're
to
saying
this.
that
I
that's what the
then went to
Quran
a
says. Let's be
site.
clear.
I
Let's
then
be
went to a
clear.
Sahih
Let's
Hadith,
be
and
clear.
it says the same
No,
thing.
you're
No,
saying
you're saying it
that.
wrong.
You're
Now there
saying
are
that.
other
You're
hadiths.
saying that. Let's be clear. You're saying that this is what the Quran says. This is the position that you're holding, right?
This is not what the Quran says.
Bro, you're saying that this
Answer
is
my
what the Quran
question.
says, right?
Yes, I'm saying that's what
All
the
right, then
Quran
just
says.
say that.
Are you
Just say
saying
that.
that?
Now
Are
when
you
we go
say,
to now when
hello?
we went
Are
to
you
verse
saying that's not what the Quran
90.
says?
Bro, can we go one step at a time?
Are
No,
you
but
saying that's
does
not
Bro,
what the
can we
86
Quran
go
say what
says?
he
one
said?
step at a time? Can we
Are
go
you
one step
saying
at a
that's not
time?
what the Quran says? That's
Can
what
we
I'm
go
asking
one
you.
step at a time?
But we got to start at 86, bro. Why are
All
you going
right,
to 90?
then we're
Are
going
you
one step
saying?
at a time. We're
Are
going
you
one step
saying
at a
that's
time
not
because
what
it's
the
in
Quran
context.
says?
You have
I'm
to
saying
understand the
that's what it says.
context.
I'm saying
Okay.
that's what it says. Are you saying
Okay.
that's not what it says?
Let's understand the context then. Let's
Are
understand the
you
context.
saying? Are you saying that's not
Let's
what it
understand the
says?
context.
Before we get to context, are you saying that's not what
Why?
it says?
What do you mean before we get to context?
You're
So
saying
you're trying to
hello.
jump. You're trying to jump too
I'm
far.
not
Because
jumping.
there's a difference
You
between
are.
saying
You
that
are.
it doesn't say that and saying that you don't understand the context.
Exactly. He's saying I don't understand the context, but then he's saying I'm saying that's what it says. So I'm asking you,
Says that
are you
he found it set it in the spring of murky water. The Quran does not say that Allah that this is coming from Allah. This is what you don't understand. What you don't understand is this. Is detailing the
on.
story. But wait, no, you wait. You want to you keep making these assertions,
This
but
is the
you have
dumbest argument I ever heard.
you keep
He
making
found
these assertions.
the Quran saying that Dhul 9 found the sun setting in the murky spring. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, no, what I'm saying is this. You already said this. When I read to you verse 90,
Forget
and
what I said. I just asked you, is that
no,
what
I'm
you're
not
saying?
forgetting what you said. I'm not forgetting anything that you said.
Are you
What you
saying
said,
that?
what
Are you
what you
saying that?
said was, bro, listen. What you said was this. This is what you said. When I read to you verse 90, I said to you, until when he came, this is what it says. Until when he came to the rising of the sun, he found it rising on the people from whom he had not made against any shield. Okay. And then I asked you specifically, I said, when it says, when he came to the rising of the sun, he found it setting on the people. Does it actually mean that the sun rose on people and rose on people, right? And you said, no, that's not what it means. So it's the same thing. It says he found it rising on the people. Okay. In verse 86, it says, he found it setting in a spring of dark mud or murky water. And you're saying that obviously you're saying that this verse means that it did, but this verse means that it didn't. And it's saying the exact same thing. You're contradicting yourself.
Okay.
You're contradicting yourself. You're saying that one verse doesn't say that, but this verse does. When the language and the is the same. The language is exactly the same.
Hello. Can I
You're
talk
trying
now?
to make an argument based upon it.
Okay. You said a whole lot of things, but you said nothing. The Quran plainly says he found it setting in a spring of murky water. Are you trying to say that this is a report the Quran is making and this is not actually what happened?
What are you saying, man? Just present what you're saying.
God,
I already said what I'm saying. Just say what you're saying.
Okay. So the Quran in 1886 is saying that the person who found it was Dhul 9, right?
You said the verse in 1886 is Dhul Qarnayn. Yes.
The hadith that I read to you, hadith 3991, is that saying it's Dhul 9 too?
And what do you say? Which hadith?
Hadith number 3991, Sunan Abu Dawud. Because it says, I was sitting behind the apostle of Allah. Is that Dhul 9?
What's the hadith number?
3991. Is that Dhul 9, the apostle of Allah? Are you going to now reject Sunan Abu Dawud?
They got deep. You know, we're from the Big Bang. We up in the Quran, and I got deep up in this month. Where you at, Hassan? Come on, man. Where you at, bro?
I'm finding hadith. It said 3991.
Yes.
You didn't find it yet?
Yeah, I found it.
Hey, how big is them books? Gosh.
Okay. Which one do you want me to address first, the Quran or the hadith?
The dates.
Because there's two different things that you're saying. First, you brought up the argument from the Quran by saying that this is what it says, and then you jumped to the hadith.
Because you asked me who was the
No, I
Quran
didn't.
talking about.
I asked. This is what I asked you. This is because you jumped to a whole different text. I asked you from Surah 18
86.
86 says he found it setting in the spring of murky water. Then I went to verse 90 and I asked you, in comparison, does this mean that the sun is setting on these people? You said no. Then
We don't need to go back over that.
Yeah, we're going step by step.
We do, because this is where the conversation started. So let's go from where it started, and then I can address the hadith. I can address them both at the same time. Okay. So what you're saying, I'm saying
Is
the
it
Quran is not
is
saying.
is the hadith saying what I'm saying, or is it saying what you're saying?
The hadith, from what I'm reading, this is a misquote in the hadith.
Okay, so you don't accept Sunan Abu Dawud.
I didn't say that.
You said it's a misquote. That means it's wrong, but it's a Sahih hadith. So no matter what I present to you, you're gonna find a way to dismiss it, right?
No, it's not. But because you don't you don't understand the grading and of
It's
hadith.
Sahih. It's Sahih. Is there a higher grade than Sahih?
Hassan studying right now, man. Good God. You know, he come back quicker than this.
I don't think he will ever accept, because he told you before, like it's not possible for the Quran to be wrong. So if you show him something, even if it doesn't add up to him, he's gonna find a way to
No, that's
rationalize.
not true. That's not true.
You didn't say that?
I didn't say what.
That it's not possible for the Quran to be wrong.
I said there's no doubt in it.
You said it. So, Sosa, did he say that, or am I imagining that?
Yeah, I already did. Hey, well, hey, son, hey, he got you, bro. You got to give it up, bro. You with us now.
Maybe you should ask your imam about this one.
Hey, Hassan studied, and Hassan ain't even said nothing. He was quiet right now. Like he's like, let me check this out. Like,
Because
I'm not.
because
this is the
he's
longest
raising
pause he took all night.
he's raising two different issues and trying to conflate them into being one. Right? He's raising the issue by trying to say the Quran says this and the Hadith also says this too. Right? This is what he's trying to do.
Nah, you just said that
No, what
the
I'm
physical
showing is that
reality.
the Quran and the Hadith is saying the same thing. You're saying that's not what it's talking about. So we can even go to the tafsir. If we go to the tafsir of Ibn Abbas, it is also saying the same thing. So the point is the explanation that you're using doesn't work unless you're saying that the tafsirs and the hadiths got it wrong.
It's not a tafsir. What you did was quote Quran and quote Hadith. You didn't quote in tafsir.
No, but I have the tafsir.
What's the
I'm saying
tafsir?
if you go to the tafsir of Ibn Abbas, you can go to any tafsir. I think you can go to Ibn Kathir. It's saying the same thing. That's what it was talking about. It's just modern scholars who are trying finding that this is a problem, so they're trying to find a way to get around it. This never used to be controversial before.
The Quran is not saying that the sun sets in a pool of murky water.
So then the hadith is
Just
wrong.
like it's not saying when it says that he found the sun rising on a people, that the sun is not actually rising on a people.
So the hadith is wrong.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's
And it's
nothing
not
that I can show you.
it's not what you can show me. Can you prove that the Quran and with the two verses that I gave you, can you prove that my understanding is wrong?
He just
I
asked you
just
the
showed
hadith.
you the hadith.
No, I'm asking you from the Quran. From the Quran, can you prove to me that my understanding from what the Quran says is wrong?
Oh, so you don't accept hadith anymore?
I'm asking you.
He
Can you
proved
prove to me?
the
Can you
proof
prove
is
to
going
me
to the
from
proof is
what
going
my
to the hadith.
understanding is? Because you agreed to what the understanding of verse 90 means.
Yes, but we weren't talking
Right.
about
So
verse 90.
okay, but we are. It's the same. It's within the same context of the same story, using the same language. But you don't attribute the sun rising on a people as actually rising on a people, but you attribute the sun setting in murky water as actually setting in murky water.
No, because we understand
But
that when it says the sun is rising on a people, it's not saying the sun is on them. It's saying that when the sun rises, the light of the sun is hitting them when it rises. It's not the same thing as saying there's an actual place where the sun sets in a muddy spring.
What's the difference in the language that's being used?
There's a difference.
What's the difference? The wording is exactly the same.
But there is no place. That's the point you're not getting.
The
It's
wording
saying
is
that
the wording is on a people. On a people means on a people.
on a people. But is
On a
there a
people.
place? Is there a place where the sun actually rises
Do
or
people
sets?
exist in a place?
Yes.
Okay, so there is a place.
So is there a place where
But
the sun sets?
you're saying that this not the same thing, that you don't understand the same thing from verse 90 as you understand from verse 86.
So
that they're saying two
so
different things when the wording is exactly the same.
no. You should not say I'm not understanding. You should say the understanding I have is not what you have. Because I showed you that the hadith is saying the same thing I'm saying. The
I'm talking
tafsir.
about the Quran. I'm talking about Quran. What the Quran is.
Hold on. We're talking about probabilities. You remember earlier we were talking about probabilities? We have the
We're talking
Quran.
about.
We have the Quran. You and I
I
disagree
remember.
what's the. We have the hadith. The hadith is saying what I'm saying. We have the tafsir
Yeah.
is saying what I'm saying. So based on probability, you should go with what
You
I'm
didn't
saying.
have. You didn't give me any tafsir. You gave me hadith.
I
But you're trying
told
to
you.
listen. Listen.
So
You
Hello.
if he,
gave me
hold on.
what you.
So if he
What you
gave you the tap city, you would accept it?
He wouldn't.
the tap. You need to give me from what the scholars say. This
so
is tafsir.
You like, I ain't gonna say that. You finna show me something dope.
so the tafsir is
This
not
is
from the
tafsir.
scholars. The
Hell
tafsir is
Explanation.
no.
not from the scholars.
Like, nah,
Explanation. Explanation. Because what you're doing, is you're picking hadith, and trying to mesh them with what the Quran is saying from your understanding, right?
No, it's
This,
not my
yes, it
understanding.
is
That
your
is where
understanding
you're
because
wrong.
you
It's
don't
not.
have you haven't researched what the scholars say. You're
Hello.
presenting this. You're presenting this as if this is the understanding according to you, but you haven't presented any
No.
scholarly opinion about it
Okay.
from what Muslim
Do,
scholars say.
do you know who Ibn Abbas was?
I know who Ibn Abbas is.
That was the cousin of Muhammad. He was the only person that Muhammad prayed to Allah to make him to be a scholar for Islam, right? Ibn Abbas is saying the same thing I'm saying. So now what do? We go to some other scholar because you don't agree with Ibn Abbas?
No. Did you go to him?
No, what you do is you take what the Quran says and you take what the Hadith says, and not just pick and choose this one Hadith you found, and choose
It's not. Do you understand how this works? The hadith is an explanation of the Quran, of the verse in the Quran. That's what the hadith is. Both the hadith, the hadith explain the
You're trying to
circumstance.
tell me. You're trying to tell me
Yes, because
how.
it seems you don't
You're trying to
understand.
tell me how we the usul, how we supposed to understand knowledge, how we supposed to understand the Quran.
No, because you're pretending like you don't understand.
No, but you're trying to tell me how we're supposed to understand and interpret the Quran.
The Quran gives the verse. The hadith give the circumstances or the
And
words.
who interprets the Hadith?
Wait a minute. Let me finish.
Who interprets the Hadith?
Let me
hold on,
finish.
son, you throwing your gun, bro. Don't throw your gun yet. Just hold on, man.
The hadith give the explanation as given by Muhammad, what Muhammad says about the particular revelation. And the tafsir give the explanation by the scholar as to what is meant by the verse. Now, if you don't accept the tafsir, give the explanation of what is meant by the particular verse.
Who gives the tafsir?
The tafsir is by the scholars, the early scholars.
Okay, so what scholars do you have that give tafsir about this hadith and this verse?
I told you Ibn Abbas.
Ibn Abbas is a companion.
He was also a scholar. He was also a scholar.
Okay, but
do you want Ibn Kathir?
I want a scholar. Give me a scholar.
So Ibn Kathir is not a scholar either?
That was a scholar. You said you just...
This guy is... You don't want Ibn Abbas. You don't want Ibn Kathir. Who do you want? Do you want Mufti Abu Layth?
Give me him.
So that's a scholar for you?
Sound like him or nobody.
He said, give me him. I don't give a...
This is crazy.
You tripping, you tripping.
Is he a scholar? You won a scholar before. Is that guy a scholar?
Well, technically he's a scholar, but this guy is a guy. He has a YouTube channel. He's not
A YouTube scholar?
A top
You gonna
scholar.
give me a YouTube scholar?
But you said give me him.
Because
That's
you
what
won't
I'm saying.
accept, you won't
right.
accept the
YouTube
other one.
scholar.
Then he said, "Yeah, give me that one. Give me the YouTube guy." Yeah.
Listen,
Give me a scholar.
if there's a verse in the Quran, whose explanation should you trust first? You should first trust the prophet's explanation, right? Right?
It depends on. It depends on.
How does it depend?
Huh?
The prophet.
It depends on
What?
because
So the prophet, wait, God says prophet. So the guy who gets the knowledge from God himself, I'm not gonna take him. I'm gonna take another person who ain't get it from God. That's crazy.
So the
I
prophet
didn't
is
say
not
that. That's not what I said.
the prophet is not Masum.
What?
Is the prophet faultless when it comes to religion?
He didn't commit any. No. Yeah, he didn't commit any major sins.
When it comes to religion, it's supposed to be faultless. So if he gives an explanation, that's the explanation, right?
Okay. The Quran, what the Quran is saying, is not saying that when it says that he found the sun setting in the spring of murky water, it's from the vantage point of Dur Karnain, not coming from Allah. This is what you fail to understand.
Yes,
Okay,
but I'm
it's
saying,
like it's not yes. It's not, you can't just say yes and then dismiss it.
okay,
What
so
he's
there's
saying, he
listen
said
to what I'm
the story.
saying.
The Quran is telling the story of Dur Karnain. Okay,
Listen to what I'm
let's
saying.
go back. Let's go back.
There's a verse in the Quran. You and I understand it differently. What should we do?
We should read the context of what the verse is saying.
So we shouldn't listen to what the prophet has to say
But you
about
don't
it.
understand. But this is what I'm saying.
We
You
shouldn't
don't
listen to what the prophet has to say about it.
You should read what the context of the verse is saying.
So should we listen to what the
You
prophet
should
has to
read
say about it?
first. You should read what the context of the verse is saying. If you don't understand what the context of the verse is saying, then we go to the scholars. Then we go to the scholars to see what they have explained it, they have explained it to me. Because what the scholars will do is they will extract from the context of the verse what's before and what's after it, and they will also extract from the hadith as
So at
well.
what point do we
And
go to the prophet?
let me finish. Okay, and they
Forever.
will answer it in that regard. But what you haven't done is looked up to what the scholars say, and you haven't analyzed the context of what the verse is saying. The verse is saying, until Dhul Qarnayn reached the setting of the sun, Dhul Qarnayn, found it setting in the spring of murky water. This is from his vantage point. He found it. This is what he saw. It's not saying the Quran is not stating this as fact.
And
This
I'm
is what
not agreeing with you.
But
And I'm not
okay,
agreeing
so
with you. So should we go to what the prophet
the
says?
Quran, no, because you're wrong on this principle already.
Okay, so we can't go to the prophet.
Okay, this is what you need to understand. Okay,
So, sir, if you were a Muslim, right?
in verse number 76. Wait,
And there's a
because you don't
verse.
understand. You don't
I don't
understand.
need to understand.
You don't.
What I
Right?
want to
You don't.
understand is what the prophet says about it.
You don't want to see what the Quran says. You're trying to jump to a hadith that you don't understand to explain a verse from the Quran that you don't understand. The Quran
Listen,
from this verse is not saying that Allah is saying this. It's saying from his vantage point, from Dhul
and I'm
Qarnayn.
saying I don't agree with you. So what do we do?
Okay.
So we can't go to the prophet.
You don't have the correct understanding to even go to the prophet. How you gonna go to the prophet to try to explain something that you don't understand from the Quran?
So if I found a verse and my understanding is exactly what the prophet is saying, then what should I do?
It's not for you to interpret yourself. You go to the scholars.
Oh, so I go to the scholars and the scholars tell me what I should believe.
You go to the people of knowledge. You don't just go and read things and interpret it for yourself.
Who is the people of the knowledge?
And develop your own beliefs and understanding.
Who are the
That's
people
not
of
what you do.
knowledge?
That's not what you do.
Who are the people of knowledge? The prophet
You
is
want a
not a
scholar?
person of knowledge.
I'll find you a scholar.
I would say so.
Tell me if this makes sense to you, unbiased. If there's a verse in
No,
the Quran, right, and two people disagree on what it meaning is,
I would prophet.
shouldn't be the next thing to do is to go to the prophet to see what
If
he
the
has
if
to
the
say about it?
prophet if the prophet sallallahu
Yeah,
alaihi wasallam was alive, listen, listen, listen. What
yeah,
you don't
you
understand
know,
is this. What you don't understand is
it's
this.
logic.
If
What
you
you're
were,
saying,
if
yeah.
you were, listen, listen. What you don't understand is this. What you don't understand is this. If you were alive, living during the time of the prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and you had a question, when they had a question, they would go to the prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and ask him. Okay, the prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is not alive today. Allah says in the Quran that he gives hikmah and wisdom to the to people with understanding. Everybody doesn't have that. So you being a person who does not have that, need to go to a person who does. Right? This is how you understand it. You don't just read it and say, "Oh, this is what it says," and then see something in hadith and be like, "Oh, this is what it says, so this is what it means," and then develop your own understanding from that. No,
No,
that's not how you
that's
do
not
it.
what I'm
You
doing.
go
I'm
to the
going to the
people who are
prophet.
of
I'm
knowledge.
going to the prophet. I'm
No, you're
going to
not
the
going. You're
prophet.
going to hadith. You're not going to the
So,
scholars, to the people of
so,
knowledge.
so the hadith is not the words of the prophet.
I didn't say that. What I'm
So I'm
saying
going
is,
to the
what
prophet.
you're not doing is this. You're not going to the people of knowledge. You're not. You're not. You're reading reading something from the Quran, going to hadith, reading something from hadith, and say, "Oh, this is what it means," and then coming to me and say, "This is what it means. This is what it's saying." But you haven't yet gone to the scholars, and then you don't understand the context from what the verse is saying, from what the Quran is saying. The Quran is saying, not this is not a statement from Allah. This is what you fail to miss.
Listen,
This verse is not a
listen,
statement coming from Allah.
listen.
This is detailing what Dhul Qarnayn saw.
That's according to you, but I said I reject that.
You reject it based on what? What context do you have from the verse to reject it when it says
I,
he found
I,
it?
I tell you why I reject it.
You're
Because
contradicting yourself. You're
let
contradicting.
me
You
tell.
can't.
So you
No,
don't want to know
because
why I reject it?
no, you can't reject it from the basis from using the Quran. You cannot reject that truth. You can't reject that truth using the Quran.
So I
You
can't tell
can't
you why I reject it.
using the Quran, the
I,
context from the Quran, from the verse.
I can I tell you why I reject it?
Go ahead.
I looked at the words of the Quran and the meaning is clear to me. But you say you have a different understanding. I don't agree with your understanding.
No, you didn't
So the
say why
next,
you just now did not say why you reject it. You said what you understood and what I understood. Tell me why you reject that it doesn't it means what Dhul Qarnayn saw and not and something else. Why do
okay,
you reject that?
according to what the
According to
Quran
the
is
Quran.
saying, according to what the Quran is saying, he found the sun setting in a muddy spring.
Who found it?
It doesn't matter who found it. It says
No,
he.
who is this
It
coming
says
from?
he. It
Who?
says he.
Who is the
Hello.
he?
Listen to what I'm saying.
No,
The
who is the
Quran.
he?
Hold on.
Now we got to keep holding on. Who is the he?
The Quran says he. It doesn't tell you who is the he. It just
You
says
said
he.
earlier it was Dhul Qarnayn. Why are you trying to backtrack on
No,
your words? All right,
no.
you
I'm
don't want to say.
saying.
You don't want to say in
Are
verse
you asking
83
me the question or are you answering it for me?
because you're deliberately trying to not address something. You already said that the he in the verse was talking about Dhul Qarnayn, and then
No,
you saying that it doesn't say
no,
he. Okay, well let's
no.
read the
I'm.
context to find out who the he is. Can we do
Can
that?
I? No. Can I
Can we
answer
do
first?
that?
Can I answer first?
How are you
When
going to make an assertion without understanding what it's saying? I don't
so
understand that.
so I don't get to answer. You're just gonna talk over me.
When you making an assertion and you don't know what it's saying clearly. You're saying you don't know
Okay.
who the he is.
You won't know because you wouldn't let me talk.
Well, you said it wasn't Dhul Qarnayn.
I'm saying I don't agree with you. I'm saying the
So who is
Quran says, can I answer? The Quran says he, you say Dhul Qarnayn. The Muslim understanding is that it's Dhul Qarnayn. But
what do you
that's
understand? So it's not. So it's you're saying it's not Dhul Qarnayn.
I'm saying the Quran does not say who it is. So,
Okay. Did you read the context of the verse?
oh my God. So my methodology, since the Quran, since the Quran does not say who it is, I go to the Prophet because this came from the Prophet, right? So I go to the Prophet. The Prophet does not say it's Dhul Qarnayn.
The prophet is not talking about this verse.
What verse is he talking about?
Did he mention a verse in the hadith?
What verse is he talking about?
Was he asked about this verse in the hadith?
What verse is he talking
No,
about?
was he wasn't talking, was he asked about a verse from the Quran in the hadith which you quoted? Yes or no?
The quote that I read, no,
Was he asked about it? Now,
no, he wasn't asked.
This is what you're doing.
So
Did
he was
he
no,
was not
he
asked.
wasn't asked. So was he talking about
Okay, so
another verse?
now let's
Hold on.
let's
Hold
go further.
on.
He
What
wasn't
verse was he
asked.
talking
Listen,
about?
Jumping
hold on,
around.
hold on. You're saying he wasn't in the hadith, but you tried to quote me.
I didn't say it wasn't. I said he wasn't asked. You're saying that he's talking about a different verse. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying
I'm asking you a question. Is he talking about it?
Was the Prophet ﷺ asked about this verse?
He wasn't asked, but he was talking about this.
Okay,
verse.
so why do you then go from this verse to a hadith to a hadith when it's not
saying that
it's
if
talking
it's
about
not
the same
verse,
exact thing.
if it's not the verse, point out the verse that he's talking about so we can get clarity, bro.
Yes.
Who
That's
says that he's talking about a verse? This is what I'm saying. Where does it say? Where does it say? No, you listen. Where does it say?
I'm just saying, hear my perspective. I'm listening to the conversation. I'm not knowledgeable on either side. So I'm trying to make an interpretation and understand what's going on, right? So if you said that he's not talking about that verse, so if it's not, then show me like the representative verse that he's talking about so we can get clarity, bro. So I can understand, okay, well,
why are you assuming that he's talking about a verse? Was he asked about a verse?
So what is he talking about?
No, answer my question. You keep asking me questions.
I'm saying, Hassan,
was he asked about a verse from Quran?
Explain to us what is he talking about then, right there. Just break it down.
Now y'all keep trying to jump. First it was about
I'm asking for clarity, bro. I don't know.
Okay, if you don't know, then you should listen.
We're listening. What verse was he talking about?
In your position of not knowing, then you should listen.
Bill, but you got to you don't know what question to ask. What question to answer?
Let me bring up the point. The point is this: what the brother first brought up was Quran. Okay, this is what he did. He brought up 1886 from the Quran.
Yeah, I heard
then
that.
he says that the he in this verse, that the Quran does not say who the he is. Is that right? That's what you said, right?
That's what he said.
That's what he said. Okay. Then he said, because the Quran does not say who the he is in this verse, then we go to the Prophet and we go to the hadith, right? Yeah. Then he quotes the hadith. And he quotes the hadith. Now I asked him, is the Prophet asked about this verse in the hadith? The answer is no. No, the answer is no. So now what he's doing is he's jumping from the Quran, not reading the context from what the Quran is saying, and then jumping to a hadith about something from and trying to associate it from something from the Quran that the Prophet was not directly asked about. And then wait, it's not okay. And then this is all of the faulty things you're doing. And you're trying to hold a position based upon these faulty processes that you're taking to acquire an understanding that you have no basis for.
Was the Prophet talking about this verse?
What I'm saying is this. And
was the Prophet talking about this verse?
You keep asking me questions about it. Let's deal with.
Was the Prophet talking about this verse?
Let's deal with point one. Point one.
Was the Prophet talking about this verse?
Let's deal with point one. I'll address it point by point. Point one.
No, I'm asking you this question. Was the Prophet talking about this
point by point? How you brought it up, we're going to address it point by point. The first point you brought up was Quran. You brought up this verse.
You already said that, bro.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying so you can understand.
He is filibustering. I don't have the time.
I'm not filibustering. I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain. He said he doesn't know who
the Prophet talking about this
He said
verse?
He doesn't know who the he is in this verse.
Was the Prophet talking about this verse? Was the Prophet talking about this verse?
Can I read the context? We need to establish.
No. if you answer my question, you can do whatever you want. Was he
I'm not
talking about the show?
balanced. I'm trying to answer all your questions that you asked me.
No,
But you keep,
that's the only answer I want. If you're not
no,
answering
that's
that
not. That's
question,
not.
I'm not
I'm not.
interested.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. You're not going to bombard me into a corner and try to
If you're
direct me
not
to answer
answering
this
that question, I'm not
When you
interested
raise
in anything you
when
have
you
to
raise
say.
all these faulty accusations from the beginning, this is what you did. Now we're going to address it from the beginning. How you
No,
brought.
no.
We're going to address it
You're
from the beginning.
answering
How you
this
brought it.
question. You just said the
No,
prophet
we're
was
going to
not
address it
talking
from the
about this
beginning. How you
verse.
brought it.
Now you have
I
to
asked.
point.
No, I didn't say that. I said, was he asked directly about this verse?
No,
And
you
you
made a
said no.
claim, bro. You said that he was not talking about that
I
verse.
said he
You
was
made
not
that claim.
asked directly about this verse. Was he? That's what I said.
And
And
you
I
said,
said he
and
was
then
Asked
you
talking
said,
directly
about that
about this
verse. You
and
verse.
said
then you
no.
said he was not talking about that verse. He said that what verse was he talking about?
I said, this is what I said. I said that he was, I asked you, was he asked directly in the hadith about this verse? You said no. We established that already, right? That's what we established. We established that in the hadith you quoted, he was not asked about this verse
He
directly.
was not asked, but that's the verse he was
Okay.
referring to.
Well, how do you know if he wasn't
Do,
asked
do
about it?
you know
What
that he
basis do
wasn't
you have
referring
to
to that
say
verse?
that? What basis do you have to say that?
Because it's talking about the exact same thing.
What basis do you have to say that he
You
was
just
referencing
said
this
it.
verse?
He just said it because talking about the exact same thing. Now, what is your response to that?
All right, now you want to hear my response? You're going to let me finish?
You've been talking. You were just kind of going on.
I haven't been talking. I haven't been able to establish my point. Okay, so he's saying in the verse 83, it says, they asked thee concerning Dhul Qarnayn, say, I will rehearse to you something of his story. Verily, we established his power on earth, and we gave him the ways and the means to all ends.
I'm not interested.
You're not interested because you
no,
keep
I'm
wanting
not.
to bring up faulty points and don't want to
I'm not.
understand. As soon as I get to it, you want to interrupt me. This
The,
story
the,
is talking
the
about
point
Dhul Qarnayn,
is,
and he followed one way. And who is the he in the verse? The he in the verse is Dhul Qarnayn. Until when he, you keep trying to interrupt. That's what you do.
The point is,
you keep trying to interrupt me. In order to not let me get my point across and be clear, you want to interrupt.
I don't agree with you, and
you want to interrupt me.
And obviously, the prophet don't agree with you either.
I can't make my point because you're just going to keep interrupting.
The prophet don't agree with you either. So
you just want to. But you're misreading what the verse says. You said the he in the verse is not talking about Dhul Qarnayn.
So is the prophet
clearly
misreading it too?
It clearly is.
The prophet
clearly
is misreading it
talking
too?
about Dhul Qarnayn, and you're not trying to acknowledge that.
The prophet is misreading
this
the
is
verse
the lie.
too?
You're going to keep lying? You're going to keep lying as if you don't see that?
Did I not read the hadith?
You're going to keep lying as if you don't see that. You're going to keep lying as if you don't see that.
Did the hadith say Dhul Qarnayn?
You're going to keep lying as if you don't see it? You're going to keep lying as if you don't see it.
Yeah, I'm going to bed. This guy is cornered. He don't know what to do, so he's just gonna try to
because
you're misreading
what it says.
We went over that already.
No, we didn't.
The prophet, the hadith says
that you clearly said that you don't know who the he is in this verse when the Quran says it. 3 verses above.
I'm saying I don't agree with you.
Then you can't read. What do you mean?
I said that 1,000 times. So can the prophet read?
Then this is your problem. You're the one who can't read the context. If you can't read context clues and know that the pronoun comes after you can't read all that, then I don't know what to tell you. When it says Dhul Qarnayn and it's talking about the story of Dhul Qarnayn, and then it says
you notice how he's running from the hadith. You don't want to address it. You don't want to touch it.
You don't want to address the Quran. I'll address the hadith, but you're not addressing the Quran.
We went to the hadith, and then now you're trying to
he's trying to go back to the Quran.
You're not addressing what the Quran says because you're trying to connect the hadith.
You're trying to connect the Quran. That's how we got to the hadith.
Exactly, but you're not trying to address the Quran. You brought up the Quran first. No, we didn't. You're trying to bring up the Quran, and then when I brought up the point of the ayah 90, then you jump from that. Once you seen you was wrong on that, you jump from that and ran to a hadith.
He said he disagreed, so he went to the hadith to back up the claim. This is where we were.
No, he didn't disagree. He agreed. He agreed that
first you said the hadith was wrong. Then you came back and said he don't understand the context of the hadith. He need to go to the scholars and get it transcript. First you said it was misquoted. Then you came back and said it was just wrong. Then you said he don't understand the context. He need to go to scholars. And he presented a scholar. You say, no, he need to get some more scholars. And this is where we are.
And his last point was that the prophet was not talking about this verse.
Yeah,
So
then
he's,
it was
he's
talking
all over the place. He's just trying
I'm
to
all
dance.
over the place. All right. Well, let me be clear. Let me be clear. Y'all keep
No,
thinking I'm all over
it's
the
fine.
place.
It's fine. It's late anyway. I got work in the morning.
You don't want to. You don't. You
Go
don't
to
want to
school.
quote
You know
things out of
I'll catch you
context.
later on the chat.
Yeah, man. Where's Unbiased? He went to sleep.
I don't know. About his peace, King.
Yeah, I got work in the morning. I can't do much more. Maybe another day.
All right, for sure, man. All right, fine with y'all, bro. Peace.
I'm not trying to get you to leave Islam anyway, bro. It's.
All I'm saying.
No,
Hello.
no, I gotta go, but I'm just saying, your faith is your faith. I'm not trying to take that from you, but you gotta recognize that your faith is your faith, and it's not science.
I never said that my faith was science, but what you have to do is this: is that when you're reading the Quran, you first have to read it in context, and you're refusing to read the context. You read the verse, but didn't read the verse before it and the verse after to understand what the context of the verse is saying. You're seeing he in the verse, and you can't even say who the he is, when the context clearly says who the he is in this verse. That this is talking about Dhul Qarnayn. It's clearly saying that, but you don't want to acknowledge
Okay,
it.
bro.
In order to refuse
Okay.
acknowledgement, you jump right into the hadith to try to explain something that's
Okay, so if I admit
correlated.
to you, if I admit to you that it's Dhul 9, then what? Then Muhammad was wrong?
No, when you say that it's Dhul Qarnayn, then you have to say who is this coming from? Okay, if when you understand that
So,
the he in the verse
okay,
let me
I
finish,
agree with all of that. I agree with everything you say. So was Muhammad wrong?
The he in the verse is Dhul Qarnayn.
Okay, so was Muhammad wrong?
Let me finish.
You're not gonna answer the question. Okay, bro.
I'm going to answer your question.
No, you're gonna dance and go around.
The Quran takes precedence over the hadith.
So the hadith was wrong. That's all you have to say? All you have to say is that this is a wrong hadith. I don't accept it. That's all you have to say. You don't have to
I
go
already
through
said
all
that.
this.
I already said that the hadith is misquoted.
You said a whole slew of things because you're not sure which one to say. Because
I said already.
You
that
even
hadith,
said that it was not talking.
I said what I said is this. I said that from the Quran, the understanding from the Quran is that the vantage point is coming from Dhul Qarnayn. It's not saying that the Quran is not, Allah is not saying in the Quran explicitly that the sun sets in murky water. Just like I brought you the verse where it says that the sun is not rising upon a people. It's the same language and verbiage that's used, the same structure in the sentence is being used, and the meaning is the same. It's coming from the vantage point of Dhul Qarnayn. That's what.
And by the way, this is like the probably one of the easier ones. This is just one of the one that I looked up. I knew out my head. There's like so many problems with the verses in the Quran. So this is not just like this is the only one I could find. And if you're having this much problem with this
I'm
one,
not having trouble. You're having trouble understanding the context and accepting it.
Bro, it's not my understanding. Why does Ibn Abbas understand it like I understand it?
What does Ibn Abbas say? You keep quoting Ibn Abbas.
Go to Ibn Abbas. You don't have the tafsir?
I got to keep going to him. Quran says that he found it. It doesn't say that this is coming from Allah. It's saying this is coming from Dhul Qarnayn.
So the Quran records things that are not true?
The Quran recorded what he saw. Said he found a setting, just like it says he found the sun rising upon the people.
So when
the language and the verbiage and the understanding is the same.
So when the Quran says he found it sitting in a spring of warm water, did he find it, or was the Quran reporting inaccurate?
What do you mean? Was he important? What did he find it? What
He found it. He said he found it. That those are the exact word. He found it. He found the sun setting in a pool of warm water.
It says the same thing in verse 90, but you agree that that's not what it means.
No, it doesn't say the same thing.
It says he found it rising on a people whom he had provided no covering protection against the sun.
So did he find it?
You said that you already said that that's not what it means.
No, I didn't. I'm talking about the rising.
Have you taking that back?
When I said the rising, I mean the sun doesn't rise on them literally, but I'm not
And the
talking
sun
about.
does not set
But
in
that's
murky water literally. It's the same
what do
thing.
you mean?
You're not
No,
taking a
that's
literal
the,
position on 90, but you
you're
want to take
not
a literal
listening.
position.
You're not listening. The problem with this is he found it there. That's the point. He found it set in there. He cannot. Do you understand what the sun is?
Right, but in 90 is saying the exact same thing.
No.
It is. It's saying until he came to the rising of the sun, he found it rising on the people whom he had.
So
he
did
had
he
provided
find
no covering.
did he find the sun rising?
No, the sun was not rising on a people. It's not saying that he actually discovered or found the sun rising upon on an actual people. It's not saying that. That's not what it's saying. It's not. It's not saying it in the literal sense. It's not saying the same thing in 80 cents in the literal sense. And you
So
already agreed that of what you already agreed of what the understanding of verse 7
yes,
means.
but we're talking about he found the sun setting in an actual place. Is that so? You're saying that that's just a figure of speech, right?
It's figurative.
So why doesn't any of the scholars or Muhammad know that it's figurative? Or is it that I'm understanding it and you're not?
You just said you're understanding it and I'm not.
Yes, because the Prophet agrees with me. The tafsirs agree with me. So
what
the only
tafsir?
one I gave you like
You
a
gave me
million
a
times.
hadith.
I gave you Ibn
You
Abbas.
quoted me. You didn't give me what Ibn Abbas says. You gave me a hadith.
Did you look at what Ibn Abbas says?
Did you give it to me?
I don't need to give it to you. Do you know what a tafsir
This is your
is?
argument, though. Your
Do
argument
you
is
know what
saying
a
that it says
tafsir is?
this.
Do you know
Do I
what
know
a
what?
tafsir is?
Yes, I know what tafsir is.
So all you have to do is go to the tafsir and look up the verse.
But you're making a claim and saying that this is what it says and it agrees with you.
And you're saying it doesn't?
It's not agreeing with what you're saying.
Okay. All right, bro. I'll see you maybe next weekend. I gotta go to bed. Peace.
All right.